In the shifting frontiers of the Adriatic world, where Roman order met tribal resistance, a sudden and dramatic clash unfolded, one that revealed both the strength and the vulnerability of Rome's military power. What began as a routine campaign against the Istrians quickly spiraled into chaos as fear, confusion, and misjudgment pushed a disciplined army to the brink of collapse. Yet within the same day, through determination and swift action, that same army would rise again, reclaiming its honor in a brutal and decisive counterattack. A portion of this historical account has been lost over time, leaving the opening abrupt and incomplete. Yet, from surviving summaries, the broader situation can still be understood. The events unfold in a period when Rome was preparing for larger conflicts, while also dealing with unrest in its northern Adriatic frontier. Among the tribes in this region were the Istrians, a people who had once lived quietly but had grown increasingly hostile. Their leader, Epulo, was said to have armed the younger generation, winning their loyalty by encouraging bold raids and promises of plunder. This shift transformed a once stable society into a restless and aggressive force, setting the stage for confrontation. The Roman commander did not hesitate. After consulting his officers, he chose swift action over delay. The army marched out from Aquileia and established a camp near the waters of Timaevus, close to the sea. Naval support soon joined them, bringing ships, supplies, and a sense of security along the coastline. The harbour quickly became a centre of activity, with goods constantly moving inland toward the camp. Defensive positions were set, but they were stretched thin. Small detachments guarded the perimeter, while others protected supply routes and foraging parties. Nearby, a small Gallic force under a minor king watched events unfold, adding another uncertain element to the situation. Unseen by the Romans, the Istrians had already taken position behind a nearby hill. From there, they carefully observed every movement. They noticed weaknesses, unprotected traders, scattered guards, and a general lack of cohesion in certain areas. At dawn, under the cover of mist, they struck. The attack was sudden and coordinated, hitting two key positions at once. As the fog lifted, distorted shapes and shifting shadows made the enemy appear far larger than they truly were. Panic spread quickly. Soldiers fled toward the main camp, unable to explain what they had seen, their fear spreading faster than the enemy itself. Inside the camp, confusion turned into chaos. With no clear defense organized at the entrances, men rushed in every direction, colliding with one another in the dim light. Then a single cry rang out, an urgent call to flee toward the sea. It was enough. What began as a few scattered movements turned into a full retreat. Armed and unarmed alike abandoned their positions. Even the commander himself could not stop the tide. Orders were ignored, authority dissolved, and discipline vanished in the rush toward the shoreline. Only one officer stood firm. With a small group of men, he attempted to organize resistance as the enemy poured into the abandoned camp. They fought fiercely, holding their ground as long as possible. But they were overwhelmed. Their stand was brief but intense, ending in total loss. With no opposition left, the Istrians moved freely through the camp, seizing supplies and breaking into command quarters. What they found astonished them. Food prepared, goods neatly arranged, and signs of comfort they were not accustomed to. Their leader, without hesitation, began to feast. Soon, discipline among them collapsed as well. The warriors, forgetting the battle entirely, indulged in food and drink. Meanwhile, along the shore, the Roman forces were in disarray. Sailors hurried to secure what they could, while frightened soldiers scrambled onto boats or into the water. Tension between the naval crews and the fleeing infantry quickly escalated into violence. In the chaos, men turned on each other, and fighting broke out among allies. Only when the commander ordered the fleet to pull away did the situation begin to stabilize. Gradually, he gathered those who still had weapons. The number was shockingly small. Many cavalrymen had even abandoned their horses. The once organised army now resembled a scattered crowd rather than a fighting force. Yet the situation was not beyond recovery. Messages were sent to recall other units. At the same time, a new plan began to take shape. Officers rallied the remaining troops, urging them to reclaim what had been lost. Fresh forces approached, encouraged by the idea that the enemy, distracted by plunder, would be vulnerable. They moved quickly, combining speed with determination. The argument was simple, but powerful. The camp had been taken through surprise, and it could be taken back the same way. As they advanced, confidence grew. One officer pointed out the obvious. If the enemy had been fully prepared, they would have secured the defences and pursued the fleeing army. Their failure to do so suggested carelessness. This insight proved correct. When the counterattack began, the Roman soldiers met little organised resistance. Some of the enemy managed to escape, but most were caught off guard. Many were still overcome by exhaustion or drink, unable to react in time. The assault was swift and decisive. The camp was retaken with overwhelming force. The fighting turned into a slaughter, with little mercy shown. Those who had been left behind, even the wounded, joined in the attack once they realised the situation had changed. One cavalryman, despite his injuries, distinguished himself by striking down numerous opponents. The losses among the Istrians were severe, while the Roman casualties, though not insignificant, were far smaller by comparison. The enemy leader managed to escape, barely conscious, and carried away by his followers. Everything else was recovered: equipment, supplies, and control of the camp. The earlier panic was replaced by a determined effort to restore honour. What had nearly become a disaster was reversed in a single decisive moment. News of the initial defeat, however, had already begun to spread. Travellers who had narrowly avoided the captured camp carried alarming reports back to Aquileia and eventually to Rome. The story grew with each retelling. By the time it reached the capital, it was believed that the entire army had been destroyed. Panic followed. Emergency measures were declared, new troops were raised, and preparations for a larger conflict began immediately. But just as quickly, the truth emerged. Messages arrived confirming that the army had survived and regained control. Relief swept through the city. The emergency measures were cancelled and the newly raised troops were dismissed. What had seemed like a catastrophe turned out to be a narrow escape. With reinforcements approaching, the Istrians abandoned their positions and withdrew to their settlements. The Roman commanders regrouped and moved their forces into winter quarters, bringing an end to the immediate crisis. Order had been restored, but the events left a clear lesson. Discipline, once broken, could bring an army to the edge of destruction, and only swift leadership could pull it back. In the aftermath, political tensions surfaced back in Rome. Accusations were made, and attempts followed to strip authority from those involved in the campaign. Debate and conflict replaced unity, showing that the struggle did not end on the battlefield. At the same time, returning officials reported on their actions and sought recognition for their efforts, closing one chapter while another quietly began. The campaign against the Istrians, though brief, revealed both the fragility and resilience of Roman power. In a single day, an army had fallen into chaos, lost its camp, and then reclaimed it through determination and opportunity. It was a reminder that in war, victory and defeat can stand only moments apart. At the same time, Rome was being pulled into crises on several fronts. Disturbing news arrived from Sardinia, where the praetor Titus Ebutius reported that the Ilienses, joined by their Bellari allies, had risen against Roman authority. The province, already weakened by plague, was in no condition to resist. Disease had devastated the troops, leaving the army too reduced to defend the countryside. Sardinian envoys soon appeared before the Senate and confirmed the scale of the disaster. They begged for help, not only for their towns, but for the land itself, since many had already given up hope of protecting their farms. Because the current magistrates were about to leave office, the Senate postponed a final decision and passed the matter on to the incoming officials. Not long afterward, another delegation arrived, this time from Lycia, and their complaint was no less bitter. They spoke of the Rhodians, under whose control they had been placed after Rome's settlement of the eastern Mediterranean, and described their treatment in the darkest terms. In their eyes, life under a foreign king had been harsh, but still preferable to what they now endured. They said that Rhodian domination did not stop at political control. It reached into their homes, their bodies, and their dignity. According to their testimony, wives and children were humiliated, private citizens were beaten and degraded, and the Lycians were treated not as allies or protected communities, but as if they were human property. The Senate was deeply moved by the appeal. A formal letter was entrusted to the Lycians, making Rome's position clear to Rhodes. No free people were to be treated as slaves, and the Lycians were to be regarded as communities under protection, not as a conquered population to be abused at will. Amid these disputes came a display of Roman victory. 2 triumphs followed one another in quick succession, both celebrating campaigns in Spain. The first belonged to Sempronius Gracchus, who had fought successfully against the Celtiberians and their allies. The next day, Lucius Postumius celebrated his own triumph over the Lusitanians and other Spanish groups in the same broad theatre of war. Great quantities of silver were carried in procession, a public reminder that conquest brought wealth as well as glory. The spoils were then distributed among the troops. Common soldiers received a substantial reward, centurions were given double, cavalrymen triple, and allied troops shared in the same scale of payment. It was the kind of carefully staged generosity that strengthened loyalty while also displaying the state's power before the Roman people. During this same period, the consul Marcus Junius returned from Istria to preside over elections. But his arrival did not bring him peace. The tribunes Papirius and Licinius pursued him relentlessly in the Senate and then in front of the people. Their attack centered on the conduct of the war in Istria and, even more sharply, on the conduct of Aulus Manlius. Junius defended himself by saying that he had spent very little time in the province and knew no more than what he had heard from others. That answer satisfied no one. The tribunes pressed further, asking why Manlius himself had not come to explain how he had abandoned the province assigned to him and crossed into Istria without proper authority. They demanded to know when the Senate had declared such a war and when the Roman people had authorized it. Even if Manlius had claimed success, they argued, the facts would have condemned him. Roman detachments had been caught off guard. The camp had been overrun. Cavalry and infantry had been cut down, and the survivors had fled in panic. Worst of all, they said, the consul himself had led the rush to the ships. Since he had refused to account for his behaviour while still holding office, they insisted he would have to answer once he stood again as a private citizen. The elections then went forward. Gaius Claudius Pulcher and Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus were chosen as consuls, followed by the election of praetors. Their provinces were assigned in the usual way, but Sardinia stood apart from the others, because the unrest there had become so dangerous that it was treated as a major military command. Gracchus drew Sardinia, while Claudius received Istria. Gaul was divided into 2 commands. When the new consuls entered office in mid-March, Sardinia and Istria immediately rose to the top of the agenda. The Sardinian envoys who had been forced to wait for the new administration were finally admitted to the Senate, together with Lucius Minucius Thermus, who who had served under Manlius in Istria. Both sides described their provinces as unstable and dangerous. At the same time, another issue surfaced inside Italy itself, and it struck the Senate with unusual force. Representatives of the Latin allies had fought hard even to gain an audience, wearing down both censors and former consuls before they were finally heard. Their complaint was that large numbers of their citizens had enrolled themselves at Rome and taken up residence there. If that process continued, they warned, their home communities would be emptied, their towns would decline, their farms would be abandoned, and their ability to provide soldiers would collapse. The Samnites and the Paeligni added a similar grievance. Thousands of families, they said, had left and settled at Fregalae, yet the military burden had not been redistributed fairly. The old community still supplied the same number of troops, while the receiving town did not make up the difference. The deeper problem, they explained, was fraud. Men were exploiting the legal path by which members of Latin communities could gain Roman citizenship. The law had been designed with conditions meant to preserve the population of allied towns, but those conditions were being manipulated. Some men transferred their sons into the household of Roman citizens as slaves, with the understanding that the boys would later be freed and become Roman citizens. Others, lacking children of their own, used adoption as a legal fiction to qualify. Over time, even these pretenses were abandoned. People simply moved to Rome, entered the census, and treated the change as accomplished fact. The Allies asked the Senate to stop this drain on their population, to send people back to their home communities, and to create legal barriers against using children, adoption, or false arrangements to alter civic status. The Senate agreed. With hostilities still active in Sardinia and Istria, both provinces were given to the consuls for military action. The Senate ordered a massive levy. For Sardinia, 2 legions were to be raised, each with more than 5,000 infantry and 300 cavalry, along with a large allied force and a small naval reserve of quinqueremes in case transport or coastal operations became necessary. Exactly the same military strength was assigned to Istria. Reinforcements were also sent to Spain. Rome was clearly preparing for a year of intense campaigning on several fronts at once. Before the consuls could draw lots officially, reports of ominous signs began to circulate. In the countryside, a stone was said to have fallen from the sky into a sacred grove. A malformed child had been born. A 4-footed snake had been seen. Lightning struck buildings in Capua and burned ships at Puteoli. Even as these reports were being announced, a wolf ran through Rome itself in broad daylight, entering by one gate and escaping by another while the city erupted in noise behind it. The response followed the old Roman pattern. Sacrifices were ordered, sacred rites were performed, and a public day of supplication was held at the shrines of the gods. Only after these ceremonies had been completed were the provinces formally assigned. Istria went to Claudius. Sardinia went to Sempronius. Soon after, Gaius Claudius introduced legislation dealing with the allies and the citizenship crisis. An edict ordered that all Latins who had registered at Rome, or whose ancestors had done so during an earlier census and afterward, were to return to their own communities before the 1st of November. The praetor Lucius Mummius was charged with investigating those who ignored the order. The Senate added further precautions. If any magistrate were asked to free a slave or confirm someone's free status, the petitioner had to swear that the actor was not being used as a device to alter civic standing. Without that oath, the manumission was to be refused. Rome was closing legal loopholes and trying to restore a boundary it feared was dissolving. While these measures were being taken in the city, the former consuls Marcus Junius and Aulus Manlius had remained through the winter at Aquileia. When spring arrived, they led their forces into Istrian territory and ravaged the countryside. The Istrians watched their land being destroyed and knew they lacked the strength to face two Roman armies in a prolonged struggle. Yet anger overcame caution. Young men gathered from many communities and launched a fierce counterattack. Their first blow was energetic, but it could not be sustained. Around 4,000 were killed, and the rest scattered back to their towns. Realizing they could not continue, they first sent envoys to ask for peace, and then submitted hostages when Rome demanded them. News of this reached Rome in a dispatch from the proconsuls, and it caused an immediate reaction in Gaius Claudius. He feared that if the war in Istria ended too quickly, he might lose both the province and the opportunity for military glory. In a fit of impatience, he set out at night almost in secret, without carrying out the traditional rituals expected before a consul left for war. He did not properly announce vows, he did not depart with the visible signs of military office prepared in the customary way, and he told almost no one except his colleague. He simply rushed for his province. Once there, his behaviour only made matters worse. He called an assembly of the troops and began publicly shaming Aulus Manlius for the earlier debacle in which the Roman camp had been lost. The soldiers reacted badly, since many of them had themselves fled in that panic. Claudius then turned on Marcus Junius, accusing him of sharing responsibility for disgraceful conduct. Finally, he ordered both men to leave the province. They refused. Their answer was sharp. They would obey when Claudius himself had first obeyed ancestral custom and departed Rome properly, with vows spoken on the Capitol and the signs of command duly observed. Enraged, Claudius summoned the man serving as Manlius's quaestor and demanded chains, threatening to send both former consuls back to Rome in shackles. That order too was ignored. The quaestor took courage from the mood of the soldiers, who sided openly with the older commanders and showed growing hostility toward the consul. Humiliated by mockery and resistance, Claudius withdrew to Aquileia in the very ship that had brought him. From there, he sent instructions to his colleague in Rome, telling him to gather the recruits intended for Istria at Aquileia, so that nothing would delay his second departure once he had performed the proper rites. His colleague complied and fixed a date for the troops to assemble. Claudius followed his own letter back to Rome, immediately denounced Manlius and Junius before the people, stayed only a few days, then finally left again in the correct form, with vows pronounced and the outward symbols of military command in place. By the time Claudius returned, the previous commanders had already begun a full assault on Nesactium, the chief stronghold to which the Istrian leaders and their king, Epulo, had withdrawn. Claudius arrived with 2 fresh legions, sent the old army and its generals home, and took over the siege. Siege engines were prepared and the attack tightened. A river running near the town protected the defenders and supplied them with water. After considerable effort, Claudius had its course diverted into a new channel. The sudden loss of water terrified the defenders, who saw it as something uncanny and overwhelming. Yet even then, they did not seek terms. Near the end of the fighting in Istria, trouble began to stir elsewhere. The Ligures started holding councils of war, and dispatches from the north warned the Senate that the situation was becoming dangerous. A former praetor, Tiberius Claudius, held Pisa with a single legion and reported what he was seeing. The Senate forwarded the matter to Gaius Claudius, who had by then moved on from Istria, and authorized him to act against the Ligures if he judged the time right. At the same time, Rome decreed public thanksgiving in response to Claudius' success in Istria. The other consul, Tiberius Sempronius, was also campaigning effectively in Sardinia. He led his army into the land of the Ilienses, where the Balari had joined them in strength. A pitched battle followed. The Sardinian forces were defeated, driven from the field, and stripped of their camp. thousands were killed. On the next day, Sempronius gathered the captured weapons into a great heap and burned them as an offering to Vulcan before leading his army back into winter quarters among allied communities. It was a victory meant not only to destroy resistance, but also to present the campaign as a properly sanctioned Roman war under divine favour. Gaius Claudius, acting on the reports from the north and the Senate's authorization, transferred his forces from Istria into Liguria. The enemy had advanced as far as the Scultena River and pitched camp in open country. There, the battle was fought. The slaughter was severe. 15,000 Ligurs were said to have fallen. Hundreds were captured, along with dozens of military standards, and their camp too was taken. The survivors fled into the hills, and organised resistance collapsed. Claudius then ravaged the surrounding plains without serious opposition. In a single year, he had campaigned successfully against 2 different peoples and had restored order in 2 separate provinces, an achievement rare enough to give him a powerful claim to distinction when he returned to Rome. That same year, Rome continued to be haunted by prodigies. A strange bird in the territory of Cristumium was said to have cracked a sacred stone with its beak. In Campania, a cow reportedly spoke. At Syracuse, a wild bull broke away from the herd, mounted a bronze statue of a cow, and spattered it with seed. Each sign was answered with ritual, a local day of supplication, public maintenance for the miraculous cow, ceremonies directed by diviners in Sicily. Alongside these religious anxieties came ordinary affairs of state. A senior priest died and was replaced by his son. A new Roman colony of 2,000 citizens was founded at Luna on land, once held by the Liguris, and before them by the Etruscans. Each colonist received an allotment of land, and another piece of Rome's frontier was secured by settlement. When Gaius Claudius returned to the city and reported his campaigns in Istria and Liguria, the Senate granted him a triumph. He celebrated it while still in office, marking victory over both peoples at once. Money was carried in the procession in large amounts, and once again rewards were distributed to the troops. Yet this triumph exposed one of the tensions inside Rome's military world. Roman citizens received the full share. Centurions and cavalrymen received more according to rank. The Allied soldiers, however, were given only half as much as Roman citizens. As they walked behind the consul's chariot, they did so in bitter silence. Their resentment was obvious. The spectacle of triumph displayed not only the glory of conquest, but also the inequalities built into Rome's system of alliance. That resentment mattered because the war in the north was not truly over. While Claudius was celebrating victory, the Ligurs realized that Roman forces had been withdrawn, and that the garrison at Pisa had also been reduced. Their fear faded. Quietly they raised another army, crossed the mountains by side paths, descended into the plains, and after ravaging the countryside around Mutina, struck the colony itself by surprise and seized it. The news caused immediate alarm in Rome. The Senate ordered Claudius to hold the elections without delay and then return at once to recover the colony. New consuls and praetors were chosen. Claudius's command was extended for another year in Gaul, and to prevent the Istrians from attempting a similar uprising, the allied contingents he had brought back for his triumph were to be sent once more to hold the region. When the new consuls entered office, religion again cast a shadow over public affairs. During the customary sacrifice to Jupiter, one victim was found to have a defective liver, lacking the expected form. The report was delivered to the Senate, and new sacrifices were ordered until a favourable sign could be obtained. Yet the omens grew darker. The other consul also encountered repeated failures in sacrifice, and one troubling sign followed another. The Senate insisted that full-grown victims continue to be offered until the gods gave approval. Even when more acceptable results were eventually obtained, one goddess still refused to yield a reassuring sign. The provinces were then assigned. One consul received Pisa, the other, Liguria. New troops were to be raised in large numbers, both Roman and allied. Commands in Spain were prolonged, since two praetors argued for exemptions from provincial service, one citing the need for continuity in Sardinia, and the other invoking religious obligations that prevented departure. Oaths were taken, exemptions granted, and the existing commanders in Spain were left in place with reinforcements. It was an example of Roman pragmatism in action. Even in a system built on annual office, continuity could be preserved when the Senate believed it necessary. The Latin festival, one of Rome's most important public rites, soon had to be repeated because an error had been made in the prayers during the sacrifice. The priests ruled that the ceremony had not been validly completed and that the people responsible must supply fresh victims for it to be done again. This decision only deepened a mood of unease that had already taken hold across the city. That unease seemed justified when the consul Gnaeus Cornelius collapsed while returning from the Alban Mount. He suffered a seizure, was taken away for treatment, and soon died. His body was brought back to Rome and buried with full honour. His death, coming so soon after the troubled omens and repeated sacrificial failures, intensified the sense that the year was unfolding under divine warning. The surviving consul, Quintus Petilius, was instructed to hold elections for a replacement as soon as the auspices allowed, and to proclaim a new date for the Latin festival. Before that could settle public nerves, more signs were reported. A comet was seen above Tusculum. Lightning struck the temple of Apollo and private homes at Gabii. At Gravisce, it hit the walls and gate. The Senate responded in the traditional way, referring the matter to the priests and ordering that the prodigies be expiated according to sacred law. Throughout all these events, Rome appears as a state fighting wars abroad, while also trying to maintain order at home through ritual, law, and relentless political management. Armies moved across Sardinia, Istria, Liguria, and Spain. Delegations pleaded for justice. Allies protested exploitation. Magistrates quarrelled over authority and prestige, and over everything hung the old Roman conviction that military success and civic stability depended not only on force and discipline, but on preserving the fragile balance between the human world and the will of the gods. At first, the consuls were unable to focus fully on war. Religious duties demanded attention, and before those obligations were finished, one of the consuls died. His colleague then found himself tied down by the need to oversee the election of a replacement and to repeat the Latin festival, which had been judged defective and had to be performed again. While Rome was occupied by ritual, procedure, and loss, Gaius Claudius moved decisively in the north. He led his army against Mutina, the colony that the Ligures had captured the year before. The campaign was swift. Within only 3 days of opening the siege, he stormed the town, drove out its occupiers and restored it to the colonists. The slaughter inside the walls was severe, and thousands of Ligures were killed. Claudius immediately sent word back to Rome, describing not only the recovery of the city, but presenting the success as proof of his own courage and fortune. In his account, no enemy of Rome remained anywhere south of the Alps, and the conquered land, he declared, was so extensive that it could be divided among countless future settlers. At about the same time, Tiberius Sempronius was continuing his campaign in Sardinia with equal energy. A succession of victories finally broke the resistance of the island peoples. 15,000 Sardinians were said to have fallen, and every community that had turned away from Roman rule was brought back under control. Those who had previously paid tribute were now forced to pay double. Others were ordered to supply grain. Once the province had been brought to heel, Sempronius gathered hostages from across the island. a clear sign that Roman authority had been restored in both military and political terms. Envoys were then sent to Rome to announce the outcome. They asked the Senate to give formal thanks to the gods for victories won under the command and auspices of Tiberius Sempronius, and they requested permission for him to leave the province and return home with his army. Their report was delivered before the senators in the Temple of Apollo. The Senate responded with public thanksgiving and ordered a large round of sacrifice, but it did not grant Sempronius release from his province. However successful the campaign had been, the island was considered too important and too recently subdued to be left without the man who had just pacified it. Sempronius and his army were instructed to remain there for the rest of the year. Meanwhile, the political machinery at Rome moved on. The election that had been arranged to choose a single new consul was completed on the appointed day. Quintus Petilius presided over the process, and Gaius Valerius Laevinus was chosen as his new colleague. He entered office immediately. For Laevinus, the appointment brought exactly the opportunity he had long wanted. He had desired an active command, and almost at once news arrived that seemed to promise one. The Ligures had risen again. On the 5th day of August, he assumed military dress and departed for his province. Once the Senate heard the reports, it ordered the 3rd Legion to march to Gaul and reinforce the proconsul Gaius Claudius. In addition, naval officers were sent with ships to Pisa, where they were to patrol the Ligurian coastline and apply pressure from the sea. Quintus Petilius also named a day for the army to gather at Pisa. Claudius, upon hearing that the Ligures had rebelled once more, carried out an emergency levy to strengthen the troops already with him near Parma, and then marched toward the frontier of Ligurian territory. The approach of Claudius was enough to revive memories the Ligures would rather have forgotten. Not long before, he had defeated them badly at the Scultena River, and the fear of meeting him again in open battle was real. This time, they chose terrain over courage. Instead of descending to fight on level ground, they occupied 2 mountains, Letum and Ballista, and reinforced their position with walls. A group of about 1,500 Ligures, delayed in withdrawing from the plains, was trapped and killed before it could reach safety. The rest held to the heights. Even in retreat, their violence did not soften. The captives they had taken from Mutina were savagely mutilated and murdered. Animals were slaughtered near shrines in a frenzy of destruction, rather than sacrificed in any orderly or reverent way. Once they had exhausted their rage on living things, they turned to the plunder itself, smashing useful goods and containers against stone walls. It was destruction for its own sake, the brutality of a people cornered and furious. Quintus Petilius, the consul, had no intention of allowing a campaign of such importance to be concluded without him. He sent a message ordering Gaius Claudius to leave Liguria and join him in Gaul, where he would wait at Campi Macri. Claudius obeyed. He broke camp, withdrew from Liguria, and handed over his forces to the consul at the appointed place. A few days later, the other consul, Gaius Valerius, arrived as well. There, the armies were reorganized. The commanders divided the forces between them and together carried out a purification ceremony over the united troops before moving out again. It was then decided that the enemy would be attacked from different directions. Lots were cast to determine the area in which each commander would operate. The ritual surrounding this decision later became a matter of some concern. Valerius was widely considered to have performed his part correctly because he remained within the sacred boundary required for such proceedings. Petilius, however, was later said by the augurs to have made a fault in the ritual. Although the lot had been placed properly within the sacred enclosure, he himself remained outside it, when he too should have entered. In a world where military success and religious correctness were deeply intertwined, such an error would not be forgotten. After the armies separated, Petilius advanced to face the ridge that connected Mount Ballista and Mount Letum in a single chain. There, he set up camp opposite the enemy position. Tradition later remembered a striking detail from that day. Addressing his soldiers before the battle, Petilius spoke with complete confidence and declared that Letum would be his before nightfall. The word carried an ominous double meaning, but he either did not notice it or refused to care. He launched the attack up the mountains with 2 divisions at once. The column with which he advanced in person made progress quickly. The other division, however, met heavier resistance and began to give way. Petilius rode across to steady the line and restore order. He succeeded in rallying his men, but in doing so he exposed himself recklessly. Riding too far forward in front of the standards, he was struck by a javelin and killed. The enemy did not realize that the Roman commander had fallen. Only a handful of his own men saw what had happened, and they understood immediately how dangerous the news would be if it spread. So they concealed the body and kept silent. Victory, they knew, depended on maintaining the army's momentum. The deception worked. Infantry and cavalry pressed the attack without hesitation, overwhelmed the defenders, and took the mountains even though the man leading the campaign was already dead. Around 5,000 Liggers were killed. Roman losses, by comparison, were said to be remarkably small. Yet the battle did not end the unease surrounding the consul's death. Alongside the obvious fulfillment of his ill-omened words, there were later claims that the sacred signs before battle had not been entirely sound. The keeper of the chickens, responsible for reporting the auspices, was said to have noticed a problem and to have informed the consul, who nevertheless proceeded. Whether the warning was ignored out of haste, confidence, or fatal stubbornness, the result was the same. Petilius won the field but lost his life in the very act of taking it. The surviving text from this part of the story breaks off, but the political consequences were remembered. Legal and religious experts later maintained that when both regular consuls died in the same year, one by illness and the other in battle, a substitute consul did not have the right to hold the elections in the normal way. That opinion reflects how seriously the Romans took the intersection of law, religion, and public office. Even after victories, uncertainty could linger if ritual order had been disturbed or if the chain of magistracies had been broken in an irregular way. What followed in the north was a further effort to secure the region. Marcus Aemilius campaigned against Ligurian and Gallic groups, living on both sides of the Apennines. Publius Mucius moved against those who had ravaged Luna and Pisa. Once he had fully subdued them, he took away their weapons, stripping them of the means to renew the revolt. These campaigns were completed with speed and effectiveness, and the Senate at Rome responded by ordering a public thanksgiving and sacrifices, in honour of the victories won in Gaul and Liguria under the command and auspices of the consuls. The uprising that had seemed dangerous early in the year was suppressed more quickly and more easily than many had feared. Yet even as those western troubles were being contained, attention was beginning to shift eastward. Anxiety about Macedonia was growing beneath the surface. Perseus was suspected of stirring up conflict between the Dardani and the Bastinae. Roman envoys who had been sent to investigate conditions in Macedonia returned to Rome and reported that war had indeed broken out in Dardania. At almost the same moment, spokesmen came from King Perseus to deny that he had encouraged the Bastinae or had any hand in their actions. The Senate chose not to declare him innocent, but neither did it openly condemn him. Instead, it sent a warning. Perseus was to make certain, by his conduct, that he could be seen honouring his treaty with Rome. It was a cautious answer, but also a pointed one. The problem in the north was becoming more serious by the day. The Dardani had hoped that the Bastinae might merely pass through their lands or withdraw. but it became increasingly clear that they were not leaving and were instead growing more oppressive. Worse still, they were receiving support from neighbouring peoples, among them the Thracians and the Scordisci. Faced with that danger, the Dardani decided on action. It was winter, and they deliberately chose that season in the hope that some of the Bastarnae's allies would return home, leaving the main force exposed. Once they believed that had happened and that the Bastarnae stood alone, they assembled near the enemy camp and divided their army in two. One force would take the direct road and attack openly. The other would circle around by a remote pass and strike from the rear. The plan failed before it could fully unfold. Before the flanking force had managed to get behind the camp, the battle had already been decided. The main Dardanian attack was defeated and driven back into a nearby town about 12 miles away. The Bastarnae followed immediately, surrounded the place, and expected either to storm it the next day or to frighten the defenders into surrender. The second Dardanian force, the one that had been sent by the longer route, still knew nothing of the disaster. Approaching from the rear, it found not a prepared enemy but the abandoned and undefended camp of the Bastarnae. The fuller story is lost, but the episode reveals the scale of disorder in the region. What had begun as a local struggle was turning into something broader and more dangerous, something that Rome could not ignore for long. It was in this same wider atmosphere of uncertainty that Antiochus, king of the Seleucid realm, emerged in a portrait unlike that of most rulers. He was a man whose behaviour seemed impossible to pin down. At times, he adopted Roman habits in public, even sitting on an ivory chair to hear minor cases and judge disputes of trivial importance. Yet his manner was so unstable, so strangely mixed, between dignity and absurdity. No one was ever entirely certain what sort of king stood before them. He did not behave toward friends as a king usually did. He smiled readily at men he scarcely knew, and often neglected those who stood close to him. His generosity was equally inconsistent. Some men of rank and self-importance received from him gifts so childish that they felt mocked by them, food, toys, or little trifles unworthy of their station. Others, who had expected nothing at all, were suddenly enriched. To some observers he seemed merely eccentric, to others foolish, and to others still plainly unbalanced. Yet in certain matters there was nothing small or ridiculous about him. In generosity towards cities and in devotion to sacred building, he showed a genuinely royal scale of ambition. He promised to surround Megalopolis with walls and supplied most of the money needed for the project. At Tegea, he began work on a magnificent marble theatre. At Cyzicus, he furnished one of the city's important public dining buildings with a golden dinner service. To the Rhodians, he sent gifts of every sort, not one spectacular object alone, but a wide range of useful offerings suited to many needs. His religious generosity was no less striking. At Athens, he took up the great, unfinished temple of Olympian Zeus, a structure vast enough to match the majesty of the god. On Delos, he adorned sanctuaries with lavish altars and abundant statuary. At Antioch, he planned an immense temple to Capitoline Jupiter, with walls covered in gold and a ceiling sheathed in gleaming panels. Many of these works remained unfinished because his time was too short. But his intentions were enormous, and he scattered similar promises across many parts of the Greek world. He also surpassed many earlier rulers in the splendour of the spectacles he sponsored. Most of these were traditional entertainments with generous numbers of Greek performers. But he also introduced something less familiar and at first more disturbing: gladiatorial combat in the Roman style. When these games first appeared before his people, they inspired more horror than delight, because the audience was unused to such bloodshed as public spectacle. But by repeating the performances more frequently, sometimes with controlled wounds and sometimes with no mercy at all, he gradually accustomed them to the sight. In time, what had once repelled them began to fascinate them. Many young men developed an enthusiasm for fighting, and what had initially required the costly importation of trained combatants from Rome began to take root locally. The culture of spectacle changed under his influence, and the boundary between foreign entertainment and accepted custom began to fade. Elsewhere, Rome was preparing for another demanding year of administration and war. Provincial assignments were made, armies were organised, and additional forces were ordered into the field. Sardinia, Corsica, Spain, and Sicily all demanded attention. Reinforcements were voted for the commanders in Spain, while other provinces were left to operate with what they already had. The consuls were instructed to raise 2 new legions in the usual strength and to call up allied infantry and cavalry as well. But carrying out these levies proved extremely difficult because the plague that had ravaged livestock the previous year had now spread fully among human beings. Those who caught the illness rarely survived beyond the 7th day. Those who did survive often fell into lingering sickness afterward, most commonly a recurring fever that drained them over time rather than killing them at once. The toll was heavy everywhere, but slaves died in especially great numbers. Their bodies lay unburied along the roads because there were not enough hands to bury even the freeborn. Corpses rotted where they had fallen. Dogs and vultures, which might normally have been expected to gather in such conditions, were strangely absent, and people later remarked on that absence as something almost as unsettling as the pestilence itself. For 2 years, they said, not a vulture was seen, despite the heaps of dead men and animals. Such details reveal not only the scale of mortality, but the way catastrophe was perceived through signs, rumours, and fearful memory. The plague also cut deeply into the state's religious personnel. Important priests died, one after another, men holding some of the most respected sacred offices in Rome. Replacements had to be chosen for every vacancy, ensuring that the machinery of public religion would not come to a halt even as disease spread through the city and countryside. Yet the crisis showed no sign of ending. With no relief in sight, the Senate ordered the keepers of the sacred books to consult the ancient oracles. In response, a public day of prayer was decreed, and under the guidance of a leading magistrate, the Roman people made a solemn vow in the Forum. If disease and plague should depart from Roman territory, they would celebrate 2 days of festival and supplication. As so often in Roman memory, pestilence was accompanied by a flood of prodigies. In one district, a 2-headed boy was born. In another, an infant came into the world with only 1 hand. Elsewhere, a baby girl was born, already showing teeth. On a clear day, with no storm in the sky, a rainbow was seen over the temple of Saturn in the Forum. At the same time, 3 suns reportedly appeared together in the heavens. That very night, multiple shooting stars crossed the sky. In Lanuvium and Caere, people said that a crested serpent marked with golden spots had appeared in their towns. In Campania, an ox was said to have spoken. Whether feared as omens, repeated as rumour, or recorded as wonders, these stories reveal the atmosphere of strain under which the Roman state was living. On the 7th of June, envoys returned from Africa. They had first met Massinissa and then gone on to Carthage, and from the king more than from the Carthaginians themselves, they learned what had been taking place. They confirmed that ambassadors from Perseus had been received at Carthage and had held a secret meeting there by night in the temple of Aesculapius. Massinissa further claimed that Carthage had sent envoys of its own to Macedonia. The Carthaginians denied this, but not with the firmness that might have dispelled suspicion. The Senate reacted by sending envoys to Macedonia as well. Rome was clearly no longer content merely to observe events from afar. Around the same time, Perseus himself moved with an army and compelled the Dolopes into obedience. Some among them had resisted him and attempted to refer their disputes to Roman judgment instead. From there, he crossed the mountains and went to Delphi, saying that he wished to consult the oracle on religious matters that troubled him. His sudden appearance in the centre of Greece caused alarm far beyond the immediate region. Nearby communities were shaken, and urgent messages were sent eastward to inform King Eumenes. Perseus remained at Delphi only a short time and then returned to Macedonia without harming the lands through which he passed. In Phthiatic, Achaea and Thessaly, he made a point of passing peacefully. It was a calculated display. He did not rely only on restraint in movement. He also sent ambassadors and letters to communities across Greece, urging them to forget the quarrels they had had with his father. Those old disputes, he argued, should end with the dead king. With him, a new beginning was possible. There was no reason, he suggested, why relations could not be rebuilt in a spirit of trust and friendship. More than any other Greek group, the Achaeans drew his attention. Only they, along with the Athenians, had reached such hostility toward Macedonia that they had barred Macedonians from their territory altogether. That policy had consequences. Because the border was closed, Macedonia had become a refuge for runaway slaves from Achaea, since Achaeans themselves could not safely cross into the Macedonian kingdom. To recover them, Perseus noticed the opportunity. He had some of these slaves arrested and then sent a letter advising that it was the Achaeans' responsibility to find a way to prevent such escapes in the future. On the surface, it appeared restrained and even helpful. When the letter was read publicly by the Achaean magistrate Xenarchus, many found it reasonable. Some were especially inclined to welcome it because they hoped to recover valuable runaways. But not everyone was persuaded. Callicrates, who believed that the safety of the Achaean people rested on strict loyalty to their treaty with Rome, rose to speak against the king's message. He argued that what looked small was in fact dangerous. The issue was not a handful of slaves. The issue was whether the Achaeans were allowing Perseus to gain a foothold among them. Macedonia had been excluded for a reason. No royal envoys, no messengers, no opening through which influence could spread. Yet now, even without being present, Perseus was effectively pleading his case inside their assembly, and some were already nodding in approval. That, Callicrates warned, was exactly how greater dangers began. He pressed the point further. Wild animals, he said in essence, usually recoil from bait set in a trap. Men, by contrast, could be lured by the smallest advantage. In exchange for the hope of recovering a few miserable slaves, they were ready to weaken their own freedom. Perseus was not acting out of kindness. He was looking for an alliance, and any road toward him, however small at first, might lead away from Rome. War between Rome and Macedonia, Callicrates argued, was not some remote possibility. It had long been expected. It had merely been delayed by the death of Philip. Now it was coming. He then turned to the recent history of the Macedonian court. Philip, he reminded his audience, had two sons, Demetrius and Perseus. Demetrius had been superior in ancestry, character, and popularity, yet Philip had put him to death because his friendliness toward Rome made him suspect. Perseus had inherited because Philip intended the kingdom to remain in hostile hands. Everything Perseus had done since taking power, Callicrates claimed, pointed toward preparation for war. He had sent the Bastarnae against the Dardani. He had forced the Dolopes into submission. He had marched through central Greece and appeared suddenly at Delphi. Even his restraint, his refusal to harm those through whose lands he passed, was suspicious because it looked like deliberate charm. His letter to the Achaeans was no innocent courtesy. It was an attempt to overturn the policy that kept Macedonia out of the Peloponnese. First royal envoys would return, then exchanges of hospitality, then influence, and before long, perhaps armies. Callicrates concluded that nothing should be changed. Let the decree remain in force. If peace between Rome and Macedonia endured, relations could be reconsidered later. But for now, any new decision would be premature and dangerous. After him spoke Arco, the brother of the magistrate Xenarchus, and he answered in a very different spirit. Callicrates, he said, had made disagreement difficult by framing the entire matter as if anyone who opposed him must also be opposing Rome. By presenting himself as the defender of the Roman alliance, he made all others appear suspect before they had even spoken. Arco challenged his certainty. Callicrates talked, he said, as though he had just come from the private councils of Rome or from the king's own inner chamber. He claimed to know what had happened in secret, what Philip had intended, why Perseus inherited, what the Macedonians were planning, and what the Romans were thinking. But such confidence rested on guesswork dressed up as certainty. No one truly knew all these things. The facts surrounding Demetrius's death, Philip's intentions, and Perseus's future plans were not laid open before the Achaean assembly. Decisions, Arco argued, should be made not on suspicion and dramatic interpretation, but on what could actually be seen and known in public. Arco continued by arguing that the situation did not point toward war at all, but toward a guarded peace. Perseus, he reminded the assembly, had been recognized as king by Rome itself when he inherited the Macedonian throne. Roman envoys had gone to him, and he had received them warmly. These were not the signs of a ruler already at open odds with the Republic. If Rome itself could maintain formal relations with Perseus, then it was hard to see why the Achaeans alone should cling to an endless hostility. There was no compelling reason for them, and them alone, to preserve a state of permanent enmity with Macedonia. They were not helpless, and they were not exposed in the same way as some of the smaller peoples nearer the Macedonian frontier. Their own strength, together with their distance, gave them a measure of safety. And even if danger were closer than it seemed, he asked whether the Romans would value the loyalty of their long-standing allies less than that of peoples who had only recently stood against them. If other Greeks could maintain ordinary relations with Macedonia, why should the Achaeans be the single exception, cut off from all ordinary human dealings as if some universal bond had collapsed only in their case? He pressed the point by separating Perseus from the memory of Philip. If Philip's conduct had once driven the Achaeans to harsh measures, that did not automatically condemn his son. Perseus was a new king, not yet marked by wrongdoing, and he had shown a willingness to reverse the bitterness of the previous generation through gestures of restraint and generosity. Arco even suggested that the older balance sheet of Macedonian history should not be forgotten. Earlier Macedonian kings, he said, had done much for the Achaeans, enough that their services outweighed the wrongs associated with Philip, especially now that Philip himself was gone. He recalled the days when the Roman fleet had stood at Cenchreae and the Roman consul had waited nearby with his army, and yet the Achaeans had spent days debating whether to align with Rome or with Philip. That hesitation had not come from fear alone. It came from the long-standing relationship between the Achaeans and Macedonia, and from the memory of benefits once received from Macedonian rulers. Those older ties, he argued, should still matter. Not because the Achaeans should rush into a new alliance, but because they should not insist on being exceptional enemies forever. Arco then tried to strip away the alarm that his opponents had built around the issue. No one, he said, was proposing a fresh treaty or some binding political alliance with Perseus. No one was asking the Achaeans to commit themselves recklessly. The matter was much narrower. It concerned legal reciprocity and ordinary access. It was about whether Achaeans should be able to enter Macedonian territory, and whether Macedonians should be barred absolutely from Achaean land. If that barrier were relaxed in a practical way, runaway slaves would lose their safe refuge. That, in his view, was the real substance of the question. Why turn a limited public matter into a cause for panic, why inflate a manageable issue into proof of treason or betrayal? Why should some men make others appear suspicious merely to gain favour with Rome by seeming especially severe? If war came, he said, Perseus would have no reason to doubt that the Achaeans would stand with Rome. But as long as peace still lasted, there was no need to preserve every old resentment, as though reconciliation itself were dangerous. The speech appealed to many of the same men who had already responded favourably to the king's earlier letter. Yet no decision was made at once. The leading men of the Achaean assembly were offended by the manner of the approach. They thought it beneath their dignity that Perseus should try to achieve through a brief written message what he had not first thought worthy of a formal embassy. Later, the king corrected this and sent ambassadors in person, while the Achaeans were meeting at Megalopolis. Even then, however, those who feared giving offence to Rome moved carefully. They made sure the ambassadors were not allowed into the assembly itself. The discussion was not closed, but neither was it allowed to develop into open contact. Elsewhere in Greece, another kind of violence was consuming the Aetolians. Their political hatreds had turned inward so completely that they seemed to be destroying themselves by mutual slaughter. It looked less like civil conflict than like a people wearing itself away in repeated revenge. Eventually both sides, worn down by bloodshed, sent envoys to Rome and began to discuss terms for restoring some kind of internal peace. For a moment, exhaustion seemed stronger than hatred. But that moment did not last. A new outrage shattered the fragile movement toward reconciliation and reignited everything. A leading man named Eupolemus had personally guaranteed safe return for 80 prominent exiles who belonged to the faction of Proxenus and had been driven out from Hypata. Trusting his word, they came back. Eupolemus himself went out with a crowd to meet them, and the first moments of their return were full of embraces, greetings, and apparent goodwill. But once they had passed through the gates, they were butchered. Their appeals to the promise that had been given them meant nothing. Neither the pledge of honour nor the gods called upon to witness it could save them. The killings tore open the old wounds at once, and war burst out again with greater fury than before. Rome responded by sending commissioners to investigate and intervene. They went to Delphi, where representatives of both Aetolian factions argued their cases with all the intensity that years of hatred had created. In the debate, Proxenus was widely judged to have had the stronger cause and the stronger voice. Yet even this brought no resolution. Only a few days later, Proxenus was poisoned by his own wife, Orthobola. She was tried, condemned, and sent into exile. It was another grim example of a political world in which murder had become an extension of faction, rather than an interruption of it. Crete too was trapped in the same cycle of reckless violence. The island's cities and factions were gripped by a furious instability that seemed to feed on itself. The arrival of a Roman envoy with ships created, for a brief time, the hope that peace might be imposed or negotiated. A truce was arranged, but it lasted only 6 months. Once it expired, the war resumed more violently than before. At the same time, the Lycians continued to suffer under Rhodian pressure. Across the eastern Mediterranean, local conflicts overlapped, shifted, and flared again with very little warning. Yet for Rome, and for any account centred on Roman affairs, there was only so much space to follow every quarrel among foreign peoples in full detail. Even while those disturbances continued, Roman attention was fixed above all on matters where its own power, armies, and prestige were most directly involved. In Spain, a familiar problem returned. The Celtiberians, who had earlier submitted after defeat by Tiberius Gracchus, had remained quiet while the province was governed by Marcus Titinius. But with the arrival of Appius Claudius, that calm ended. The rebellion opened with a sudden strike against the Roman camp. It was just after dawn, The guards were already at their stations, posted along the walls and in the towers over the gates, and they saw the enemy approaching from a distance. The alarm was raised at once. Appius Claudius had the signal for battle given, addressed the soldiers in a short and urgent speech, and ordered a sortie through all 3 gates at once. At first the fighting was close and confused. The Celtiberians pressed hard against the exits and tried to bottle the Romans inside the camp. In the narrow gate passages, the Roman troops could not deploy properly, and only a limited number could fight at any given moment. The struggle was cramped, crowded, and balanced, but once more soldiers forced their way out beyond the walls, the situation changed. The Romans were finally able to spread their line, extend toward the wings, and match the enemy's broader encirclement. Then they surged forward with a sudden violence that the Celtiberians could not withstand. The resistance collapsed quickly. Before the morning was far advanced, the enemy had already been broken. Thousands were killed or captured. Many standards were seized, and the hostile camp itself fell into Roman hands. The survivors scattered back to their towns, and with that, the uprising was effectively over in a single day. After such a defeat, the Celtiberians submitted quietly once again to Roman control. Back in Rome, the censors chosen for the year carried out one of their most serious public duties, the review of the Senate. Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, already the chief priest, was recognized as the leading member of the Senate, and 9 men were expelled from the role. Among those removed were figures of high visibility, including former magistrates and men from distinguished houses. One of them had held command in Spain not long before. Another was serving in a major judicial office at the very time of his expulsion. The review was a reminder that rank and office did not place anyone beyond moral or political judgment. The censors were expected not merely to count citizens and supervise property, but to guard standards of conduct and public dignity. The consuls, meanwhile, performed their vows on the capital and left for their provinces. One of them, Marcus Aemilius, was given an unusual assignment. In Venetia, among the people of Patavium, internal faction had escalated into open civil strife, and local envoys had asked for Roman help. Roman commissioners dealing with unrest in Aetolia had already made clear that such disturbances could become unmanageable if left to themselves. In Patavium, however, the consul's arrival was enough. His presence restored order before the conflict could widen further. With nothing else demanding his attention in that province, he soon returned to Rome. It was a small but revealing example of Roman authority. Sometimes a campaign required a siege and a battle. Sometimes it required only the visible weight of consular power. The censors, for their part, left a deep mark on the city itself. They were the first to contract for the paving of Rome's streets with stone. Roads beyond the city were to be surfaced with gravel and properly edged. Bridges were to be built in many places. They ordered the construction of a stage for the use of the idols and praetors during public performances. In the circus, they provided starting gates, lap counters marked with eggs, turning posts, and iron cages from which wild beasts could be released during spectacles. They also undertook works linked to the great festivals of the Alban Mount. The ascent from the Forum to the Capitol was paved with stone, and a colonnade was built running from the Temple of Saturn toward the Capitol and onward in the direction of the main political buildings. Markets were paved and enclosed. Existing porticos were repaired. Steps were built from the Tiber up to the trading area. Roads inside the city were improved, and a colonnade was raised along one of the important streets leading toward the Temple of Venus. Their activity extended beyond Rome itself. Contracts were issued for walls around Calatia and Auximum. The revenue from public leases was used to surround both forums with shops. These were not minor embellishments. they were improvements that reshaped how movement, trade, performance, and public life functioned in the city and beyond it. Yet the two censors did not behave identically. Postumius declared that he would not spend on anything unless it had been directly ordered by the Senate or the Roman people. Fulvius Flaccus took a more expansive approach. He used public funds for temples, road paving, water supply works, drains, town walls, porticos, and even statuary in several colonies. At Pisorum and Fundi, he sponsored temples to Jupiter. At Potentia, he arranged for an aqueduct. At Sinuessa, he ordered drains installed, walls built around the town, and the forum enclosed with porticos and shops. He also commissioned 3 statues of Janus. The colonists in these places were deeply grateful for the improvements. At the same time, the censorship was severe in moral discipline. Many men were stripped of equestrian rank. This was not a mild or ceremonial oversight. It was a stern and active censorship that aimed to shape both the fabric of the state and the conduct of its leading citizens. As the year moved toward its close, public religion once again marked Rome's response to events abroad and disasters at home. A day of thanksgiving was ordered for the success achieved in Spain under Appius Claudius, and sacrifices were performed in recognition of that victory. On another occasion, there was a public supplication at the temple of Ceres, Liber, and Libera after news arrived from Sabine territory that a powerful earthquake had brought down many buildings. Military success and natural catastrophe alike called for ritual acknowledgement. The Romans did not sharply separate divine favour, public security, and the management of political life. All belonged to the same order of responsibility. When Appius Claudius returned from Spain, the Senate granted him the right to enter the city in ovation. It was a lesser honour than a full triumph, but still a clear public recognition of military success. At the same time, elections for the coming year were approaching, and the contest for the consulship was intense, because many candidates sought the office. In the end, Lucius Postumius Albinus and Marcus Popilius Laenus were chosen. Then new praetors were elected, some entering office for the first time and others returning to it. Once these elections had been completed, Appius Claudius Centho celebrated his ovation over the Celtiberians as he came into the city. Considerable amounts of silver and gold were carried into the public treasury. The honour marked not only his battlefield success, but the larger Roman expectation that victory must be translated into visible benefit for the state. That same year, another public memorial was set up, this one in the Temple of Mater Matuta. It recorded the achievements of Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus in Sardinia. According to the inscription, a Roman legion and army under his command had subdued the island, killed or captured more than 80,000 enemies, restored the freedom of Rome's allies there, and reimposed tribute. Once his duty had been completed, he had brought his army home, safe, intact, and rich with spoils. For that reason he'd entered Rome in triumph for a second time and dedicated the monument to Jupiter. The tablet also displayed a map of Sardinia and images of the battles. It was not simply a record. It was a visual statement of conquest, order restored, and Roman power made permanent in memory through text and image. Public entertainment too continued to grow in scale. There were several gladiatorial shows during the year, but one in particular stood out. Titus Flamininus, honouring the memory of his father, staged games that lasted 4 days. They included a banquet, sacrificial feasting, and theatrical performances, making the event as much a public display of family status as an act of memorial devotion. The climax of the spectacle was the gladiatorial combat itself. 74 fighters appeared over the course of 3 days, an impressive number for the period. Such shows were still developing in scale and popularity, but they were already becoming a powerful part of Roman public culture, combining piety, social ambition, violence, and display into a single form of civic theatre. At the opening of the year, when Lucius Postumius Albinus and Marcus Popilius Laenas entered the consulship, the Senate turned immediately to the question of provinces, armies, and the gathering storm beyond Italy. Both consuls were assigned to Liguria, a sign that Rome still regarded the north as unstable enough to require its highest magistrates in the field. They were ordered to raise powerful forces. Each was to enroll 2 fresh Roman legions, together with 10,000 infantry and 600 cavalry from the Latin and Italian allies. Reinforcements were also approved for Spain, where additional Roman infantry and cavalry were to be sent, and further troops were assigned for the praetor, who would go to Sardinia and then cross over to Corsica to conduct operations there. Until that transfer was complete, Sardinia would remain in the hands of Marcus Attilius. The praetors then drew their responsibilities in the usual way. One took the city's internal jurisdiction, another the cases involving Romans and foreigners, while others received nearer Spain, farther Spain, Sicily, and Sardinia. Rome was distributing authority across the Mediterranean. But behind these formal arrangements lay a growing awareness that a far larger conflict might soon overshadow all the rest. Before the magistrates departed, another matter was placed in the hands of Lucius Postumius. The Senate decided that he should go to Campania to investigate the boundaries between public land and private property, because it had become widely known that certain individuals had gradually extended their holdings into land that belonged to the state, and were now treating it as their own. This was the kind of issue that could easily appear technical, but in Rome it was never merely technical. Land, power, law, and privilege were inseparable. Yet Postumius was not a man inclined to handle authority with restraint. He had long held a grudge against the people of Praeneste, who had failed, in his opinion, to honour him properly when he had once visited their shrine of Fortuna as a private citizen. Before even leaving Rome, he sent orders ahead to the town, demanding that its chief magistrate meet him on the road, arrange lodging for him at public expense, and provide pack animals for his onward journey. That demand marked a change in the tone of Roman rule, and not a welcome one. Until then, magistrates had generally not treated allied communities as personal sources of comfort and supply. They were equipped officially with transport, tents, and the necessities of travel precisely so that they would not burden the allies. Hospitality did exist, but it was meant to be reciprocal, gracious, and voluntary. Roman officials accepted private courtesy while travelling and later repaid it at Rome when those same hosts came there. In urgent circumstances, an envoy might request a single mule from a town along the way, but demands beyond that had not been treated as normal. Even if Postumius had reason for resentment, the consulship was not supposed to be used to settle private insults. Yet the quiet compliance of the people of Praeneste, whether born from caution or fear, only helped create a dangerous precedent. By yielding, they seemed to legitimize burdens that Roman magistrates had not previously claimed as a right. At the beginning of that same year, ambassadors who had recently returned from Aetolia and Macedonia gave their reports. They said they had been unable to meet Perseus. Some had been told he was away, others that he was ill, but both explanations were plainly evasions. What mattered was not the excuse, but the impression left behind. Military preparations were clearly underway, and the king no longer seemed interested in postponing war. The envoys also described worsening factional violence in Aetolia, where internal strife was deepening day by day, and Roman authority had failed to bring the main instigators under control. The atmosphere surrounding Rome was changing. Unrest in Greece, evasiveness in Macedonia, and the visible preparations of Perseus all suggested that the Republic was moving toward a major eastern conflict. Because war with Macedonia now seemed increasingly likely, the Senate decided that the state must first make peace with the gods. Every reported prodigy was to be expiated, and the prescribed prayers from the sacred books were to be used before any great war began. The signs that had recently been reported were numerous and strange. At Lanuvium, people claimed to have seen in the sky the likeness of an immense fleet. At Privernum, dark wool was said to have sprung from the earth. In the territory near Vai, there had been a shower of stones. The Pomptine district was said to have been overwhelmed by locusts in such numbers that they seemed like storm clouds. In Gallic territory, fish were reportedly turned up in freshly ploughed soil. These were not treated as curiosities. The sacred books were consulted, and the priestly board determined which sacrifices should be offered to which gods. Public supplications were decreed, along with renewed prayers for the health of the people and a religious festival. All was carried out according to written instruction, because in moments like these, Rome believed that exact ritual observance was part of its defence. That same year brought an act of sacrilege that shocked the Senate. Quintus Fulvius Flaccus, while serving as censor, was building a temple to Fortuna Equestris, a shrine he had vowed years earlier during his fighting in Spain. Competitive pride had seized him. He wanted his new temple to be larger and more splendid than any other in Rome, and he decided that marble roof tiles would give it unmatched magnificence. With that in mind, he went south to Bruttium and stripped half the roof from the temple of Juno Licinia, one of the most revered sanctuaries in the region. He had calculated that what he removed would be enough to cover his own building. Ships were already standing by to carry the tiles away, and his authority as censor was enough to keep the allies too frightened to resist this violation. When Fulvius returned to Rome, the tiles were unloaded and carried to his temple. Although there had been an effort to keep their origin unspoken, the truth could not remain hidden. The Curia erupted. All sides demanded that the consuls bring the matter formally before the Senate. When the censor appeared, he was attacked with bitter force. Men accused him of despoiling one of the holiest temples in Italy, a sanctuary that neither Pyrrhus nor Hannibal had dared to violate. He had not merely borrowed decoration, he had torn open the roof, exposed the structure beneath to weather and decay, and left a sacred building effectively mutilated. The outrage was sharpened by the irony of his office. A censor was supposed to oversee public morality and ensure the care of sacred places, not wander through allied lands damaging temples and stripping them for ornament. The charge against him was larger than theft. It was that he had tried to beautify one Roman temple by desecrating another, as if the gods worshipped by allies were somehow lesser than those worshipped at Rome. The Senate's mood was clear even before the vote was taken. It was unanimously decided that the tiles must be carried back and restored, and that sacrifices must be made to appease Juno. The expiatory rites were performed with care. Yet when the tiles were returned, the contractors reported that they had been left within the temple precinct because no craftsman could discover how to fix them back into place. The damage done in arrogance could not simply be undone by decree. The religious offence had been acknowledged, but the temple itself remained visibly wounded. Elsewhere that year, events in the provinces continued. Numerius Fabius, one of the praetors assigned abroad, died at Massilia while on his way to nearer Spain. When the news reached Rome, the Senate decided that the two men already holding command in Spain should cast lots to determine which one would remain with extended authority. The result favoured Publius Furius, who stayed on in the province he had already governed. In the same period, the Senate also decreed that land recently captured in Ligurian and Gallic territory should be divided up, since large stretches of it still lay empty. The urban praetor appointed a commission of 10 men to oversee the work. Roman citizens were each given 10 augura, while the Latin allies received 3. It was another example of how conquest turned into settlement, and how military success was translated into a remaking of landholding and population. At the same time, fresh embassies arrived at Rome from Aetolia and Thessaly. The Aetolians brought more reports of internal quarrels and renewed upheaval. The Thessalians came with news from the Macedonian world, where tension was rising steadily. Perseus, for his part, was clearly turning over in his mind the war that his father Philip had once planned but had not lived to carry out. Through embassies, promises, and gestures of favour, he was making himself agreeable to Greek cities and peoples across the region, even when those promises remained largely words. A considerable portion of public opinion, especially outside the circles most tied to Rome, leaned toward him. In fact, many seem to have found him more appealing than Eumenes, despite all that Eumenes had done for Greek cities through gifts, benefactions, and careful rule. The cities under Eumenes' control were generally well governed and had little reason to desire change, yet Perseus still stirred imaginations and sympathies in a way that was hard to explain purely by policy. His personal reputation did not justify such affection. Stories followed him everywhere, darkening his image. It was said that after his father's death, he had killed his own wife with his own hand. It was also said that one of the men who had once assisted him in the murder of his brother, a man who had first fled and later returned expecting reward, had in turn been secretly eliminated by Perseus. Alongside these tales were broader accusations of multiple killings, both among Macedonians and foreigners. He was not known for justice, generosity, or any especially admirable quality. Yet many cities still preferred him to Eumenes, a king who had shown loyalty to family, fairness towards subjects, and generosity to others. The explanation may have lain in the old prestige of the Macedonian monarchy, still surrounded by grandeur and memory, while the kingdom of Pergamum seemed newer and perhaps less majestic. Or perhaps people simply longed for altered circumstances. Or perhaps they feared, beneath everything else, the growing reach of Rome and did not wish all political roads to end there. Debt was also helping to poison relations throughout parts of Greece. The Aetolians were not alone in being driven into internal conflict by crushing financial burdens. Thessaly suffered from the same disease, and the problem had spread into Perrhaebia as well. When news reached Rome that Thessaly had taken up arms, Appius Claudius was sent to assess the situation and restore order. He first rebuked the leaders on both sides, then attacked the heart of the problem. With the creditors accepting terms, especially those who had loaded their loans with excessive and unfair interest, he reduced the burden of debt and arranged for the legally owed sums to be paid off over 10 years in installments. He settled matters in Perrhaebia in much the same way. The Roman intervention here was not military conquest, but political surgery, an attempt to calm societies whose factionalism had become inseparable from financial desperation. Meanwhile, at Delphi, Marcus Marcellus heard the opposing Aetolian parties argue their cases with all the bitterness they had shown in civil war itself. He quickly saw that both sides were matched not only in energy but in recklessness and shamelessness. Rather than issue a ruling that would lighten the burden for one side or increase it for the other, he sought something simpler and harder: that they stop fighting, settle their disputes, and leave the matter behind. To strengthen confidence in this arrangement, hostages were exchanged by mutual agreement and placed at Corinth. It was peace held together not by trust, but by shared fear of losing what each side valued most. After Delphi, Marcellus crossed over to Aegium in the Peloponnese and convened a meeting with the Achaeans. There, he praised them for continuing to uphold their old decree that excluded Macedonian kings from crossing into their territory. At the same time, he made clear the depth of Roman hostility toward Perseus. Eumenes then came to Rome, eager to intensify that hostility. He brought with him a carefully assembled account of Perseus's military preparations, hoping to persuade the Senate that the danger was no longer theoretical. In response, 5 Roman ambassadors were sent to Macedonia to examine conditions for themselves. They were also instructed to continue on to Alexandria and renew Rome's alliance with Ptolemy. The diplomatic web was widening. Rome was no longer merely reacting to news. It was actively positioning itself before war formally began. Around the same time, envoys arrived from Antiochus. Their spokesman explained the delay in payment of tribute and assured the Senate that the full amount had now been brought so that no special concession need be asked beyond a grace period. He also presented a gift of gold vessels and declared that the king wished to renew for himself the same alliance and treaty that had existed with his father. Antiochus, he said, was ready to fulfill whatever duty was required of a good and loyal ally. He asked only that Rome treat him accordingly. The envoy also reminded the Senate how honourably Antiochus had once been treated at Rome, where he had been received with such courtesy that he was regarded not as a hostage, but as a king. The embassy was received favourably. The alliance was renewed, the tribute accepted, the gold vessels taken into public care, and the envoy himself rewarded generously and lodged at public expense while he remained in Italy. Reports from Syria had already indicated that he was highly regarded by the king and inclined in a friendly direction toward Rome. In a moment of rising tension with Macedonia, this friendly eastern relationship mattered. The provincial campaigns of the year continued without pause. In Corsica, the praetor Gaius Cittereus fought a pitched battle in which many Corsicans were killed and a large number taken prisoner. During the fighting, he vowed a temple to Juno Moneta. The Corsicans then sued for peace and were assessed an enormous tribute in wax. Having imposed submission on the island, Cittereus crossed over to Sardinia. Meanwhile, in Liguria, serious fighting took place near Carystus, a town in the territory of the Statelates. A large Ligurian force had gathered there. When the consul, Marcus Popilius, first approached, the Ligures stayed inside the town, but once they realized he was preparing to attack the place itself, they came out and formed for battle before the gates. That was exactly what he had hoped to force them into doing. The battle that followed was hard and prolonged. For more than 3 hours, neither side could break the other. The Ligurian standards held firm across the line, and the consul saw that his infantry alone was not going to shake them. So he ordered the cavalry to mount and launch a simultaneous 3-pronged push, meant to throw the enemy into confusion from multiple directions at once. A strong mounted force broke through the centre, drove behind the Ligurian ranks and triggered panic. Once fear spread, the line dissolved. The Ligures fled in every direction. Roman cavalry concentrated especially on blocking the route back into the town, and only a few slipped through. Many had already fallen in the long struggle, and many more were killed in the chaotic retreat. The losses reported for the Ligures were immense, while Roman losses too were substantial. A reminder that even a clear victory could be dearly bought when the battle line had held stubbornly for so long. After the fighting, the scattered Ligures regrouped and surrendered. They knew their dead outnumbered the survivors, and that only a remnant remained. They did not bargain. They seem instead to have trusted that the consul would not treat them worse than other Roman commanders had treated defeated enemies in the past. That hope was shattered. Popilius disarmed them all, destroyed their town, and sold them and their possessions. Then he sent a letter to Rome announcing what he had done, as though it were a straightforward military success. The reaction in the Senate was one of shock. Because Lucius Postumius was occupied in Campania with the investigation of public and private land, the letter was read before the Senate by the urban praetor Aulus Atilius. The senators were appalled not only by the cruelty of what had happened, but by the precedent it threatened to establish. The Statelites had not been among the Ligurian peoples who had openly taken up arms, first against Rome. They had surrendered, placing themselves in Roman good faith. Yet after doing so, they had been stripped, broken, and sold into slavery in vast numbers. Men and women who had trusted Rome's word had been dispersed as property among those who only recently had been Rome's genuine enemies. The Senate saw this as intolerable. If surrender led to such treatment, then what people would ever again dare to lay down arms and entrust themselves to Roman mercy? For that reason, the Senate decreed that Marcus Popilius must return the money he had received from selling the Ligurs and free them. He was to make every effort to restore their property, recover what could be recovered, and return their weapons. He was not to leave his province until he had re-established in their own homes the people who had surrendered voluntarily. The decree also carried a moral rebuke. Victory, the Senate reminded him, drew its honour from overcoming armed enemies, not from abusing those who'd already submitted. It was one of those moments when Rome, however brutally it often acted, still insisted on a public distinction between conquest and treachery. Popilius reacted to this decision with the same violent temper he had shown in war. He placed his legions into winter quarters at Pisa and hurried back to Rome, furious both with the Senate and with the praetor who had introduced the matter. He immediately summoned the Senate to meet in the Temple of Bellona and launched a long attack on Aulus Attilius. Instead of asking the Senate to honour the gods for a major victory, he complained the praetor had produced a decree against a consul and in favour of the enemy. In Popilius's telling, his victory had effectively been handed over to the Ligurs, and the Senate had practically ordered him to submit himself to them. He demanded that the decree be revoked and replaced with a thanksgiving. If the Senate had wanted to honour the gods and show him even a minimum of respect, it should have done so when his letter first arrived. It should do so now, he argued, both for religion and for his own dignity. The Senate did not bend. Several members answered him as harshly in person as they had condemned him in absence. He left Rome having achieved nothing. The other consul, Postumius, spent the summer examining land claims in Campania and returned for the elections without ever having set foot in the province assigned to him in war. He then presided over the election of the next consuls and praetors. Public business moved on, but the anger over Liguria had not faded. A lustrum was held that year by the censors Quintus Fulvius Flaccus and Aulus Postumius Albinus. The censors counted 269,015 Roman citizens. The reduced figure was connected to the consul Lucius Postumius, public enforcement of an earlier rule requiring Latins who had returned to their home cities to be counted there rather than at Rome. In most respects, the census was conducted smoothly and to public benefit. The censors marked certain men as aerarii, removed others from their voting tribes, and acted in rare harmony, neither blocking the disciplinary decisions of the other. Fulvius also dedicated the temple of Fortuna Equestris, 7 years after vowing it in Spain, and celebrated the occasion with theatrical performances and games in the circus. That same year saw other notable events. A major priest died and was replaced. An enormous swarm of locusts arrived from the sea and smothered the fields of Apulia. The threat to agriculture was so severe that the incoming praetor Gnaeus Sicinius was specifically empowered to deal with it, and even with large manpower at his disposal, clearing the plague took considerable time. Thus, as one year ended and another began, the Roman state found itself dealing at once with moral scandal, provincial violence, natural disaster, religious duty, and the rising political struggle over Macedonia. At the opening of the following year, with Gaius Popilius and Publius Aelius now consuls, old disputes immediately returned. The Senate wanted to take up the Ligurian question again and renew the decree against Marcus Popilius. Aelius brought the matter forward. Gaius Popilius openly defended his brother and stated that he would veto any decree directed against him. His colleague was discouraged by that stance, but the senators themselves became only more determined. When the provinces were discussed, Macedonia was highly desirable because war with Perseus seemed close. Yet the Senate refused to grant it. Instead, both consuls were assigned once more to Liguria. They also refused to grant either consul new armies or reinforcements. The same denial met the praetors seeking extra troops for Spain. The Senate was making its point with complete clarity. As long as the matter of Marcus Popilius remained unresolved, it would not entrust greater commands to those defending him. The consuls reacted with anger. They set the Latin festival for the earliest possible day and announced that they were on the verge of leaving for their province, and that no public business would be conducted except what was necessary for provincial administration. The relationship between magistrates and Senate was badly strained. It was in this tense climate that one of the most important diplomatic arrivals of the period reached Rome. Some writers later claimed it was Attalus, brother of King Eumenes, who came as ambassador to accuse Perseus and reveal his war preparations. Most accounts, however, said that Eumenes himself came, and that is how the event was remembered above all. Eumenes was received with exceptional honour. Romans believed this treatment was owed, not only to his rank, but to the many services and acts of loyalty that had long bound him to them. When he was brought before the Senate, he explained that he had come not merely from personal desire to see the city, its gods, and the men whose favour had elevated his kingdom beyond anything once imaginable, but to warn Rome before Perseus's designs had gone too far. He began by recalling the plans of Philip. Demetrius, Philip's son, who had opposed war with Rome, had been murdered. The Bastarnae had been stirred from their lands as potential instruments in a march toward Italy. Philip had died while still contemplating that project and had left the throne to the son he knew to be most hostile to Rome. Perseus, Eumenes argued, had inherited not only the kingdom, but the war that Philip had left unfinished. From that point, Eumenes described Perseus as a king whose every thought had long been directed toward preparing and nourishing conflict. Macedonia, he said, was full of young men made strong by a long peace. The kingdom's resources were abundant. Perseus himself stood in the prime of life, physically vigorous and mentally seasoned by long exposure to warfare. As a boy, he had shared his father's campaigns, occupied his tent, and taken on missions not only in border fighting but even in the war against Rome itself. Since taking the throne, he had succeeded in accomplishing many things that Philip had once pursued with all kinds of force and cunning, but had failed to secure. His power, Eumenes warned, was no hollow inheritance. It had been expanded and reinforced by years of calculated favour and visible success. Eumenes then widened the picture. Across Greece and Asia, he said, cities held Perseus in awe. He admitted that he could not fully explain why. He could not point to any outstanding generosity or clear policy that justified so much admiration. Perhaps fortune had aided Perseus. Perhaps, though he was reluctant to say it openly, dislike of Roman power made the Macedonian king more attractive in the eyes of others. Even among kings his standing was high. He had married the daughter of Seleucus, not as a suitor pleading for advantage, but as a ruler sought after. He had given his own sister in marriage to Prusias, who had pressed eagerly for the match. These unions had been celebrated widely, and delegations from important peoples had joined the festivities, with gifts and public goodwill. He reminded the Senate too that even in Greece, Perseus' influence had advanced markedly. Philip had once tried and failed to secure the Boeotians by treaty. Yet under Perseus, their alliance had been publicly inscribed in places of major religious and political importance. In Achaea, Eumenes suggested, only a few men had prevented the opening from going much further. He contrasted this with his own position. The honours once granted him by Greek communities, despite all the public and personal services he had performed, had in many places lapsed through neglect and in others been removed out of hostility. In Aetolia, he said, during their own internal conflict, men had turned to Perseus instead of to Rome. The trend was unmistakable. Yet, Eumenes insisted, Perseus did not depend solely on friendships and alliances abroad. His preparations at home were so complete that outside support was almost unnecessary. He had gathered provisions sufficient, it was said, to sustain 30,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry for 10 years. His treasury was rich enough not only to maintain Macedonian troops, but to pay 10,000 mercenaries for the same length of time. And this did not even include the yearly yield of the royal mines. His arsenals contained equipment for multiple armies, and beyond Macedonia itself stood Thrace, a reservoir of manpower he could draw on, as though it were a spring that never ran dry. This was the image Eumenes wanted Rome to see. Not an isolated king making threats, but a ruler whose diplomacy, military resources, prestige, and strategic patience had already brought him close to becoming the centre of a much wider coalition. He ended not merely with information, but with warning. These were not rumours repeated carelessly, he said, nor accusations coloured by private hatred. He presented them as findings carefully gathered, as if by a man sent to observe with his own eyes. He had not crossed the sea and left his own kingdom behind in order to destroy his credibility by telling invented stories. What he had seen was a world shifting. Great cities in Asia and Greece were revealing their inclinations more openly with every passing day. And if this continued unchecked, they would reach a point from which return would be difficult. Perseus, he said, was not confining himself within the borders of Macedonia. Some communities he had already bent by force. Others, too strong to be taken that way, he was drawing in through favour, courtesy, and calculated kindness. The danger, in Eumenes' view, was not merely that Perseus was preparing for war. It was that he was preparing the political world around him to welcome it. Eumenes closed his warning by pointing to what he believed was the most dangerous imbalance of all. While Perseus was steadily moving toward a war, Rome was still extending to him the outward safety of peace. To Eumenes, that contrast was alarming. It seemed to him that Perseus was no longer merely gathering strength for some distant conflict, but already acting as though the struggle had begun. One after another, men and communities tied to Rome had been struck. Abrupolis, a ruler friendly to Rome, had been driven from his kingdom. An Illyrian leader connected to Rome had been killed once Perseus discovered that messages were passing to the Romans. In Boeotia, prominent men who had spoken too freely against him and threatened to report his activities were removed. The Byzantines had received his support in a manner that disregarded Rome's agreements. The Dolopes had been attacked. In Thessaly and Doris, he had entered with his army under the pretext of helping the lower orders. Yet, in reality, he was using social tension to break the influence of the leading families. In Thessaly and Perrhaebia, he spread confusion everywhere by encouraging the hope that debts would be cancelled, undermining the wealthy and powerful, while binding the common people to himself through gratitude and dependence. To Eumenes, all of this added up to a single conclusion. Perseus had come to believe that Greece had effectively been abandoned to him. Since Rome had watched these moves without striking back, he assumed there would be no armed resistance before he reached Italy itself. Eumenes left it to the Senate to decide how safe or honourable such a situation truly was. But he made clear what he felt. In his eyes, It was deeply shameful that Perseus might arrive in Italy in arms, before an ally could arrive in time to warn Rome of the danger. He had done what duty required. He had crossed the sea, spoken plainly, and discharged the obligation he owed to Rome and to his own kingdom. Beyond that, he said, little remained except to pray that the gods would guide Rome to protect itself, its allies, and its friends before the balance of power shifted too far. The speech left the Senate unsettled, yet the discussion that followed remained hidden behind the closed silence of the Curia. At the time, almost no one outside knew more than that Eumenes had been there. Only much later, after war had finally run its course, did fragments of his words and the Roman response begin to circulate. A few days afterward, ambassadors from Perseus were admitted. But by then, the atmosphere had already been shaped by what Eumenes had said. The king's representatives arrived too late to find neutral minds. Their apologies, denials, and requests found little sympathy among men who had already begun to imagine Perseus, not as an uncertain partner in a fragile peace, but as a coming enemy. What made matters worse was the tone adopted by Harpalus, the leading envoy. Rather than approach the Senate with care, he spoke with a confidence that many found offensive. He insisted that Perseus longed to be believed when he said he had never acted with hostile intent. Yet, in the same breath, he warned that if Rome insisted on searching relentlessly for a pretext for war, the king would meet that danger boldly. He ended with a remark that was remembered because it grated so sharply on Roman ears. War, he said, was an impartial thing, and its outcome was never certain. It was the kind of language that might have suited equals, speaking across an already hostile frontier. Spoken at Rome, in a Senate already stirred by suspicion, it only confirmed the sense that Perseus's court had grown too confident and too careless. Across Greece and Asia, all eyes were now fixed on what had been said in Rome by Eumenes and by the Macedonian envoys. The effect was immediate. The arrival of Eumenes encouraged many cities to send delegations of their own, sometimes claiming other motives, but in reality waiting to see whether his presence would bring some major change in Roman policy. One of the most heated responses came from Rhodes. The leading man of the Rhodian embassy was hot-blooded, unwilling to conceal his feelings, and convinced that Eumenes had dragged Rhodes into his accusations against Perseus. Counting on the support of his hosts and personal connections, he pressed in every way he could for the chance to confront the king before the Senate itself. He failed to secure that opportunity, and frustration overcame his judgment. He launched instead into a fierce and uncontrolled attack on Eumenes, accusing him of stirring the Lycians against Rhodes and of making himself more burdensome to Asia than Antiochus had ever been. The speech may have found some sympathy among ordinary listeners in parts of Asia, where Eumenes was not universally loved and where Perseus, too, had begun to attract goodwill. But in the Senate, it was received badly. Rather than diminish Roman affection for Eumenes, it strengthened it. The more openly others revealed their resentment toward him, the more determined Rome became to show him honour. He was showered with distinctions and magnificent gifts, among them the symbols of high dignity that only increased the contrast between him and the hostile voices raised against him. What had been intended as an attack on his standing ended by enlarging it. As soon as the embassies were dismissed, Harpalus hurried back to Macedonia. His message to Perseus was plain. Rome had not yet openly set its armies in motion, but the mood had turned so sharply that delay couldn't last much longer. Perseus himself was not dismayed. He had expected this moment, and in some ways he now wanted it. He believed his power had reached its height, and he was eager to act before circumstances shifted against him. More than any other rival, he hated Eumenes. He decided that the king of Pergamum should become the first casualty of the war, before the war itself had formally begun. The plan he devised was an act of political murder, disguised as chance violence. Perseus entrusted it to one of his allied commanders, a Cretan named Evander, assisted by 3 Macedonians accustomed to brutal tasks of this kind. They carried a letter to a wealthy and well-connected woman at Delphi named Praxo, who was linked to Perseus by ties of guest friendship. Everyone knew that Eumenes intended to travel to Delphi to sacrifice to Apollo. The assassins arrived ahead of him and carefully examined the route, looking for the best place to strike. Along the steep ascent from the coast toward the sanctuary, before the path narrowed among the buildings, there was a section where a stone wall ran beside the track. The passage there was so tight that travellers were forced into single file. On the opposite side, a landslide had left a steep drop. The killers hid behind the wall and even built steps there so they could rise above the path and attack from higher ground. When Eumenes began the climb from the sea, he was surrounded by a crowd of attendants and friends. But as the path narrowed, the group stretched out into a long line. Near the critical point, a distinguished Aetolian named Pantaleon, who had been speaking with the king, moved ahead along the track. That was the moment the attackers chose. They sprang up and sent down 2 enormous stones. One struck Eumenes on the head, the other on the shoulder. The blows hurled him from the path, and he collapsed down the slope under a heap of rock and earth. His companions panicked at the sight and fled, but Pantaleon did not abandon him. He remained behind and stood guard over the fallen king while the rest scattered. The assassins had every chance to complete the murder. They could easily have come around the wall and descended to finish off the wounded man. Instead, they fled toward the heights of Parnassus as though the deed were already accomplished. Their retreat was hurried and confused. One of them began to slow the escape because of the rough and pathless climb, and his companions killed him rather than risk his capture and possible confession. The contrast was striking. The plot had been prepared with careful thought and boldness, yet in the moment after the attack, those carrying it out showed fear and disorder rather than discipline. Meanwhile, Eumenes' attendants and friends began to gather around him again. When they lifted him, they discovered that although he was unconscious and stunned, he was still warm and still breathing. The hope of survival seemed faint, almost non-existent, but it had not vanished. Some of the attendants tried to pursue the assassins up the mountain, only to return exhausted and empty-handed after a fruitless climb. The Macedonians had shown daring in launching the attempt, but clumsiness and cowardice in abandoning it. By the very next day, Eumenes had regained his senses. His friends moved him to a ship and carried him first to Corinth. The vessel was hauled across the isthmus and continued on to Aegina. There, he was hidden away and treated in strict secrecy. So carefully was his condition concealed that a rumour spread through Asia that he was dead. That rumour brought out an unseemly response from his brother Attalus. Believing the report too quickly and acting with a haste that later seemed difficult to defend, he began addressing Eumenes' wife and the commander of the palace guard as though the kingdom had already passed into his hands. The news of this behaviour eventually reached Eumenes. At first, he seems to have considered keeping silent and pretending not to know. But when the brothers finally met, he could not restrain himself. He reproached Attalus for turning toward his wife and his inheritance with indecent speed. The attempt on his life thus left wounds not only between kingdoms, but within his own household. The false report of his death reached Rome as well, and there too it heightened the sense that the Mediterranean world was entering a far darker phase. At about the same time, Gaius Valerius returned from Greece. He had gone as an envoy to examine conditions there and to learn what Perseus was planning. Everything he reported matched the accusations Eumenes had made. He also brought with him new witnesses. One was Praxo of Delphi, whose house had sheltered the men behind the attempt on Eumenes. The other was Lucius Ramius of Brundisium, a wealthy and prominent man whose testimony proved even more disturbing. Ramius was known for hosting Roman generals, envoys, and important foreign visitors, especially those linked with royal courts. Through these habits of hospitality, he had first become connected indirectly with Perseus. Then a letter arrived, promising closer friendship and enormous rewards, and Ramius allowed himself to be drawn into a direct visit. Once there, he quickly found himself treated as an intimate, and gradually pulled into conversations he had never wanted to hear. Perseus promised him rich rewards and then began to propose something far more sinister. Since Roman commanders and envoys often stayed under Ramius's roof, the king suggested that he poison whichever of them Perseus named. The king had already thought through the method. He pointed out that ordinary poisoning carried risks. Too many people might become involved. The poison might fail, it might leave traces, it might be discovered too soon. Perseus, however, claimed he could provide a substance that would work without leaving any sign either during the act or after it. Ramius was terrified. He feared that refusal might make him the first subject on whom the poison was tested. So he pretended to agree, secured permission to leave, and set out for Brundisium. He did not go straight home. Instead, he first sought out Gaius Valerius, who was said to be near Chalcis, and laid the whole plot before him. Valerius then brought him to Rome. Once admitted to the Senate, Ramius repeated everything. This testimony, coming on top of Eumenes' warning and Valerius's own observations, removed much of the hesitation that still remained. The Senate no longer saw Perseus merely as a king preparing for war in the ordinary way. He now appeared as a man willing to operate by ambush, murder, and poison. The political argument for war was now reinforced by moral revulsion. Responsibility for the coming struggle was left to the incoming consuls. But even before a formal declaration, Rome began acting. The praetor Gnaeus Sicinius, whose normal duties concerned jurisdiction involving Romans and foreigners, was ordered to raise troops at once and march them to Brundisium. From there, they were to cross to Apollonia in Epirus and secure the coastal cities. The reasoning was practical. Whoever among the future consuls received Macedonia as his province would need a safe place to land with the fleet and disembark the army. Rome was already setting the first stones of invasion in place before officially naming the enemy. Eumenes, meanwhile, remained at Aegina for a considerable time while recovering from his injuries. The process was difficult and uncertain, but once he was strong enough, he returned to Pergamum. Far from softening his attitude, the attempt on his life rekindled every hostility he had long felt toward Perseus. Roman envoys later came to congratulate him on having escaped such grave danger. The gesture mattered. It signalled that Rome not only believed his story, but recognised him now as a man whose personal survival had become entangled with the larger struggle against Macedonia. Because the war with Perseus had been postponed for one more year, some of the practical business of empire continued alongside the mounting crisis. By this time, most of the praetors had already gone out to their provinces, but the men assigned to Spain renewed their plea for reinforcements. At last, they secured what they wanted. Additional Roman infantry and cavalry were ordered for the legions, and allied troops were added to their forces as well. These fresh units were sent to Spain together with the new praetors. Even as attention shifted eastward, Rome could not neglect the burdens of its western provinces. In Italy itself, another important issue was emerging from the earlier investigation into Campanian land. Lucius Postumius had recovered a significant amount of territory that private individuals had quietly absorbed into their own holdings. In response, a tribune of the plebs proposed a law requiring the censors to lease this land out for cultivation. For many years since the fall of Capua, this had not been done, and greed had flourished in the absence of oversight. The measure was an attempt to restore order where neglect had created opportunity for the powerful. Although war had still not been formally declared, the decision in principle had already been taken, and Rome was watching closely to see which rulers would align themselves with the Republic and which would incline toward Perseus. At this point, ambassadors arrived from King Ariarathes, bringing with them his young son. They explained that the boy had been sent to Rome to be educated there from childhood, so that he might grow up familiar with the Romans and their customs. The king asked not only that friends of his be entrusted with the child's care, but that Rome itself treat him almost as a ward of the state. The embassy was warmly received. The gesture was politically intelligent and symbolically powerful. The Senate was pleased, and the praetor was instructed to arrange a house where the prince and his companions could live. Envoys from certain Thracian tribes were also granted formal friendship and alliance, along with gifts. Their arrival caused particular satisfaction because Thrace lay to the rear of Macedonia. At the same time, Rome sent additional envoys eastward to Crete and Rhodes. Their task was not only to renew alliances, but to observe quietly whether Perseus had been working on the minds of Rome's allies. The diplomatic struggle was now fully underway. War had not yet been proclaimed, but the contest for loyalty, influence, and position had already begun in earnest. Then came another sign that fed the atmosphere of fear and expectation. During a violent night storm, lightning struck and destroyed the rostral column on the Capitol, a monument that had stood since the First Punic War to commemorate an earlier Roman naval victory. In a city already tense with anticipation of war, the event was instantly treated as a portent and reported to the Senate. The response was immediate. The matter was referred both to the haruspices and to the keepers of the sacred books. The latter declared that the city needed ceremonial purification, public supplication, and sacrifice. Full-grown victims were to be offered both on the Capitol at Rome and on the promontory of Minerva in Campania. A 10-day festival for Jupiter Optimus Maximus was also to be held at the first possible opportunity. All of it was carried out with care. The interpreters of signs then offered a reassuring reading. The omen, they said, would prove favourable. It signalled the enlargement of Roman territory and the destruction of enemies, because the prows cast down by the storm were themselves old enemy spoils. But the city's mood remained anxious, especially as other prodigies were reported. At Saturnia, blood was said to have reigned in the marketplace for 3 successive days. At Calatia, a donkey was born with 3 legs, and a bull together with 5 cows was killed by a single lightning stroke. At Auximum, earth reportedly fell from the sky. Each of these signs prompted further rites, another day of supplication, and a public holiday. Religion, fear, and politics moved forward together. Even now, the consuls hadn't yet left for their province, because they still refused to comply with the Senate's desire to reopen the case of Marcus Popilius, while the Senate in turn refused to settle other important matters first. Resentment toward Popilius grew even stronger when dispatches arrived, announcing that, as proconsul, he had fought the Ligurian statelates once again and killed 6,000 of them. This fresh and unjustified campaign against a people already surrendered pushed the rest of Liguria toward revolt. The Senate reacted with outrage, not only against the absent Popilius, who had violated both law and good faith, but also against the consuls who still had not gone to their province. 2 tribunes of the plebs, encouraged by the unanimous mood of the Senate, warned that they would fine the consuls unless they departed. They also read aloud the measure they intended to bring against the treatment of the Ligurs. It provided that if the defeated statelates had not been restored to freedom by the 1st of August, a sworn senatorial inquiry must be established, to find and punish those responsible for their malicious enslavement. Once the Senate had backed them, the tribunes formally introduced the measure. Before the consuls left, Gaius Cicereus, who had been praetor the previous year, was admitted to the Senate in the Temple of Bologna and recounted what he had achieved in Corsica. When his request for a triumph was refused, he celebrated one instead, on the Alban Mount, following a substitute custom used when public authorization was withheld. The people approved the tribunes' measure on the Ligas by a nearly unanimous vote. In accordance with it, the praetor Gaius Licinius asked the Senate whom it wanted to conduct the investigation, and the senators chose him. Only then did the consuls finally depart and take over the army from Marcus Popilius. Popilius himself did not dare return to Rome. He knew that he might face trial before a hostile Senate and an even angrier public, and before the very praetor now charged with pursuing the Ligurian matter. The tribunes answered his refusal by announcing a second measure. If he did not come back before the 13th of November, Gaius Licinius would judge and sentence him in his absence. Pressed on all sides, Popilius returned. He entered the Senate surrounded by resentment. There he was attacked savagely by many speakers, and a decree was passed, assigning the praetors Gaius Licinius and Gnaeus Caecinius to free those Ligas who had not been in arms since an earlier consulship, and to see that they were resettled. Gaius Popilius, now consul, was ordered to grant them land on the far side of the Po. Thousands were eventually freed, moved across the river, and settled there. Yet Popilius still managed to avoid real punishment. He stood trial before Gaius Licinius for 2 days, but on the third, the praetor delayed the final hearing until the 15th of March, the day when new magistrates would enter office and he himself would return to private status. By that manoeuvre, the legal threat was effectively neutralized. At the same time, another dispute of great importance unfolded in Rome, this time between Carthage and Massinissa. Ambassadors from Carthage and Gulussa, son of Massinissa, appeared before the Senate and argued fiercely. The Carthaginians complained that in addition to lands previously examined by Roman envoys, Massinissa had seized more than 70 towns and strongholds in the last 2 years. He had done so boldly and without scruple, while Carthage, bound by treaty, had not dared retaliate. They said they were forbidden to wage war outside their own territory, and were further restrained by the clause that forbade them to make war on Rome's allies. Yet Massinissa's arrogance, cruelty, and greed, they declared, had now become intolerable. They begged the Senate for one of 3 things: either a fair determination of what belonged to each side, or permission to defend themselves in limited warfare, or, if Rome intended simply to favour Massinissa, then a final clear declaration of how much of Carthaginian land was to be given away. Better, they said, even to endure Roman domination than to live at the pleasure of a savage king. As they spoke, they broke down, fell to the ground, and stirred both pity for themselves and anger toward Massinissa. The Senate then called on Gulussa to answer. He replied cautiously. He said he had no specific instructions from his father on these points, especially since the Carthaginians had concealed their own embassy and intentions. Their leaders, he said, had met secretly at night in the temple of Aesculapius, and revealed almost nothing except that they were sending envoys to Rome with hidden instructions. That was why Massinissa had sent him, to ask the Senate not to trust accusations from enemies who hated the king precisely because of his unwavering loyalty to Rome. After hearing both sides, the Senate declined to settle the matter immediately. Gulussa was told to return and ask his father to send envoys quickly to Rome. The Carthaginians too were to return for a formal contest of claims. Rome made its position clear. It would honour Massinissa in every way it properly could, but it would not let favouritism replace justice. The Senate did not wish to create new frontiers, but to respect old ones. It had left the defeated Carthaginians their city and lands. It had not meant to license new seizures in peacetime. Both parties were then dismissed with the customary gifts and courtesies. Soon afterward, another Roman embassy returned from Macedonia. These envoys had been sent to demand satisfaction from Perseus, and effectively to renounce the existing relationship with him. Their report further inflamed the Senate, which by now needed little encouragement. They had seen with their own eyes that military preparations were advancing at full speed in every Macedonian town. When they first reached the king, they were repeatedly denied access. Only after giving up hope and already departing were they called back and admitted. Their message had been direct. A treaty had once been made with Philip and then renewed with Perseus after Philip's death. That treaty expressly forbade the king to carry arms beyond his own borders and to attack allies of the Roman people. The envoys reviewed the same accusations earlier set out by Eumenes, adding that Perseus had also held prolonged private meetings at Samothrace with delegations from the cities of Asia. Their final position was clear. Perseus must make satisfaction for these violations and restore whatever he held in defiance of Rome and its allies. By this stage, the pattern was unmistakable. Diplomacy, reports, omens, criminal plots, border wars, and the anxieties of allies all pointed in the same direction. War was no longer a distant possibility waiting to be imagined. It was a reality advancing through speeches, embassies, and preparations before armies had even formally met in the field. Rome had not yet made the final proclamation, but the world around it had already begun to move, as though the great struggle with Perseus had started. Perseus did not attempt to conceal his anger when the Roman envoys delivered their demands. His reaction was immediate and explosive. He lashed out with uncontrolled fury, accusing the Romans of arrogance and insatiable greed. In his view, their constant embassies were nothing more than disguised surveillance, sent to monitor every word he spoke and every action he took. He complained that Rome expected him to live and rule according to its will, as though his kingdom existed merely to obey foreign authority. His speech rose in intensity as he spoke, turning into a sharp and bitter tirade. At last, after exhausting himself in anger, he dismissed the envoys for the day, instructing them to return on the following morning when he would present his answer in writing. When the envoys returned, they received a formal response that was no less defiant, though it was expressed with more control. Perseus rejected the idea that he was bound by agreements made under his father. The treaty, he argued, had been imposed upon him at a time when he had only just taken the throne and lacked the strength to oppose it. Its renewal, therefore, could not be taken as a true reflection of his will. If Rome wished to establish a new understanding, then it should begin by negotiating openly and on equal terms. Only then would he consider what obligations might follow. Any agreement, he insisted, must rest on balance, not submission, and he expected that Rome would act in accordance with its own interests, just as he intended to act in his. The atmosphere in the palace shifted as soon as the document had been delivered. Officials began clearing the hall, and it became clear that the audience was over. At that moment, the Roman envoys made their position unmistakable. They declared that the relationship between Rome and Macedonia was at an end. The alliance was renounced. Perseus, already on edge, reacted with renewed anger. He halted abruptly, turned back toward them, and ordered them to leave his kingdom within 3 days. There was no attempt at courtesy, no gesture of diplomacy. The envoys departed without having received the basic respect that was usually extended even between rivals. Their mission had ended not in negotiation, but in open hostility. Back in Rome, the consequences of these exchanges began to unfold. After hearing reports from other delegations, the Senate sent instructions to the consuls, urging that elections be held as soon as possible so that new leadership could be prepared for what was clearly approaching. Although the war had not yet been formally declared, the situation was moving rapidly in that direction. In the meantime, the consuls focused their attention on stabilizing Liguria, where unrest had grown severe enough to threaten wider disruption. It was judged that restoring order there was more urgent than any other domestic undertaking. At the same time, new suspicions emerged from the Adriatic. Envoys from the island of Issa arrived in Rome with troubling news about the Illyrian king Gentius. They accused him of attacking their territory and warned that he was acting in concert with Perseus. According to their report, both kings were preparing for war against Rome, and Illyrian representatives currently in the city were not true diplomats, but spies sent to gather intelligence. The Illyrians were summoned before the Senate and questioned about their purpose. They claimed they had come to answer any accusations brought against their king, but their explanation failed to convince. They had not followed the proper procedures for envoys, nor had they made their presence known through official channels. Their answers were uncertain, and the Senate dismissed them without granting the formal recognition given to legitimate embassies. Instead, a new Roman delegation was sent to confront Gentius directly, to present the complaints of Rome's allies and to warn him against actions that would harm those under Roman protection. Meanwhile, Roman envoys who had travelled through the eastern Mediterranean returned with reports that helped clarify the broader political landscape. They had met with major rulers across the region and found that most remained loyal to Rome despite approaches from Perseus. Yet not all loyalties were firm. Some cities, particularly Rhodes, appeared uncertain, influenced by Macedonian diplomacy. Rhodian representatives arrived in Rome seeking to defend their reputation, but the Senate refused to hear them immediately, choosing instead to wait until the new consuls had taken office. The message was clear. Rome was no longer willing to tolerate hesitation or ambiguity among its allies. At this stage, the Senate decided that further delay would be dangerous. Preparations for war began in earnest. A large naval force was ordered to be made ready, drawing from existing ships and additional vessels from Sicily if necessary. Crews were assembled from both Roman citizens and allied populations. At the same time, a substantial army was raised from allied communities, with the intention of deploying it to the Adriatic coast. An experienced commander was placed in charge of this force and instructed to move it to a strategic position from which it could be transported across the sea when the moment came. Orders were sent to reinforce these preparations with seasoned troops already serving in northern Italy. Every measure was carried out with urgency. Ships were refitted, supplies were gathered, and grain was purchased in advance to sustain both fleet and army. By the time the commander reached the port, everything was in place, ready for immediate action. As the year drew to a close, one of the consuls returned to Rome to oversee the elections. His report on earlier campaigns did not receive a warm reception. The Senate, still angered by previous conduct in Liguria, responded with criticism rather than praise. Questions were raised about failures to correct earlier injustices, and the atmosphere remained tense. Nevertheless, the elections proceeded. New consuls were chosen, along with a full set of magistrates who would carry responsibility into the coming year. On the first day of their term, the new leaders carried out the traditional religious rites, offering sacrifices and prayers for success in the conflict that was now expected. A vow was also made that, should the state remain secure for the next decade, a series of public games and offerings would be held in gratitude. These ceremonies reflected both confidence and anxiety, as Rome prepared to commit itself to a major war. By the time the new consuls had taken office, the entire Mediterranean world was focused on the looming war between Rome and Macedonia. Every ruler and every city was calculating its position. Some, like Eumenes, were firmly committed to Rome, driven by both long-standing hostility and recent personal experience. Others chose neutrality, waiting to see how events would unfold. Some rulers offered support to Rome while quietly pursuing their own ambitions elsewhere. A few remained undecided, their loyalty uncertain. In many regions, popular sentiment leaned toward Macedonia, while political elites often favoured Rome. Others, more cautious, hoped that neither side would achieve total dominance, believing that a balance of power offered the best hope for stability. Amid this complex web of alliances and expectations, Rome took the final steps toward war. Religious signs were interpreted as favourable, and the Senate moved to bring the matter before the people. The charges against Perseus were laid out clearly. He had attacked Roman allies, violated agreements, seized territory, and prepared openly for war. Unless he offered full satisfaction, Rome would take up arms. The decision was no longer theoretical. It was placed before the citizens as a question that demanded action. Once this was done, attention turned to the practical division of command. One consul would remain in Italy, while the other would lead the campaign against Macedonia. Additional forces were assigned specifically for this Eastern War, larger and more experienced than usual. Even older veterans were called back into service, and many volunteered willingly, remembering the wealth gained in earlier campaigns. The scale of preparation showed how seriously the coming struggle was being taken. During the recruitment process, a dispute arose that revealed something of the Roman military spirit. Experienced soldiers objected to being assigned lower ranks than they had previously held. The issue was brought before the authorities and debated publicly. Among those who spoke was a veteran named Spurius Ligustinus. He was not a man of high birth or great wealth, but his life told a different kind of story. Born into a modest farming family, he had spent years in military service across many campaigns. He described his upbringing, his family, and his long record of service with quiet pride. He had fought in multiple wars, earned promotions through courage, and been honoured repeatedly for bravery. Though he was now past the age when service was required, he did not ask to be excused. Instead, he made a simple point. Rank, he said, mattered less than duty. The commander should place each man where he would be most useful. His responsibility, and that of every soldier, was to prove his worth through action. He reminded his fellow veterans that in their youth they had obeyed authority without question, and that they should do the same now. Service to the state, in whatever role was assigned, was itself an honour. His words carried weight. They reflected not only personal discipline, but the broader values that had shaped Rome's armies for generations. As the Republic prepared to face a powerful and determined enemy, it was not only fleets and legions that would decide the outcome, but also the mindset of the men who filled their ranks. After Spurius Ligustinus finished speaking, the effect was immediate. Publius Licinius did not treat the veteran's words as the simple statement of an old soldier. He treated them as something larger, as a living example of the discipline and endurance on which Rome had built its power. He praised him openly before the crowd, then brought him from the assembly straight into the Senate. There too, the old centurion was received with formal gratitude. The senators honoured him for his courage and long service, and the military officers, moved by both his record and the force of his example, restored him to the highest centurionate in the First Legion. The dispute that had threatened to complicate the levy ended at once. The other centurions abandoned their appeal and submitted without resistance. In a moment when the Republic was preparing for one of its most serious wars, the scene stood as a reminder that Rome's strength did not rest only on decrees, supplies, and generals, but on men whose entire lives had been shaped by obedience, hardship, and the expectation of service. The Latin festival was held early at the start of June, so that the consuls could move more quickly to their provinces and lose no more time. Once the rites were over, Gaius Lucretius departed for Brundisium, where preparations for the fleet had already been set in motion. Ships, equipment, and naval supplies were in place before he arrived. At the same time, another magistrate had been charged with organising 4 reserve legions for the defence of the city and Italy, each with the usual complement of infantry and cavalry, and with selecting commanders for them from the Senate. A large allied force was also being assembled, intended to stand ready wherever the Senate judged it needed most. The scale of this mobilization showed how completely Rome was now shifting from suspicion to action. This was no longer merely a diplomatic crisis. It was the organized beginning of a major war. Publius Licinius, who would command in Macedonia, also asked that his forces be strengthened by specialists and foreign auxiliaries. The Senate agreed. Ligurian troops were added, along with Cretan archers, and arrangements were made to secure Numidian cavalry and elephants. Envoys were sent to Massinissa and to Carthage to obtain these supports, while another delegation was directed to Crete. Rome was not leaving this war to chance. Every useful ally, every available resource, every kind of troop that might prove valuable in a difficult eastern campaign was being drawn into the effort. The Republic was preparing not merely to resist Perseus, but to overwhelm him. At that same time, envoys from Perseus arrived. The Senate had already resolved on war, and the Roman people had confirmed the decision, so these men were not admitted into the city itself. Instead, they were brought before the Senate at the Temple of Bellona, the place often used when Rome wished to hear foreign representatives, without granting them the full dignity of entry. Their message was cautious and simple on the surface. Perseus, they said, wanted to know why Roman forces had already been sent to Macedonia. If those forces could be withdrawn, then the king, according to the Senate's judgment, would be prepared to make amends for whatever injuries Rome's allies claimed to have suffered. But Rome had already gathered too much evidence, and one of its own men was present for that very purpose. Spurius Carvilius had recently returned from Greece, sent back by the Roman commander there, specifically, to lay out fresh accusations. He described the king's hostile movements in Perrhaebia, the seizure of cities in Thessaly, and the broader pattern of activity already underway. When the Macedonian envoys were ordered to respond, they hesitated and claimed they had no authority to discuss such matters. That answer finished the exchange. They were told to report to Perseus that Publius Licinius would soon be in Macedonia with an army, and that if the king truly wished to make reparations, he could send his representatives to the consul there. Coming to Rome was now useless. They were further informed that they would not be allowed to travel through Italy as though normal relations still existed. Licinius himself was ordered to see that they left the country within 15 days under supervision until they had boarded ship. Diplomacy had not entirely ended, but it had been pushed out of Rome and onto the edge of the battlefield. Before the consuls had even reached their provinces, Roman operations were already underway across the Adriatic. Gnaeus Sicinius had gone on ahead to the fleet and army at Brundisium before his own term expired. He crossed into Epirus with 5,000 infantry and 300 cavalry, then established a camp near Apollonia. From there, he detached troops to occupy strong positions among peoples who feared Macedonian attack and had asked for protection. In this way, Rome was doing more than preparing its own advance. It was moving into allied and neighbouring territory, securing the approaches, holding the coast, and making sure that when the main army arrived, it would find a framework already in place. The war hadn't yet been fought, but the map was already being shaped. A few days later, Another group of Roman envoys reached Greece with 1,000 soldiers. Once they had landed, they divided both the country and the force among themselves, according to their missions. One was sent to the Illyrian king Gentius, not only to test his loyalty to Rome, but, if possible, to draw him into active alliance. Others were dispatched through the Peloponnese and along the western coast, while the principal envoys moved through Epirus, Aetolia, and Thessaly, intending afterward to examine conditions in Boeotia and Euboea before joining their colleagues again, farther south. Even before the campaign formally opened, Rome was surrounding Macedonia with diplomacy, pressure, warnings, and the visible presence of armed men. While these envoys were still at Corcyra, a letter arrived from Perseus asking why the Romans had come into Greece and why they were placing garrisons in certain cities. No written answer was given. Instead, the messenger was told simply that Rome was acting to protect those communities. The reply was brief, but it said everything necessary. Rome no longer felt obliged to explain itself in detail. It had reached the point where it considered its intervention justification enough. The envoys who moved through the Peloponnese urged every city they visited to support Rome against Perseus, with the same loyalty they had shown in earlier wars. Their appeal did not fall on uniform ground. Among the Achaeans there was irritation. They felt that after all their loyalty and service to Rome, they were being treated no differently from peoples who had once fought on the other side and only later come under Roman influence. Meanwhile, communities recently absorbed into the Achaean League resented the implication that they were now little more than the spoil of past victories. Rome could summon allies, but not all allies heard its call with the same enthusiasm. Elsewhere, the Roman mission had more immediate success. In Epirus, one city welcomed the envoys warmly, and young men were sent from there to garrison a district recently freed from Macedonian control. In Aetolia, the Romans waited long enough for a change in local leadership, because the political complexion of the region mattered greatly to them. Once a man favourable to Rome had entered office, they moved on to Thessaly. There, they received representatives from Acarnania and exiles from Boeotia. The message to the Acarnanians was stern but not hopeless. They were reminded that they had once taken the wrong side in earlier wars, but that this was their chance to repair the past. If Rome had shown leniency before, it could show generosity again, provided loyalty were now proved by action. The Boeotians, for their part, tried to excuse their alliance with Perseus by blaming it on one faction and one leader in particular. They claimed that some cities had been drawn into it unwillingly. The Roman answer was subtle. These things, they said, would soon become evident because Rome intended to give each city its own autonomy. It was a promise, but also a threat. The existing political structure could be broken apart if it had sheltered the wrong loyalties. At Larissa, a general meeting of the Thessalians took place. Here, the atmosphere was far more favourable to Rome. Thessaly remembered the freedom it had received and the support previously exchanged in wars against Philip and Antiochus. After these shared services were recalled, the broader population was ready to grant almost everything Rome wanted. Gratitude and calculation often mixed easily in Greek politics, and in this case, they ran in the same direction. It was there, after the meeting, that envoys from Perseus approached the Roman commissioners privately. They relied especially on the old bond of guest friendship that had once linked the Macedonian court with the family of Quintus Marcius. They asked that the king be given the chance to meet him directly. Marcius answered in a carefully measured way. He said he knew of the relationship between their fathers and had even undertaken his mission partly with that bond in mind. He claimed that if his health had allowed it, he would not have delayed a meeting. Now, as soon as he could, he would come to the river where a crossing could be arranged, and the king could be informed in advance. The words were mild, but their effect was much larger than they seemed. By speaking in this tone, Marsyas gave Perseus just enough reason to hope that some accommodation might still be found. That hint of hope achieved something immediate. Perseus withdrew from the exposed position he had been holding and pulled back deeper into his own kingdom. A few days later, the meeting took place at the agreed crossing. It was a scene watched with enormous curiosity. The king arrived with a large retinue crowded by companions and attendants. The Roman envoys came with an equally impressive company. Not only their own escort, but also delegations and onlookers from nearby cities who wanted to witness the encounter and later carry home some reliable account of what had passed. Here was the king of Macedonia facing the representatives of the greatest power in the Mediterranean, and even before a word was spoken, the spectacle itself was political theatre. At first, the two parties stood on opposite sides of the river, and even the question of who should cross became a matter of prestige. Perseus's people argued that the king's dignity required the Romans to come to him. The Romans answered that the name of their people stood above that claim, especially since it was the king who had requested the meeting. In the end, Marsyas broke the deadlock with a joke that cleverly turned status into familiarity. Since his own family name echoed that of Philip, he quipped that the son should come to the father. Perseus accepted the jest and crossed. Then another disagreement arose over how many men might accompany him. He wanted to bring his full train. The Romans insisted he cross with only a few, or else provide hostages to guarantee that no trick was intended. He surrendered 2 of his leading companions. This demand was less about genuine fear than about appearances. It made clear to all the watching allies that the king was not meeting Rome as an equal. Even so, the opening exchange was not openly hostile. Greetings were polite, almost warm, and the men took the seats that had been prepared. After a short silence, Marsyas began. He said he assumed Perseus wanted an answer to the question he had sent earlier, asking why Roman envoys had come to Greece with troops and why garrisons were being placed in allied cities. Marsyas admitted that this was uncomfortable ground. To remain silent might look arrogant. To speak plainly might seem harsh. But, he said, when a treaty had been broken, rebuke was justified, whether in deeds or in words. He then moved into the substance of Rome's case. According to Marsyas, the Senate believed that since taking the throne, Perseus had only once acted properly, when he renewed the treaty with Rome. Yet even that act now seemed worse than pointless, because the treaty had been renewed only to be ignored. He listed the charges one by one. A Roman ally had been driven from his kingdom. The killers of another friendly ruler had found shelter in Macedonia, and the way Perseus had handled that affair had made it seem as though he approved the murder. He had marched with an army into Delphi by a route that itself violated the agreement. He had sent assistance to Byzantium in defiance of the treaty. He had entered into a hidden oath-bound arrangement with the Boeotians. Questions surrounded the deaths of men who had intended to bring word of his conduct to Rome. There was suspicion too over the civil violence in Aetolia, over the destruction of the Dolopes, over the attempt on Eumenes at Delphi, and over the secret crimes connected to the poison plot revealed by Ramios of Brundisium. Marsyas said he would have preferred not to speak such things to a man connected to him by inherited ties of hospitality. But since Perseus had asked why Roman forces were being moved and cities occupied, he had made the answer unavoidable. He ended by saying that, because of the old relationship between their houses, he remained willing to hear whatever Perseus wished to say, and hoped there might still be some argument that could be carried back to the Senate. Perseus replied with skill and sharpness. He began by saying that he could make a strong case if he were speaking before neutral judges, rather than men who were both accusers and arbiters at once. Some of the charges, he said, were so weak that they were made of words and could be answered with words. Others, he suggested, ought not to shame him at all. As for the testimony of Eumenes and Ramius, he treated both with contempt. Eumenes, he argued, was a personal enemy who had burdened many others besides Macedonia, a man whose hostility was hardly a reliable guide to truth. Ramius was even easier to dismiss. Someone he had scarcely known and had no reason to choose as a partner in conspiracy. He brushed aside the deaths of certain Thebans by claiming they had perished at sea. And when it came to the Illyrian ruler's murder, he pointed out that the only fact alleged against him was that the killers had entered his kingdom afterward. If Rome wanted to hold him responsible for crimes committed by exiles who passed into Macedonia, then by the same logic, Rome itself should answer for every exile who entered Italy. Since no one in the world accepted such a principle, he said, neither would he. Once he learned that certain fugitives were indeed in Macedonia, he added, he had driven them out. Then Perseus turned from criminal accusation to the larger question of kingship and treaties. If the agreement with Rome was to be interpreted as meaning that he had no right even to defend his own kingdom, then he admitted he had broken it by using force against Abrupolis. But if treaties and the common laws between states allowed force to be met with force, then what exactly had he been supposed to do? Abrupolis had ravaged Macedonian territory, carried off free people, slaves and herds, and driven destruction deep into the kingdom. Was the king expected to remain motionless until armed enemies marched all the way to his palace? If he had been justified in fighting, then the defeat of the aggressor could not afterward be treated as a crime. The man who began the war, Perseus argued, had no right to complain about what happened after he lost it. On the Dolopes, Perseus took a different line. He did not try to deny severity. Instead, he claimed right. They were, he said, under his authority, assigned previously to his father, and therefore within the legitimate reach of Macedonian power. Even if a harsher moral standard were applied, he insisted that his actions had not exceeded what their conduct deserved. The governor he had placed over them had been killed, and in his view the punishment they received was lighter than the offence merited. As for Delphi, he denied the sinister picture Rome had painted. He said he had gone there after visiting nearby places, not to see cities or install garrisons, but to fulfill old vows by sacrifice. The claim that he had marched there with his army as part of some hidden design was, in his telling, an exaggeration meant to darken his reputation. Let the Greek cities through whose lands he passed be assembled, he said. If even one complained of injury at the hands of his soldiers, then the accusation might stand. Otherwise, the charge was nothing but distortion. He admitted that he had aided the Aetolians and Byzantium and made an agreement with the Boeotians, but he pointed out that these actions had not been hidden. His envoys had repeatedly explained them at Rome. It was only after Eumenes appeared that everything was recast as suspicious and hostile. According to Perseus, Eumenes had one real goal: to persuade Rome that Greece could never be truly free so long as Macedonia still stood secure. And if that argument succeeded, he warned, its logic would not stop with Macedonia. One day, someone would say that pushing Antiochus back beyond Taurus had achieved nothing, because Pergamum itself had become the greater menace to Asia. A kingdom looking down from its citadel over all its neighbours could be portrayed as a danger just as easily as Macedonia was being portrayed now. In closing, Perseus tried to shift the matter away from accusation and toward judgment. What mattered, he said, was not simply what he had done, but how those listening chose to interpret it. He claimed he had done nothing deliberately wrong, and if through error of judgment he had gone too far, then correction, warning, and reproach should be enough. Nothing he had done, he insisted, was beyond repair. Nothing truly required the violent remedy of war. If Rome's fame for clemency and justice meant anything, then it should not rush to arms against an allied king on grounds that scarcely rose above grievance and complaint. That was the appeal with which he ended. Not humble, not submissive, but still carefully framed, as though there remained one last chance to turn back from open conflict. Yet by this point, both sides had spoken from positions already hardened. The language of friendship remained, but the shape of war could already be seen behind it. Marcius heard the king out with visible approval, or at least with the appearance of approval, and from that point he encouraged the next step. Perseus should send envoys to Rome. The king's advisers agreed. In a moment so uncertain, every opening, however slight, seemed worth testing. If even a narrow path toward peace still existed, it could not be ignored. From there, the discussion turned to something practical and urgent. How messengers might travel safely. That immediately brought up the question of a truce. Under the circumstances, it was unavoidable, and in truth it was exactly what Marcius had wanted from the beginning, though he granted it as though it had been a reluctant concession, some rare favour extracted by insistence. The irony was plain. At that moment, Rome was not yet fully ready. Its army was not assembled, its command was not fully established, and its preparations were still incomplete. Perseus, by contrast, had nearly everything in place. He had troops, resources, positions, and momentum. Had he not allowed himself to be distracted by the hope that negotiation might still save the situation, he could have begun the war at the most favourable possible moment for himself, and at the most awkward possible moment for his enemies. Formal pledges were exchanged to guarantee observance of the truce, and once that was done, the Roman envoys broke off the conference and moved immediately toward Boeotia. The region was already slipping into unrest. The Roman suggestion that each city would soon make clear whether it had truly wanted an alliance with Perseus had spread quickly, and now the old united structure of Boeotia was beginning to crack. Some communities started drifting away from the common league. Along the road, first envoys from Chaeronea and then men from Thebes came to the Romans, insisting that they had not even been present when the alliance with the Macedonian king had been approved. Marcius and his colleagues gave them no answer then and there. Instead, they instructed them to keep following and present themselves later at Chalcis. Inside Thebes itself, events had already become chaotic for reasons that went beyond the Macedonian question. A bitter factional struggle had erupted during the election of the chief magistrate and the other leading officials. The losing side, furious at its humiliation, gathered a crowd of its own and issued a proclamation in Thebes, barring the new office holders from the cities. Those men went into exile at Thespiae, where they were received willingly, but before long a swing in popular feeling allowed them to return. Once back in power at Thebes, they retaliated by decreeing exile for the men who had summoned the assembly and council without proper authority. Then the newly installed magistrate, Ismenias, a noble and influential figure, went even further and sentenced them to death after they had fled. Those exiles escaped to Chalcis, and from there travelled to meet the Romans at Larissa, where they accused Ismenias of being the driving force behind the alliance with Perseus. These local rivalries, private hatreds, and struggles for office all blended into the larger political crisis. By the time the Romans arrived, both camps were trying to use them. On one side stood the exiles, and the men who blamed Ismenias. On the other stood Ismenias himself and those who defended his position. When the Romans reached Chalcis, events moved quickly in a direction that pleased them greatly. One after another, leading men in different cities publicly rejected the alliance with Perseus and aligned themselves with Rome instead. Even Ismenias, faced with the changing mood, concluded that the only sensible course was now to place the Boeotian people on the Roman side. That decision immediately triggered another outbreak of violence. He would likely have been killed by the exiles and their supporters had he not managed to take refuge at the Roman headquarters. Thebes itself, the chief city of Boeotia, was now in a state of intense internal struggle. One group still pulled toward Perseus, another pressed toward Rome. On top of that, men from Coronea and Haliartus had come in to defend the alliance with the king. In the end, however, the argument of the pro-Roman leaders carried the day. They kept reminding the wider public of what had happened to Philip and Antiochus, using those examples to show the reach, fortune, and destructive power of Rome. That line of argument slowly wore down resistance. The decision was finally made to abolish the alliance with Perseus. After that reversal, the city sent to Chalcis the very men who had supported the alliance in the first place, so that they could attempt a reconciliation with the Roman envoys. Thebes formally placed itself in Roman good faith. Marcius and Attilius received these overtures with satisfaction. They advised both Thebes and the other cities to send their own embassies to Rome and renew friendly relations there. They also insisted on one further step that mattered greatly to them. The exiles had to be restored, and those who had backed the alliance with Perseus were condemned by Roman authority. In this way, the Romans achieved one of their clearest political goals, without fighting a battle. The Boeotian League was broken apart. The old collective body, which might have acted in concert with Macedonia, was dissolved into separate cities, each more vulnerable and easier to influence. Once that had been accomplished, the envoys moved on toward the Peloponnese, summoning one of their colleagues to join them at Chalcis before continuing. At Argos, an assembly was arranged for them, and there they asked the Achaeans for only one concrete thing: 1,000 soldiers. These men were to serve as a garrison for Chalcis until the Roman army could arrive in Greece. The request was granted. Then, as winter deepened, Marcius and Attilius made their way back to Rome, their mission complete. They had achieved what they had really wanted. They had delayed Perseus, unsettled his allies, broken the cohesion of Boeotia, reassured some wavering communities, and bought time for Rome to arm. Around the same period, another Roman delegation was sent out from the city to travel through Asia and the islands. Their purpose was to persuade allied communities to support the coming war against Perseus. They proceeded with special care among the wealthier and more influential cities, knowing that smaller states often followed the lead of the stronger ones around them. Among all these communities, Rhodes mattered most. Rhodes had not only prestige and influence, but a fleet and resources that could actively strengthen the Roman cause. One of its leading men, Agesilaus, had already pushed matters in that direction. While serving as chief magistrate, he had repeatedly urged his fellow citizens to abandon any lingering hope of relying on kings, a policy that experience had shown to be uncertain and dangerous, and instead to remain firm in their Roman alliance, which he described as the one connection in the world at that time that offered both real strength and real reliability. He argued that war with Perseus was plainly approaching, and that Rome would need the same kind of naval support that had once been necessary in earlier wars, and perhaps even more. If Rhodes waited until the last minute, its fleet would have to be repaired, equipped, and manned in panic. It was far wiser to begin at once, to have everything ready before a crisis forced hurried action. There was also another motive. Rhodes had been shadowed by suspicion ever since Eumenes had hinted that its attitude was uncertain. The surest answer to such accusations would not be speeches, but visible action. These arguments worked. By the time the Roman envoys arrived, 40 Rhodian ships had already been prepared, fully equipped and fully crewed. The display was deliberate. It showed the Romans that no prodding was necessary. This embassy had a strong effect in Asia because it helped tip opinion toward Rome. Not every envoy, however, was equally successful. One member of the mission returned empty-handed, weighed down by suspicion that he had accepted bribes in Illyrian affairs and his credibility had already been damaged. After his meeting with the Romans, Perseus went back to Macedonia and pressed forward with the diplomacy that Marsyas had encouraged. He sent envoys to Rome to continue the peace discussions that had been opened at the river. He also sent letters to Byzantium, Rhodes, and other cities. The message was broadly the same in each case. He described the conference in a way that made it appear that he had gained the upper hand in argument and had spoken from strength. To the Rhodians, his envoys added a more pointed appeal. They declared that there was every reason to believe peace could still be achieved, since Marsyas and Attilius had themselves encouraged the sending of ambassadors to Rome. But if Rome continued to push toward war in defiance of existing agreements, then Rhodes should use all its influence and all its resources to restore peace. If persuasion failed, they argued, then the Rhodians would need to consider whether it was wise to allow the ordering of the whole world to fall into the hands of a single people. That, they said, mattered to everyone, but especially to Rhodes. If every state began looking only to Rome, then Rhodian wealth and standing would inevitably be drawn under Roman control. The argument was received warmly enough, though the warmth of the response mattered more than its practical effect. In Rhodes, the party led by the nobles had already begun to recover its influence, and their hold on opinion proved stronger than Perseus's message. The official reply was careful. Rhodes favoured peace, they said. But if war came, the king should expect nothing from Rhodes that would force the city to break its long-established friendship with Rome, a relationship formed through many important services in peace and war alike. It was not the answer Perseus wanted, but neither was it a full embrace of Rome's position. It showed that Rhodes still hoped to preserve room for itself. On their return from Rhodes, Perseus' envoys also visited Boeotian cities, such as Thebes, Coronea, and Haliartus, believing that these communities had been compelled against their will to cast off the alliance with Macedonia and attach themselves to Rome. In Thebes, they found no willingness to move back toward the king, though there was intense resentment against the Romans for condemning local leaders and forcing the recall of exiles. Coronea and Haliartus were different. These cities retained a natural sympathy for kingship and sent their own representatives to Macedonia, asking for a garrison that might help them defend themselves against Theban aggression. Perseus refused to send one. He said the truce with Rome prevented such a move. Still, he encouraged them to avenge what they saw as Theban offences in whatever way they could, provided they did not give Rome an excuse for direct retaliation. Even while the truce lasted, the king was still trying to preserve influence where he could. When Marsyas and Attilius returned to Rome, they presented their report on the Capitoline and boasted above all about one thing. They had deceived Perseus with the truce and with the hope of peace. At the moment they met him, they said Rome had not been ready for war, while the king had been fully prepared and might have taken key positions before any Roman force could arrive in Greece. By giving him hope and drawing him into delay, they had reversed the situation. Thanks to the truce, Rome now had time to arm, organise and cross over, so that when war began, the two sides would meet on far more equal footing. They also took pride in having broken apart the Boeotian League, so that it could never again easily act in concert with the Macedonian king. Most of the Senate admired these achievements and praised the envoys as men of high strategic intelligence. But not everyone approved. Older senators, and those who still liked to think of Rome in terms of older custom and older standards, found little that felt Roman in this embassy. Their ancestors, they said, had not waged war by trickery, by deception, or by inducing an enemy to relax while danger was drawing near. They had declared war openly, sometimes even naming the place where battle would be fought. They remembered the story of Pyrrhus's doctor, whose plot had been exposed to the king instead of exploited. They remembered how a traitor had once been bound and handed over rather than rewarded. That, they argued, was Roman conduct. Craft, delay, calculated falsehood, and delight in outwitting the enemy belonged more to Greek subtlety or Carthaginian scheming than to Rome. Deceit might sometimes produce a temporary advantage, but a man's spirit was only truly conquered when he admitted that he had been defeated in a just and open struggle, not by artifice or mere bad luck. This was the view of the older men, yet theirs was no longer the dominant voice. Many now cared more for useful results than for the old code of honourable simplicity. In the end, expediency prevailed. As a result, Marcius's conduct was officially approved, and he was sent back to Greece with warships and further authority to act, as he judged best for the state. Aulus Atilius was sent to occupy Larissa in Thessaly, because once the truce expired, there was a real fear that Perseus might move a garrison into that city and thereby secure the chief centre of Thessaly for himself. Atilius was instructed to draw 2,000 infantry from the force already under Roman control for this purpose. Another Roman officer, returning from Achaia, was given Italian troops and ordered to help keep Boeotia under control from Thebes. Rome was using the interval well. Even the truce that had been granted to Perseus was being turned into a tool against him. Once these arrangements had been made, the Senate agreed to hear the ambassadors, whom Perseus had sent, even though the machinery of war was already fixed in motion. And their speech repeated almost all the arguments that the king himself had made at the conference. They dealt especially with the accusation concerning the attempt on Eumenes' life, and they tried to answer it thoroughly, though not convincingly. The evidence was too strong and too widely believed. Everything else in their appeal was shaped as an earnest plea. But the Senate was in no mood to be moved. Minds had hardened. The envoys were ordered to leave the city at once, to go beyond the walls immediately, and to quit Italy within 30 days. From that point onward, the move toward war became fully visible. Publius Licinius, the consul assigned to Macedonia, was instructed to announce the earliest possible day for the army to assemble. The praetor in charge of the fleet sailed out from Rome with 40 quinqueremes, keeping some vessels back for other duties near the city. Another commander moved separately with additional ships gathered from allied communities according to treaty obligations. He collected vessels from various Italian cities, crossed the Ionian Sea, picked up more craft at Dyrrhachium, accepted ships from Essa, and even received a large number from King Gentius, who still pretended that these had been prepared for Roman use. All of them were brought together at Corcyra and then moved onward to Cephallania. Meanwhile, the praetor himself crossed from Italy and arrived there a few days later. The fleet then lay at anchor, waiting for the main land army to complete its crossing and for the supply vessels that had fallen behind to catch up. At almost exactly the same time, Publius Licinius performed the solemn departure rites on the capital, put on military dress, and left Rome. Such moments always carried great weight in the city. A consul going out to war was never merely a political act. It was a public spectacle full of seriousness, ceremony, and uncertainty. Crowds followed because of the dignity of the office, but also because of something deeper. A desire to see the man to whom the defence of the Republic had been entrusted. The moment naturally drew the mind toward the hazards of war, the instability of fortune, and the immense burden laid on a commander's judgment. People thought of past defeats brought on by rashness, and past victories won by courage and foresight. They wondered whether the man leaving the city would one day return triumphant to climb the capital again, or whether that triumph would instead become the joy of his enemies. In this case, those thoughts were sharpened by the name of the enemy. Licinius was going out against Perseus, heir to the fame of Macedonia, to the military reputation of Philip, and to years of ominous expectation. Ever since Perseus had inherited the kingdom, his name and the prospect of war had been spoken together. Men of every rank walked with the consul as he departed. 2 former consuls served with him as military tribunes. Several prominent young nobles also accompanied him, men whose names and families made their presence noticed. With this company he went to Brundisium, joined the army there, crossed the sea, and landed near Apollonia, where he established his camp. The Roman war had now physically arrived in the Greek world. A few days before this, Perseus had held a council of his own, after the return of his envoys from Rome had finally cut short the last serious hope of peace. Opinions in that council were divided, and the debate lasted a long time. Some urged concession. If Rome demanded money, then money should be paid. If territory must be given up, then territory should be surrendered. Whatever had to be endured for peace, they argued, was better than risking everything on a single throw. As long as Perseus remained king and his position on the throne survived, time itself could change many things. Losses might later be recovered. Circumstances might shift. The day might come when those now feared would themselves become afraid. But most of the council argued in the opposite direction. These men were more warlike, and they insisted that any concession at all would only invite the next demand, and then the next, until nothing remained. Rome, they said, did not truly need money or land. What it could not tolerate was the existence of a nearby kingdom still capable, under the right circumstances, of reviving something of Macedon's old greatness. Carthage had been broken and left under the shadow of a hostile neighbouring king. Antiochus had been driven back and stripped of reach. Macedonia alone remained close enough, old enough, and still formidable enough to matter. If Perseus surrendered piece by piece, he would eventually surrender the kingdom itself and end as a beggar on some island, an aging exile who had survived only to watch his crown disappear. Better, they said, to defend rank and honour with arms, to face whatever ruin war might bring, or, if fortune turned, to free the world from Roman domination. They argued that Rome's hold on Greece was no more eternal than Hannibal's hold on Italy had once seemed. If Perseus had once fought to keep his brother from taking the throne unlawfully, how could he now hand that same throne over to outsiders after securing it for himself? Beneath all the specific arguments about peace and war lay one shared conviction that gradually dominated the room. Nothing was more shameful than giving up without resistance. Nothing was more glorious than risking everything for dignity, kingship, and name. With that thought, the choice was made in spirit, even before it was fixed in policy. Perseus and his kingdom were moving toward war not because every man believed victory was certain, but because too many believed that survival without honour was worse than defeat. At Pella, the ancient heart of Macedonian power, the king gathered his council and made his decision clear. There would be no more hesitation. War was no longer a possibility. It was a choice, and one he now embraced openly. With a formal declaration and a call for divine favour, he set events into motion. Orders were sent across the kingdom, commanders were summoned, and troops began to assemble at a designated point. Before departing, he performed a grand sacrifice offering 100 animals to the war goddess, revered by his people, a ritual meant not only to honour tradition, but to strengthen morale. Surrounded by his closest companions and guards, he then rode out to join his army. At the assembly point, a vast force had already gathered. Soldiers from across Macedonia stood alongside contingents from allied lands. The king arranged his camp before the city and ordered the army to form up in the open plain. The scale of the force was impressive. Tens of thousands stood under arms. nearly half of them heavy infantry trained in the rigid formation that had once conquered continents. Among them were elite units selected for strength and youth, light troops skilled in skirmishing, and auxiliaries drawn from distant regions, Thracians, Gauls, Cretans, and Greeks, each bringing their own style of warfare. Cavalry units were also present in considerable numbers, including a contingent from Thrace under its own king. Altogether, the army approached a strength not seen since the days of the greatest Macedonian campaigns. This force had not been gathered overnight. For over 2 decades, Macedonia had known peace, and in that time a new generation had grown to fighting age. These men had not been idle. They had tested themselves in smaller conflicts along the borders, gaining experience without being worn down by long campaigns. Meanwhile, both the previous king and his successor had long anticipated a future clash with Rome. Supplies had been stockpiled, weapons forged, and strategies considered. Now, everything stood ready. The troops were briefly put through their movements, enough to show discipline and cohesion. Then, the king called them together. Standing before them with his sons at his side, he addressed the army with confidence and intensity. He reminded them of past grievances, of the way Rome had treated both him and his father, with what he described as arrogance and disrespect. He spoke of how negotiations had been nothing more than a delay tactic, while Roman forces quietly advanced into Greek lands. Now, he said, the enemy was on the move, bringing legions and allied troops, but their numbers, when compared to the assembled Macedonian host, were not overwhelming. He urged his soldiers to look not only at the enemy, but at themselves. They were seasoned, trained from youth, hardened by years of preparation. Their opponents, he claimed, were hastily gathered and unevenly equipped. His own army drew strength from fierce peoples known for their courage, while Roman allies came from lands less renowned for warfare. He pointed to the vast stores of supplies and wealth accumulated over years, enough to sustain a long campaign without strain. Everything that could be prepared had been prepared. Victory, he suggested, would depend not on resources but on spirit. He invoked the memory of their ancestors, who had once dominated vast territories and pushed their conquests to the edges of the known world. Now, the stakes were even higher. This was no distant campaign. It was a struggle for their own homeland. Rome, he argued, no longer pretended to act in the name of freedom. Its true aim was domination. If the Macedonians chose submission, they would not only lose their king, but their independence and their arms. The choice was stark: resist or surrender everything. His words ignited the army. Cheers and shouts echoed across the ranks, filled with anger, pride, and determination. The reaction was so intense that he cut his speech short and gave orders to prepare for movement. Reports were already spreading that Roman forces were advancing, and there was no time to waste. After addressing the army, he turned to the representatives of Macedonian cities who had come to offer support. They promised supplies and money, eager to contribute to the war effort. The king accepted their loyalty but declined their resources, stating that the royal reserves were sufficient. Only practical needs were requested: transport for heavy equipment and artillery. With preparations complete, the army began its march. Moving through familiar territory, they advanced steadily, securing towns along the way. Some resisted briefly. Others surrendered immediately when faced with overwhelming force. Where resistance was encountered, it was crushed quickly. Where submission was offered, it was accepted with measured restraint. The king aimed to maintain momentum, advancing through mountain passes and into regions that opened the way toward Thessaly. Meanwhile, the Roman army was on the move as well. Their advance was far from easy. Difficult terrain slowed them, and their troops, less experienced and more heavily burdened, struggled through narrow and rugged paths. Had the Macedonian king chosen to strike at that moment, when the Roman forces were stretched and exhausted, the outcome might have been decisive. Even later accounts would acknowledge how vulnerable the Romans had been during this phase, but no such attack came. When the Roman army finally reached safer ground, relief quickly turned into confidence. They resupplied, rested, and then moved forward, only to discover that Macedonian forces were already raiding Allied lands freely. This forced them to advance again, eventually bringing the two armies within striking distance of each other. At first, engagements were limited. Cavalry and light troops skirmished, probing each other's strength. One such clash ended with minor losses on both sides, neither gaining a clear advantage. Yet tension continued to build. Day after day, the Macedonian forces maneuvered, attempting to draw the Romans into a vulnerable position. The Romans, wary and cautious, refused to be baited. Eventually, the king moved closer, establishing a new position within reach of the Roman camp. At dawn, his forces advanced in full formation, surprising the Romans with their early appearance. Panic spread briefly through the Roman ranks as soldiers rushed to prepare for battle. The Macedonian army deployed carefully, with cavalry and skirmishers arranged to exploit any weakness. The Romans responded by sending out their own cavalry and light troops, forming a defensive line. The battle that followed began with missile exchanges, but quickly escalated into close combat. The Macedonian cavalry, particularly the fierce Thracian units, charged with ferocity, disrupting the Roman lines. In the centre, the king himself led the assault, breaking through opposing forces and forcing them into retreat. The Roman position began to collapse. Only the disciplined withdrawal of certain allied cavalry units prevented a complete disaster. These troops managed to cover the retreat, allowing the main force to escape. The Macedonians had won the field, and their soldiers returned to camp in high spirits, celebrating their success. Yet the victory was incomplete. The king hesitated to press further. Though his infantry had begun to arrive and the enemy was disorganized, he chose not to risk everything in a single bold move. Advisors urged caution, arguing that a measured approach might secure greater advantages in the long run. The king accepted this advice and ordered a withdrawal. This decision would later be questioned. By not exploiting the moment fully, he allowed the Roman army to recover. The next day, the Romans withdrew to a stronger defensive position, crossing a river and fortifying their camp. The opportunity for a decisive blow had passed. In the days that followed, both sides reassessed their strategies. The Macedonians continued to maneuver, seeking opportunities to strike isolated groups. In one such encounter, they successfully ambushed Roman foragers, capturing supplies and prisoners. Encouraged by this success, the king attempted to press further, attacking a small Roman outpost. The defenders, outnumbered and surrounded, held their ground with determination. Despite heavy pressure and relentless missile fire, they refused to surrender. Their situation seemed hopeless until relief forces arrived. The Roman commander, recognizing the danger, led a rapid response with cavalry and allied troops. The sudden appearance of reinforcements turned the tide. The Macedonian forces, caught between their attack and the approaching enemy, fell into disorder. Attempts to retreat quickly became chaotic as crowded routes and obstacles disrupted their movement. Though they managed to escape a complete rout, they suffered losses and were forced to withdraw. This reversal had a clear effect. Roman confidence was restored, while Macedonian morale suffered. The king pulled back, reorganizing his forces and reconsidering his position. After several days, he chose to withdraw further, leaving behind garrisons and sending parts of his army into winter quarters. The Roman commander, meanwhile, advanced cautiously, securing key locations and reclaiming territory. Some towns were taken by force, Others surrendered without resistance. The campaign gradually shifted from open confrontation to consolidation and control. As winter approached, both armies settled into their positions. The Romans distributed their forces across allied cities for protection and comfort, while their commander turned his attention to securing strategic regions. The Macedonian king, having lost momentum, prepared for the next phase of the war. What had begun with confidence and early success had become a struggle of endurance and strategy. Neither side had achieved a decisive victory, but both now understood the scale of the conflict ahead. That same summer, while events were unfolding in Thessaly, Roman attention turned toward the western frontiers. A senior commander was dispatched into Illyricum with orders to strike at two prosperous settlements. His campaign began with swift success. One of the towns was overpowered and forced into submission. In a calculated move, he returned confiscated property to its rightful owners, hoping to build a reputation for mercy. This act was meant to influence the nearby fortified community of Carnus, encouraging them to surrender without resistance. But the plan failed. The Carni refused to yield, and repeated efforts to break their defences proved unsuccessful. Frustration soon replaced restraint. The same town that had been spared earlier was now plundered, its wealth seized to reward soldiers who had endured the strain of prolonged and fruitless sieges. Elsewhere, another Roman consul faced a far less eventful campaign. Assigned to Gaul, he achieved little of significance and soon attempted to redirect his forces toward Macedonia by marching through Illyricum. News of this unexpected movement reached Rome through anxious envoys from a vulnerable frontier colony. They warned that their settlement was still young, poorly fortified, and exposed to hostile tribes in the surrounding regions. Their appeal to the Senate was urgent. The colony needed protection, not abandonment. When questioned about the consul's intentions, they revealed that he had already recruited troops locally and departed along a difficult inland route, guided by men familiar with the terrain. At first, many in the Senate doubted the report. It seemed more likely that the consul had launched operations against nearby tribes, rather than undertaking such a risky maneuver. But the details were too specific to ignore. Supplies had been prepared, guides recruited, and the march carefully organised. The realisation sparked outrage. A Roman commander had left his assigned province, ventured into unfamiliar lands, and exposed Italy's northern approaches to potential threats. In response, the Senate acted swiftly. Envoys were dispatched to locate the consul wherever he might be and deliver clear instructions. He was to engage only those enemies officially designated by Rome. While concern over this situation dominated discussion, other matters demanded attention. Delegations from the Spanish provinces arrived in Rome, bringing serious accusations against Roman officials. They described a pattern of exploitation, confiscated property, unjust treatment, and abuses that, in their eyes, surpassed even what Rome inflicted upon its enemies. Their plea was simple but powerful. They asked not to suffer more at the hands of allies than foes. The Senate could not ignore such claims. Investigations were ordered and respected figures were appointed to represent the Spanish communities in legal proceedings. Trials followed, though not without controversy. Some officials were cleared after repeated hearings, while others faced serious charges but avoided judgment by going into exile. Tensions emerged even among the Spanish representatives themselves, divided over which Roman advocates they trusted to defend their interests. Meanwhile, rumours began to circulate that powerful individuals were being shielded from prosecution. These suspicions deepened when the presiding magistrate abruptly halted proceedings and departed for his province, leaving many questions unanswered. Despite the unresolved past, the Senate took steps to prevent future abuses. New regulations were introduced to limit the authority of Roman officials in Spain. They were forbidden from arbitrarily setting grain prices for taxation or forcing local populations into unfair sales. Measures were also put in place to restrict the presence of financial agents in Spanish towns. It was a clear attempt to restore trust and stabilize relations with Rome's allies. Another delegation soon arrived, representing a unique and overlooked group. These were the sons of Roman soldiers and local women, men who lacked legal recognition under Roman marriage laws. Numbering in the thousands, they requested a place to call their own. The Senate agreed to establish a new settlement for them along the coast, granting land and formal status within a Latin colony. It was both a practical solution and a symbolic gesture, acknowledging a population born from Rome's expanding influence. At the same time, diplomatic activity intensified across the Mediterranean. Envoys from North Africa appeared before the Senate, bringing assurances of loyalty and offers of support. Grain shipments, cavalry units, and even war elephants were promised for the ongoing conflict. Yet alongside these gestures came warnings, subtle reminders that alliances could shift and that vigilance was essential. As reports continued to arrive from the front, a troubling pattern emerged. Roman commanders in Greece were accused of harsh and exploitative behavior toward allied cities. Complaints described looted towns, enslaved populations, and excessive demands placed on communities already struggling to meet their obligations. These accounts stood in stark contrast to Rome's stated mission of defending freedom in the region. The Senate responded by launching inquiries and, in some cases, taking direct action. Envoys were sent to restore order, free those who had been unlawfully enslaved, and ensure that military forces respected civilian populations. Public trials were held, and at least one commander faced heavy penalties after being condemned by a full vote of the people. Meanwhile, tensions rose along the northern frontiers. Reports accused a former consul of devastating Allied territories, looting settlements, and enslaving thousands without clear justification. Delegations from multiple tribes arrived to demand answers. Though the Senate avoided immediate judgment in his absence, it acknowledged the seriousness of the accusations and promised a full investigation upon his return. Diplomatic missions were sent to reassure affected communities, accompanied by gifts intended to ease tensions and reaffirm Rome's position. Across the wider Mediterranean, cities continued to send embassies, each seeking favour or protection. Some offered ships, grain, or military support, while others simply asked for recognition as allies. Rome, balancing diplomacy with strategy, accepted these overtures and expanded its network of partnerships. Yet beneath this outward display of control, cracks were beginning to show. In Illyricum, a Roman force suffered a humiliating defeat after being lured into an ambush near a fortified town. Poor judgment and overconfidence had led to disaster. The troops, caught off guard and overwhelmed by coordinated attacks, broke ranks and fled. Losses were heavy and only a fraction of the force managed to escape. The incident sent shockwaves back to Rome, raising fears that the situation in Macedonia was slipping out of control. In response, new envoys were dispatched to assess the conditions on the ground and report back. The Senate, increasingly concerned, began preparing for further action. Military resources were reorganized, reinforcements were sent, and commanders were instructed to secure vulnerable regions. At the same time, political measures were taken at home to ensure stability, including the recall of senators and the tightening of administrative control. Although no single battle defined this period, the accumulation of missteps, abuses, and unrest painted a troubling picture. Rome remained powerful, but its authority was being tested, not just by external enemies, but by the actions of its own commanders. All of these arrangements were carried out exactly as ordered. The consular elections were held on the 26th day of January, and the Roman people chose Quintus Marcius Philippus, now entering the office for a second time, together with Gnaeus Servilius Caepio. 2 days later, the praetors were elected as well. Gaius Decimius, Marcus Claudius Marcellus, Gaius Sulpicius Gallus, Gaius Marcius Figulus, Servius Cornelius Lentulus, and Publius Fonteius Capito. Besides the 2 praetors assigned to legal duties at Rome, 4 additional commands were laid out for the coming year: Spain, Sardinia, Sicily, and the fleet. Even at this stage, the shape of the year made one thing clear. Rome was preparing not for routine administration, but for a wider and more demanding struggle. Near the end of February, the envoys who'd gone east returned from Macedonia and delivered a sobering report. They described how Perseus had strengthened his position during the previous campaigning season, and how deeply fear had spread among Rome's allies, as city after city slipped back under the king's influence. The Roman army in the region, they said, was under strength, weakened not by battle alone, but by the careless granting of leave. Too many absences had been allowed, often for the sake of personal popularity rather than military necessity. The consul blamed the military tribunes, and the tribunes in turn blamed the consul. The envoys tried to soften the humiliation by pointing out that most of the losses had fallen on locally raised emergency troops, rather than on Italian soldiers. But this did little to hide the seriousness of the failure. The new consuls were therefore instructed to bring the Macedonian question before the Senate as soon as they entered office. Italy and Macedonia were marked out as the chief theatres of concern. That year also included an intercalary month, inserted into the calendar in the usual manner, a reminder that Roman public life moved, according to both political necessity and sacred tradition. Several important priesthoods became vacant as well. During the year, 3 priests died, among them 1 augur and 2 pontiffs. Their places were filled without delay, since the Roman state could not leave such offices unattended. Even in a time of war, or perhaps especially then, the continuity of religion remained part of the machinery of power. At the opening of the new year, the consuls brought forward the debate over provincial assignments. It was agreed that Macedonia and Italy would be divided between them, either by mutual settlement or by lot. But before that was done, the Senate resolved to define the military requirements of each province in advance. This was meant to prevent influence, favoritism, or personal maneuvering from shaping the strength of either command. Macedonia, clearly regarded as the more dangerous front, was assigned substantial reinforcements: 6,000 Roman infantry, 6,000 Allied infantry, 250 Roman cavalry, and 300 Allied cavalry. Veteran soldiers already serving there were to be discharged as needed, so that the legions would not exceed the established numbers. For the other consul, no strict cap was set on the number of Roman citizens he might call up, apart from the requirement that he raise 2 legions, each with 5,200 infantry and 300 cavalry. In addition to that, he was to command a larger contingent of Latin and Italian allies than his colleague, 10,000 infantry and 600 cavalry. 4 more legions were also to be enrolled and kept ready in reserve, prepared to move wherever circumstances demanded. The consuls themselves were not allowed to appoint the military tribunes for these formations. That right was left to the people. From the allied communities of Italy, another 16,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry were summoned, not for immediate deployment to a fixed destination, but to stand available for whatever crisis might emerge. Of all Rome's worries, Macedonia remained the most urgent. The fleet too required reinforcement. Orders were issued to recruit 1,000 sailors from Roman citizens of freedman background, 500 more from Italy, and an equal number from Sicily. The consul assigned to Macedonia would be responsible for bringing them to wherever the fleet was operating. Spain also received fresh support: 3,000 Roman infantry, 300 cavalry, and further allied contingents to restore the strength of the forces already there. At this point, the narrative of the year took on a more solemn tone, because public business in Rome was never separated from signs believed to reveal the temper of the gods. There were those, even then, who dismissed such reports and treated them as superstition. Yet in that age, prodigies were still taken seriously, and the state responded to them as matters of public importance. During that year, extraordinary signs were reported from many places. At Anagnia, a comet was seen in the sky, and a heifer was said to have spoken. At Myntinae, the heavens appeared to blaze with fire. At Riate, stones were reported to have fallen from the sky. At Cumae, the statue of Apollo was said to have shed tears for 3 days and nights. In Rome itself, attendants from sacred precincts reported other disturbing wonders. In one temple, a crested serpent had been seen by many witnesses. In another sanctuary, a palm tree was said to have flowered, and a rain of blood was reported in broad daylight. Not every story was accepted. Some events were dismissed because they took place on private property. Others because they occurred beyond strictly Roman ground. But the prodigies judged public and valid were referred to the officials responsible for sacred interpretation. Ritual responses were prescribed at once. The consuls were ordered to offer sacrifices of mature victims to the proper gods. Supplications were decreed. Magistrates were instructed to perform offerings at the sacred couches of the gods, and the people were told to wear wreaths. All of this was carried out with full solemnity. Whether one believed the signs or not, the Roman state answered them with ceremony, because stability itself depended on the appearance that divine favour could still be regained. Soon after this came the elections for the censorship, one of the most powerful offices in Roman public life. Several distinguished men competed, but the people ultimately chose Gaius Claudius Pulcher and Tiberius Sempronius Gracchus. Their election came at a moment when the Macedonian War had heightened anxiety throughout Rome, especially over the draft. In the Senate, the consuls complained that even younger men were avoiding service. 2 praetors answered by defending the people and turning the accusation back on the consuls. They argued that conscription was difficult only for magistrates more interested in popularity than authority. A determined official, they said, would have no trouble compelling men to serve. To prove the point, they offered to oversee the levy themselves, despite holding less power than the consuls. The Senate accepted the offer eagerly, though the decision amounted to a public humiliation for the consuls. The censors added their own pressure. During the census, they required citizens to answer not only the usual questions, but also new ones, directly tied to military service. Men had to declare whether they were under 46 years of age, whether they had properly registered for the levy, and whether they would continue to present themselves if not immediately chosen. The censors also moved against another abuse that had become common. Reports were spreading that many soldiers serving in Macedonia had been allowed to remain in Italy indefinitely, because commanders were trying to win goodwill. The censors therefore issued an order that all soldiers enlisted in recent years, who were still in Italy, must return to their province within 30 days after registering. They also demanded the names of men still legally under the authority of fathers or grandfathers, so that excuses could be examined more closely. Any discharge that appeared to have been granted through favouritism, rather than genuine entitlement, would be reviewed, and those improperly released would be forced back into service. When this decree became known across the towns and gathering places of Italy, such a mass of men under military age poured into Rome that the city itself struggled under the strain of the crowd. The levy then proceeded with remarkable speed. In addition to the reinforcements already ordered for active fronts, 4 legions were enrolled by the praetor Gaius Sulpicius, and the entire draft was completed in just 11 days. After this, the provincial assignments were finally settled. The praetors had already drawn theirs earlier, so that judicial business would not be delayed. One took the urban command, another oversaw cases involving foreigners, while the remaining men received Spain, Sicily, Sardinia, and the fleet. Of the consuls, Gnaeus Servilius drew Italy and Quintus Marcius received Macedonia. Marcius departed as soon as the Latin festival had ended, wasting no time in moving toward the war. Servilius, however, soon found himself in an awkward and humiliating dispute. He brought before the Senate the question of which of the newly raised legions he should take with him to Gaul. The Senate decided that 2 praetors should select for him the legions they considered best. The consul accepted this badly. Dismissing the Senate, he went straight to the tribunal of the praetors and demanded the forces in accordance with the decree. In the end, the praetors yielded to his preference when choosing the legions. But the episode exposed strain within Rome's own leadership at a time when unity was badly needed. The censors then undertook the revision of the Senate and the review of the equestrian order. Marcus Aemilius Lepidus was named first man of the Senate once again, a mark of exceptional standing. 7 senators were expelled. When the census records were examined, the censors identified soldiers from Macedonia who had abandoned their posts. These men were compelled to return. Leaves of absence were scrutinized, case by case. Where the grounds for discharge appeared weak, the soldiers were forced to swear an oath that they would go back to Macedonia as ordered, provided they were genuinely able to do so. The censors were especially severe with the equestrians. Many were stripped of their horses, a punishment that hit both status and pride. This created deep anger among the order. The resentment did not end there. The censors issued another decree that struck directly at the business interests of Rome's contractors and tax collectors. Anyone who had held contracts for taxes or public works under the previous censorship was forbidden to bid again at the new auctions, either personally or through partners or associates. The established public contractors protested repeatedly. But the Senate would not curb the authority of the censors. In the end, the contractors found an ally in a tribune of the plebs, who already had a personal grudge against the censors. The source of that hostility was a dispute over a wall built by one of his clients, a freedman, along the sacred way against public ground. When the censors ordered it demolished, the man appealed to the tribunes. Only this one tribune intervened. The censors ignored the intervention, seized property as security, and later fined the man publicly. From that moment, the quarrel became political. With the support of the contractors, the tribune suddenly proposed that all the tax and public works contracts awarded by the censors be declared invalid and offered again at a new auction open to everyone equally. He fixed a date for the assembly to debate the proposal. When that day arrived, the censors appeared to speak against it. One was heard in silence, but the other was shouted down so fiercely that he called on the herald to restore order. That alone gave the tribune an opening. He declared that the censor had usurped his authority by taking control of the meeting, and he stormed out of the assembly. The next day, the conflict exploded. The tribune made an inflammatory declaration that one censor's property was forfeit to the gods because, in his view, the man had ignored a valid act of tribunician protection. He accused the other of unlawfully taking over the assembly, and then announced that both censors should face a charge of treason. He asked the urban praetor to set dates for the trial. The censors did not resist and submitted themselves to the judgment of the people. Trial days were fixed for late September. At once they went to the Hall of Liberty, sealed the public records, shut down their office, dismissed the public slaves attached to their work, and declared that no state business would be conducted until the people had delivered their verdict. The first trial focused on Claudius. As voting began, and as more centuries seemed ready to condemn him, Rome's leading men publicly removed their gold rings and put on mourning dress, moving through the crowd like suppliants. Yet the decisive moment came from Gracchus, who transformed the mood of the people. As the crowd shouted that no danger threatened him personally, he swore that if his colleague were convicted, he would go into exile with him rather than wait for his own case. That declaration shifted opinion. Claudius escaped condemnation by only a handful of centuries. Once he had been acquitted, the tribune dropped the proceedings against Gracchus. That same year, envoys from Aquileia requested that the number of colonists in their settlement be increased. The Senate approved the enrollment of 1,500 households and appointed a commission of 3 men to supervise the expansion. The decision reflected continuing concern for the northeast frontier, where Rome still saw the need to strengthen vulnerable positions. Meanwhile, Roman envoys already operating in Greece carried out another important mission. Moving first through Boeotia and then among the cities of the Peloponnese, they announced a decree from the Senate stating that no Roman magistrate had the right to demand supplies for the war beyond what the Senate had formally authorized. The effect of this proclamation was immediate. It did more than communicate policy. It gave allied communities hope that they might finally be protected from the endless burdens imposed by one commander after another. At Aegium, the envoys met the Council of the Achaeans. The discussions were friendly, and the Romans departed with a strong sense of confidence in the loyalty and future usefulness of that people. From there, they crossed into Aetolia, where suspicion and faction still poisoned political life, even if outright rebellion had not yet broken out. Hostages were demanded there, but the envoys chose not to force a complete settlement before moving on. In Acarnania, they encountered similar division. One party argued for Roman garrisons in their towns, fearing that pro-Macedonian impulses were growing dangerous. Another insisted that peaceful allies should not be treated like conquered enemies. The envoys found the second argument more persuasive. Afterward, they returned to the Roman commander at Larissa. One of them remained with him, while the other was sent with a force of about 1,000 men to winter at Ambracia. As winter deepened, Perseus made his own calculations. He did not at first dare move far beyond Macedonia's borders, fearing that if he emptied the kingdom, the Romans might break in elsewhere. But when the solstice passed, and heavy snow sealed the mountain routes from Thessaly, the king saw an opportunity. If he could break the will of neighbouring peoples during the winter, they would pose no danger to him while he dealt with Rome in the coming season. Thrace had been quieted. Epirus had been steadied by recent political change. The Dardanians had already been checked in earlier fighting. The region that still seemed uncertain was the side of Macedonia facing Illyricum. The Illyrians were restless, and through them the Romans might find an opening. If Perseus could subdue the nearest Illyrian communities, he might also draw King Gentius firmly into alliance. So Perseus marched. He moved to Stuberat with 10,000 infantry, including phalanx troops, 2,000 light-armed men, and 500 cavalry. There, he gathered provisions for many days and ordered siege equipment to follow. 3 days later, he camped before Uscana, the largest city in the land of the Penestae. Before attacking, he tried negotiation. Messengers were sent to sound out both the garrison officers and the townspeople. The defenders included Roman troops and a body of Illyrian young men. When it became clear that no peaceful agreement would be reached, Perseus began the assault in earnest. The attack continued day and night. Fresh waves of Macedonians replaced one another without pause. Some rushed the walls with ladders, others attacked the gates with fire. For a time, the defenders held firm, encouraged by the harshness of winter and by the hope that the enemy could not remain long in such exposed conditions. They also believed that Perseus would not dare prolong the operation too much, while Rome was still in the field. But their courage began to collapse when they saw protected structures being advanced toward the walls and siege towers rising into place. They could not match the king's numbers, and they had little food or reserve supply, as often happened when a siege came without warning. Once hope of resistance faded, envoys from the Roman garrison went to Perseus asking first that the men be allowed to depart with their weapons and belongings, and at the very least that their lives and liberty be spared. The king's words were generous, but his actions were not. He ordered the Romans to leave with arms, but then stripped them of those arms. As they departed, the Illyrian troops and the city itself surrendered. Perseus left an occupying force in the city and sent the long column of captives back to Stubera. The number of prisoners was said to be almost equal to the size of his army. The Roman captives were divided among the population for safekeeping, while the townspeople and the Illyrian defenders were sold. With that done, Perseus marched again through the land of the Penestae, aiming now at Oenium, a place of considerable importance because of its position on the route toward the Labiatae and the kingdom of Gentius. Along the way, he passed a heavily manned stronghold and was advised that this site too needed to be controlled if his campaign were to be secure. As soon as his army appeared, the defenders surrendered. Encouraged by this easy success and by the fear his advancing column inspired, Perseus went on to secure 11 more strongholds. Some yielded at once. A few had to be taken by force. In these operations he also captured 1,500 Roman soldiers, posted in the local garrisons. He benefited greatly from word spreading that earlier Roman captives had not been treated with extreme cruelty, since that made later defenders more willing to give in. When Perseus finally came to Oenium, he met a far more difficult target. The place could not be taken without a major operation. It had a larger population of fighting men than the neighbouring sites, strong fortifications, a river guarding one side, and a steep mountain protecting the other. All this gave the inhabitants confidence that they might hold out. Perseus surrounded the town and began building an immense ramp on the higher side, intending to reach the level of the walls. During the work, fighting broke out constantly. The defenders launched repeated sallies to disrupt the project, and although they inflicted damage, they also suffered heavy losses. Those who survived were being worn down by wounds, sleeplessness, and the endless pressure of the siege. At last, the ramp reached the height needed. Then, a royal assault force known for its ferocity stormed across, while ladders were set up against the walls at several points at once. The attack broke the defence. Every adult male in the town was killed. Women and children were kept under guard. The rest of the plunder was given over to the army. Victorious, Perseus returned to Stubera and immediately turned to diplomacy. He sent an Illyrian exile and a Macedonian nobleman as envoys to King Gentius. Their task was to describe, in full, his recent successes against the Romans, the Dardanians, and now the Illyrians, and to urge Gentius to join him in alliance. The road to Gentius was difficult. The envoys crossed the high ground of Mount Scordus, and then passed through a wasteland deliberately stripped bare in earlier years to make movement harder for enemies. After a punishing journey, they reached Scodra, and from there found the king at Lissus. Gentius listened carefully and with apparent interest as they laid out Perseus's victories and proposals. Yet his response was cautious. He did not pretend to lack the desire for war against Rome. What he lacked, he said, was money. He was willing in spirit, but poor in resources. The envoys brought this answer back to Perseus at the very moment he was occupied with selling the captives taken in Illyricum. He sent them out again at once, now with another trusted man added to the mission. But even then he avoided the one subject that mattered most: payment. No promises of financial support were offered, although that was precisely what might have pushed the hesitant Illyrian king into open war. Perseus, instead, continued operations in the region, plundering one district, strengthening the garrisons he had established, and then returning to Macedonia. The Roman side tried to respond, though without much success. A Roman officer in charge of Illyricum had not dared enter the contested area while Perseus was still present. Only after the king withdrew did he attempt to recover Oscana. The Macedonian garrison beat back the attack and inflicted losses on his men, forcing him to retire to Leonidas. Not long afterward, he sent Marcus Trebellius with a capable detachment to gather hostages from communities that had remained loyal. The Penestae submitted hostages without resistance, and the same happened among the Partheni. Their cavalrymen were then distributed to cities farther south, where they could be watched and controlled. Another Roman commander, Appius Claudius, was equally eager to erase the shame of earlier failures. Hoping for some redeeming success, he laid siege to a fortress in Epirus. In addition to his Roman troops, he brought local auxiliaries from neighbouring peoples for a combined force of roughly 6,000 men. Yet the effort led nowhere. The stronghold was firmly defended by a determined commander, left there by Perseus. And the Romans found that even now, after so many preparations and proclamations, the war was still slipping beyond their grasp. Perseus then turned his attention to Elymea, where he carried out the formal purification of his army before beginning a new operation. From there, he moved towards Stratus after receiving encouragement from men in Epirus, who claimed the city could be brought over to his side. At that time, Stratus was the strongest city in Aetolia, set above the Ambracian Gulf near the river Inachus, and its position gave it real strategic value. The king set out with 10,000 infantry and 300 cavalry, though even this mounted force had been reduced because the roads ahead were too narrow and broken to support large numbers of horsemen. On the third day, he reached Mount Citium and found the crossing extremely difficult. Deep snow covered the heights, the route was barely passable, and even finding ground fit for a camp became a struggle. Yet turning back was no easier than going forward, so the march continued through country that offered little shelter and even less comfort. The hardships of the advance only grew worse. On the following day, after another punishing stage of the march, Perseus made camp near a sanctuary of Jupiter Nicias. Then, after still more exhausting movement, he halted by the river Arathus. There, he was forced to remain because the swollen water blocked the army's passage. During the delay, a bridge was constructed. Only after that was finished could the Macedonian force move across. Once the crossing had been completed and another day's march was behind them, Perseus came into contact with Archidamus, the Aetolian notable who had promised to deliver Stratus into his hands. That meeting must have seemed to confirm the value of the expedition. The road had been brutal, the weather merciless, and supplies uncertain. But now there appeared to be a chance that the campaign might end in a swift political success, rather than a drawn-out siege. Perseus camped first at the edge of Aetolian territory. 2 days later, he arrived before Stratus and established his position beside the Inachus. He had clearly expected a very different reception. The hope had been that the people of the city would emerge from every gate, declare for him openly, and place themselves under his protection. Instead, he found the entrances closed and the walls secured. During the very night of his arrival, a Roman detachment, under Gaius Popilius, had already been admitted into the city. The situation had turned against him with remarkable speed. While Archidamus had still been present, the authorities at Stratus had leaned toward bringing in the Macedonian king. But once he had gone, their resolve weakened. That hesitation gave the opposing party enough time to call Popilius from Ambracia with a force of 1,000 infantry. At nearly the same moment, Dinarchus, commander of the Aetolian cavalry, also reached the city with infantry and horsemen of his own. He had begun the journey as if he meant to join Perseus, but like so many political figures in that unsettled region, he adjusted his loyalty as circumstances shifted and attached himself to the Roman side instead. Popilius understood the danger of relying on men whose loyalties had already shifted more than once. From the beginning, he acted with caution and kept the decisive points of defence in Roman hands. He took control of the gates, secured the keys, and made sure the walls remained under his own authority. Dinarchus, his Aetolians, and the armed citizens of Stratus were all moved into the citadel under the excuse that they would strengthen its defence. In reality, it was a way of containing uncertain allies, while retaining command of the city's real defences. Perseus first tried persuasion, rather than assault. From the heights overlooking the upper parts of the city, he attempted to open communication, but the defenders showed no sign of wavering. Instead, they held their ground and even drove back his approaches, with missiles launched from a distance. Once it became clear that Stratus would not simply open its gates, Perseus shifted his camp across the river Petitorus, about 5 miles away, and called a council to decide what should be done next. Opinion in the Macedonian camp was divided. Archidamus and the Epirot defectors urged Perseus to remain and press on, still believing that the city could be broken or turned. The senior Macedonians took a colder view. In their judgment, there was no sense in fighting through the harshest part of the year in hostile country without proper stores. The besiegers, they argued, would feel hunger and exposure before the people behind the walls did, especially when Roman winter quarters were so close at hand. The risks were obvious and immediate, while the gains remained uncertain. Perseus, already shaken by the realities of the situation, chose caution. He withdrew from the area and moved to Aperantia. There, he received a far warmer welcome, largely because Archidamus enjoyed major influence and prestige among the people of that district. Thanks to that connection, the king was admitted everywhere with enthusiasm. Archidamus himself was rewarded with command of the local stronghold and given a force of 800 men to hold it. The return march into Macedonia was no easier than the advance had been. Men and animals alike suffered from the winter passage, and the burden fell especially hard on the baggage train. Yet even though the expedition had failed to secure Stratus, mere news of Perseus's movement had already had an effect elsewhere. Appius, who had been engaged in a siege at Phenote, abandoned that operation when reports of the king's advance reached him. This retreat gave Cloas, who had been left in command there with a determined group of younger fighters, the opportunity to strike. He pursued Appius through the difficult lower slopes of the mountains, where the Roman column, slowed by its baggage and restricted by the terrain, was badly exposed. In the running fight that followed, around 1,000 of Appius's men were killed and roughly 200 taken alive. After clearing the mountain routes, Appius halted for several days on a plain known as Melion, trying to recover from the blow and restore some kind of order. At the same time, Cloas was joined by Philostratus, who arrived with a force of Epirotes. Together they moved into the territory of Antigonia. The Macedonians began raiding the countryside, and Philostratus concealed his men in an ambush position. From the city itself, troops then rushed out against the scattered raiders. Thinking the enemy was in retreat, the men of Antigonia pursued too eagerly and plunged into the valley where the trap had been set. There, the hidden force struck. The result was a disaster for the pursuers. About 1,000 men from Antigonia were killed and another 100 were captured. After so complete a success, Cluus and Philostratus shifted their camp closer to Appius's position in order to shield their allies from any further Roman move. Their presence made it even harder for the Roman commander to regain the initiative. Appius soon recognized that he was achieving nothing by remaining where he was. The campaign had become a burden without a purpose. He dismissed the Chaonian and Thesprotian contingents, along with the rest of the Epirot auxiliaries, and withdrew with his Italian troops into Illyricum. Once there, he distributed his soldiers into winter quarters among allied communities in the land of the Partheni. After making those arrangements, he himself returned to Rome to perform the required sacrifices. The retreat said much about the condition of Roman operations in that zone. What had begun as an effort to recover lost standing ended in dispersion, inactivity, and withdrawal. Perseus, for his part, continued to reorganize his frontier positions. He recalled 1,000 infantry and 200 cavalry from the territory of the Penestae and sent them to Cassandreia as a garrison. Meanwhile, the envoys returning from Gentius once again brought back the same discouraging answer as before. The Illyrian king remained hesitant. Perseus did not abandon the effort to secure his support. Embassy followed embassy because the value of such an alliance was obvious. If Gentius could be drawn firmly into the Macedonian cause, he would form a powerful barrier against Roman pressure from the west, and would strengthen Perseus at a critical moment in the war. Yet here, the king's policy revealed its weakness. He understood perfectly well how important Gentius could be. He saw the military and political advantage clearly enough, and he kept trying through diplomacy to gain what he needed. But he could not force himself to spend the money required to make the alliance real. Again and again, the negotiations returned to the same obstacle. Gentius was willing in principle, but poor. Perseus was eager in principle, but reluctant to part with his resources. So the alliance that might have changed the balance of the conflict remained suspended between mutual interest and financial hesitation. Desired by both sides, secured by neither. As winter gave way to spring, Quintus Marcius Philippus left Rome and made for Brundisium, bringing with him 5,000 men meant to reinforce the legions in Macedonia. He was not travelling alone. Marcus Popilius, once a consul himself, joined the expedition along with several younger nobles of similar standing, all of them assigned as military tribunes to the Macedonian army. At the same time, Gaius Marcius Figulus, the praetor in command of the fleet, also went down to Brundisium. They departed Italy together, crossed quickly to Corcyra, and by the following stages reached the coast of Acarnania. From there their paths diverged. The consul disembarked and headed inland through Ambravia toward Thessaly, while the praetor continued by sea, rounded Cape Leucate, entered the Corinthian Gulf, left his ships at Creusa, and then cut across Boeotia by land to reach the fleet at Chalcis. At that moment, Aulus Hostilius was stationed in Thessaly, near Palaepharsalus. He had not won any remarkable victories, but he had done something equally important for a struggling army. He had restored order. Under his command, the troops had been pulled back from carelessness and indiscipline and returned to the habits of a proper field force. He had also treated Rome's allies with restraint and fairness, protecting them from the abuses that had caused so much resentment under other commanders. When word came that his successor was approaching, Hostilius inspected the equipment, the horses and the men, and then marched out in full order to greet him. The meeting between the two commanders was conducted with dignity and mutual respect, fitting not only their own status but the prestige Rome expected its generals to maintain. Through the rest of the campaign they remained on good terms, and Hostilius continued with the army rather than withdrawing from the scene. A few days later, Quintus Marcius addressed the soldiers. He did not begin with tactics or supply matters. Instead, he chose to shape the war in moral terms. He reminded the army of Perseus's crimes within his own family, of the bloodshed and suspicion that had stained his rise to power, and of the violence, intrigue, and betrayal that had followed. He spoke of the attack on Eumenes, of wrongs done to the Roman people, and of allied communities plundered in violation of established agreements. All of this, he told them, would not go unanswered. The gods, he said, did not favour treachery, cruelty, or ambition unrestrained by justice. They favoured discipline, loyalty, and constancy, the very qualities that had raised Rome above every rival. From there, he shifted to comparisons of power. What, he asked, was Macedonia now beside the reach of Rome? Philip had been broken. Antiochus had been brought low. Their resources had once seemed formidable too. Yet Roman strength had overcome both. The implication was clear. Perseus might look dangerous, but he stood in a line of kings already surpassed and defeated. The speech had its effect. The troops, stirred by the confidence and certainty of their commander, were eager for movement. Strategy was then discussed in earnest. By this point, the praetor Gaius Marcius had also arrived from Chalcis after bringing the fleet together. There was broad agreement that the army should no longer waste time sitting in Thessaly. Macedonia itself had to be entered. While the army advanced inland, the fleet would operate at the same time against the enemy coast, forcing pressure on more than one front. The praetor was sent off to carry out that part of the plan. The army was ordered to prepare provisions for a month. Only 9 days after assuming command, Quintus Marcius had the legions on the march. After the first stage of the advance, guides, familiar with the various approaches, were brought in and questioned before the war council. Each explained the road he knew and the difficulties it involved. One route led by Pythium. Another climbed through the Cambunian heights, the same line Hostilius had taken in the previous year. A third passed near Lake Ascaris. Because parts of these approaches converged and then separated again, no final choice was made immediately. Marcius dismissed the guides, consulted his advisors, and decided to postpone the decision until the army camped nearer the point where the roads truly divided. He then moved into Perrhaebia and established a base between Azorus and Dulish, where the discussion could be resumed, with the ground itself now close at hand. Perseus, meanwhile, knew the Romans were coming but had no clear idea which path they would choose. His answer was to secure every likely pass. 10,000 lightly armed troops under Asclepiodotus were sent toward the ridge of the Cambunian range. Hippias was ordered to hold the pass near the fort above Lake Ascaris with a larger force of Macedonians. Perseus himself at first remained near Dium with the rest of the army. Yet instead of showing clarity and firmness once the crisis sharpened, he began to behave in a way that baffled even his own side. He moved restlessly along the coast, riding back and forth with cavalry, now toward one point, now toward another, returning repeatedly by the same route. There was movement, but no direction. Energy was being spent, but without purpose. At this stage, the Roman consul decided on the pass near Autolybus, where one of Perseus's commanders had taken position. He did not lead the whole army straight into it at once. Instead, he sent 4,000 men ahead to seize strong ground. Marcus Claudius and Quintus Marcius, the consul's son, were placed in charge of that detachment. The main body followed behind. The route, however, was brutal. It was steep, broken, and strewn with rock. In 2 days, the advance party, though lightly equipped, managed barely 15 miles before making camp at a place called Dierus. On the next day, they pushed only a little farther. But then they captured a hill not far from the enemy camp and sent word back that they were secure in an excellent position and that the consul should hurry forward with the rest of the force. Marcius had been uneasy about the decision to send so few men ahead into terrain that favoured the enemy, and he knew how dangerous the road behind them remained. But when the messenger reached him near Lake Ascuris and described the situation, confidence returned. The whole force advanced and reunited on the slopes beneath the captured hill, where the ground was best suited for a camp. From the height, the Romans could see not only the enemy camp, which lay little more than a mile away, but a wide sweep of the whole region, including Dium, Phila, and the coastline itself. The effect on morale was immediate. The army felt it was suddenly looking directly into the centre of the war. Macedonia was no longer a distant objective. It was spread out beneath their eyes. The men urged the consul to drive straight on toward the enemy. He refused that impulse and instead gave them a day of rest after the strain of the climb. On the following morning, he left part of the army in camp and advanced against the Macedonian position. Hippias had only recently been assigned to guard the pass, but from the moment he saw the Roman camp appear above him, he understood that fighting was near. When the consul moved forward, he came out to meet him. The Romans were ready for action, stripped down for combat. On the Macedonian side, the troops facing them were light-armed men, precisely the sort most likely to trigger a quick and violent exchange in such terrain. The moment the two sides came close, missiles began to fly. The fighting was reckless and sharp. Casualties were not heavy at first, but many men on both sides were wounded. The next day, tempers were even hotter. The men would gladly have hurled themselves at one another in larger numbers. But the mountain spine was too narrow, pinched and uneven, barely wide enough for a few files. Only a small part of each army could actually fight at any one time. The rest, especially the heavier troops in armour, could do little but stand aside and watch. The light-armed men were more useful, darting around bends in the ridge, coming in on the flanks, and using the broken ground to their advantage. Once again, more were wounded than killed, and only darkness brought an end to the clash. By the third day, Marcius faced a grim reality. He could not stay indefinitely on a barren ridge that offered little food and no lasting security. Yet to retreat would be shameful, and worse than shameful if the enemy chose to strike at the withdrawing column from higher ground. There was no comfortable option left. The only answer was to answer his earlier boldness with greater boldness still. Had he been opposed by a more decisive Macedonian king, the Romans might have been destroyed in that moment. Perseus was not far away near Dium with cavalry, near enough that the noise of fighting could almost be heard. Yet he failed to do the simplest and most necessary things. He did not rotate fresh men into the battle. He did not come in person. He did not seize the chance that lay in front of him. Marcius, by contrast, though already past 60 and heavy in build, worked tirelessly. He left Popilius to hold the ridge, sent men ahead to cut a path, and drove the army into wild, unfamiliar country. Allied auxiliaries were used to shield those opening the route. The cavalry and baggage carts were sent forward, while the consul himself stayed with the legionaries in the rear. What followed was a descent so miserable that even those who survived must have remembered it with disbelief. Men struggled to keep footing. Pack animals crashed and slipped. Baggage was damaged, scattered, or lost. After barely 4 miles, the thought most on many minds was not victory, but the desperate wish to turn back, though by then turning back was scarcely possible. The elephants caused nearly as much trouble as an enemy attack. When they reached the worst ground, they panicked, shook off control, and terrified the horses with their noise. At last, a method was devised to get them down. Platforms were constructed down the slope in stages using poles, beams, and long planks covered with earth. Each elephant moved onto one of these makeshift surfaces, and then the support beneath was cut away so that the platform slid down toward the next. Some animals remained upright. Others slid on their haunches. In this slow and dangerous manner, they were brought into the valley below. That day the Romans advanced only a little more than 7 miles, and much of that distance was less marched than endured. Men stumbled, rolled, dragged themselves and their equipment downward, and reached nightfall with no pride left in the manner of their progress. Even Marcius later admitted that a very small enemy force could have destroyed the entire army while it struggled there. At last, they found a moderate piece of level ground and halted, though its enclosed shape made it a dangerous place had the enemy chosen to strike. The following day, they had to wait in the valley for Popilius and the troops left behind on the heights. Those men too, though never actually attacked, suffered terribly from the terrain. On the 3rd day, the force was reunited and passed through a place known locally as Callipius. The 4th day was also hard and trackless, but by then the soldiers had learned from experience and taken heart from one fact above all others. The enemy had still not appeared. They were nearing the sea. At last they reached level ground between Heracleum and Libethrum and pitched camp, part of it in the foothills and part of it enclosed on the plain for the cavalry. When the news reached Perseus, he was said to have been in the bath. The report that the Romans were close threw him into a panic. He leapt out and shouted as though he had already been beaten without a battle. What followed was a flood of frightened, contradictory orders. One trusted man was sent off to have money, stored near Pella, thrown into the sea. Another was dispatched to destroy the shipyards in Thessaly. The garrisons under Asclepiodotus and Hippias were recalled, stripping the very approaches that had protected Macedonia. Perseus himself removed golden statues from Dium to keep them from falling into Roman hands, and ordered the local population moved toward Pydna. In doing all this, he transformed what might have been judged Roman recklessness into apparent brilliance. Marcius had pushed forward beyond the point where retreat was easy. But the king's own panic opened the gates of Macedonia wider than any Roman assault could have done. Had Perseus remained calm for even a few more days, the Roman army might have faced disaster. The route back through Tempe into Thessaly could have been cut. Supplies could have been blocked. The pass itself was terrifying even without enemy interference. A narrow defile, steep rock on both sides, the river Peneus roaring through the centre, and several strong positions held by royal garrisons. If that route had been closed, the Romans would have had little choice but to attempt withdrawal by the same mountains they had descended, but now under enemy observation and attack from above. And if that failed, their only escape would have been forward, through the centre of enemy country past Dium into Macedonia itself. Even that could have been blocked. The strip between mountain and sea was narrow, part of it marshy with river overflow, part occupied by sanctuary and town. With moderate labour, it could have been fortified into an impassable barrier. Yet Perseus saw none of this. Shock had clouded his judgment. The garrisons were pulled out, the defences abandoned, and the king fled to Pydna. Marcius recognised at once how much his own safety now depended on the enemy's confusion. He sent word to Spurius Lucretius at Larissa to seize the forts around Tempe that the Macedonians had abandoned, and he sent Popilius ahead to examine the roads near Dium. Once he learned that the approaches were clear, he advanced and reached Dium in 2 days. He ordered the camp to be placed close to the sanctuary there, so that no one would violate the sacred precinct. Entering the town, he found it small but handsome, full of public buildings, statues and strong walls. So complete had been the abandonment that he could scarcely believe no trap had been left behind among such works. After a day spent inspecting the area, he moved on. Hoping that Pieria would provide enough food, he advanced first to the river Metis, then to Agasae, which surrendered. There he adopted a deliberate policy. He took hostages but left the inhabitants in possession of their city, promising that they would live under their own laws without a Roman garrison and without tribute. The purpose was clear: to encourage other Macedonian communities to submit in the same way. From there he went on to the river Ascordus, but the farther he moved from Thessaly, the more obvious the shortage of supplies became. The campaign had succeeded in breaking into Macedonia, but sustaining that success was another matter. He therefore turned back toward Dium. By now there could be no doubt what the Romans would have suffered if they had been cut off from Thessaly altogether. There was simply no safe or easy way to push deep into Macedonia while supply remained so uncertain. Perseus, meanwhile, gathered his officers and men and raged at those responsible for the abandoned garrisons, especially Asclepiodotus and Hippias, accusing them of having handed the gates of Macedonia to the Romans. In truth, the man most responsible was standing before them. No one had done more than he had to create the disaster. At first, the sight of the fleet offshore gave Marcius hope that grain had finally arrived because food had become extremely scarce and painfully expensive. But the ships bringing real supplies had been left behind elsewhere, and once he learned this, the consul found himself in yet another difficult position. Then, fortune favoured him. A letter came from Spurius Lucretius, reporting that he had occupied all the strong points around Tempe and Phyla, and had found grain stores there, along with other useful materials. The news transformed the situation. Delighted, Marcius marched from Dium to Phyla to strengthen the garrison and to organize distribution of food, since moving it over such roads was slow and exhausting. This movement, however, was not well received by everyone. Some said he had retreated out of fear of battle. Others accused him of letting an opportunity slip that might never come again. They argued that fortune in war changes quickly and that no commander should surrender ground so easily once he had gained it. But whatever the criticism, his departure also jolted Perseus into recovering what he had thrown away. The king returned to Dium, restored what the Romans had left damaged or scattered, repaired the battlements, and strengthened the walls. Then he pitched camp on the near side of the river Elpeus, roughly 5 miles from the city. The river itself was his protection. In dry weather it was little, but in winter it became a violent torrent, cutting deep channels and leaving steep banks on either side. Perseus trusted that this barrier was strong enough to prevent any easy Roman advance, and resolved to hold out through the rest of the campaigning season. Marcius, for his part, sent Popilius from Phyla to Heracleum with 2,000 armed men. Heracleum lay between Dium and Tempe on high ground above the river, and before attempting force, Popilius first sent word to the leading men there. He urged them to trust Roman moderation rather than test Roman power. The appeal failed. Perseus's campfires were visible from where they stood, and the defenders took courage from knowing the king was near. The Romans therefore opened a siege by land and sea. The fleet joined the assault from offshore. Engines were brought up, works were begun, and during the attack a remarkable tactic was used by a group of younger Roman soldiers. In earlier times, public games at Rome had sometimes included displays in which armoured youths performed elaborate formations, part military, part theatrical. One of these manoeuvres involved a sloping shield formation, like a living roof, with men at the front upright and those behind crouched or kneeling so that their shields overlapped from top to bottom. Under normal conditions, it was a spectacle. Here, it became a weapon. The Romans formed such a covered slope and pushed it forward toward the lower section of the wall. Protected from missiles by the arrangement of shields, and with the men at the front holding theirs outward rather than overhead, they reached the base without serious loss. Once level with the defenders, they drove them back, and 2 units climbed across into the city. In this way, Heracleium was taken. After the capture, the consul moved his camp there as if preparing to drive on toward Dium, and then farther into Pieria once Perseus had been forced back. In reality, he was already thinking ahead to winter. Roads needed to be made so that provisions could be moved from Thessaly. Storage points for grain had to be chosen. Temporary shelters had to be built for the people bringing supplies. Whatever glory had come from the march into Macedonia, the next stage of the war would depend on logistics as much as courage. Perseus, once the first panic had passed, began to regret the senseless commands he had given in terror. One man sent to destroy the shipyard had delayed, and that delay allowed the order to be reversed. At Pella, however, the official sent to dispose of the treasure had acted too quickly and cast part of it into the sea. Even then, the mistake was not beyond repair, because divers recovered most of it. The king, ashamed that witnesses had seen the evidence of his own breakdown, secretly had the divers killed. The men who had carried out the original orders were also eliminated. It was a grim attempt to erase proof of his fear, but it only revealed more clearly the state of mind in which he had acted. At sea, Gaius Marcius sailed from Heracleium to Thessalonica. Roman troops landed at several points and plundered broadly along the shore. Sorties from the city were beaten back, and the defenders were driven within their walls. But when the Romans moved close enough to threaten the city itself, the defenders brought their artillery into action. Heavy stones hurled from the walls struck not only men on land, but even those aboard the ships. The praetor abandoned the assault and moved on to Aeneia, where the countryside was ravaged, and from there to Antigonia. At first, Roman raiders plundered freely, carrying booty back to the ships. But a Macedonian force of cavalry and infantry suddenly attacked them while they were scattered. The Romans broke and were driven back toward the sea with heavy losses, hundreds killed and many captured. Only when cornered between shore and enemy did they regain their nerve. Fighting flared again on the beach. Men from the fleet came to their aid, and the battle turned. Large numbers of Macedonians were then killed or taken prisoner in their turn. From there, the fleet sailed to the territory of Pallene, one of the richest coastal districts in the region. More support arrived there. King Eumenes came from Asia with 20 decked ships, and King Prusias sent 5 more. This increase in strength made the praetor ambitious. He decided to attempt a siege of Cassandreia, the city built by Cassander on the narrow neck connecting Pallene to the mainland. It was strongly placed between 2 gulfs, and the surrounding peninsula stretched far into the sea. The attack was organised from 2 directions. The Romans fortified one point to block the road between the 2 gulfs, while Eumenes pressed from the other side near an inland channel. The work was hard from the beginning. The Romans had to fill a defensive trench that Perseus had already begun. When the praetor noticed that the excavated earth was nowhere to be seen, he was shown arched structures built into the defences. These had thinner walls than the main fortification. The discovery suggested a plan. Instead of relying only on open assault, the Romans could try to break through by tunnelling into the weaker sections, while distracting the defenders elsewhere with ladders and noisy attacks. If panic spread in the city, the weak point might be neglected. Cassandreia, however, was far from helpless. Its own young men were fighting beside experienced Agrianes and Illyrian Peneste, both peoples accustomed to war. While the Romans worked through the arches and opened a way into the city, the defenders remained alert on the walls. The moment the breach was ready, Roman soldiers nearby shouted in excitement, expecting the city to fall at once. That shout ruined everything. The defenders, startled at first, quickly understood what had happened. Their commanders realized that whoever seized the breach first would gain the advantage, they led a strong force out of the city against the Romans, who were still gathering from different parts of the line and had not formed properly for the assault. Caught in disorder, the attackers were driven back, chased to the trench, and thrown into confusion there. Many were crushed together. Around 600 were killed, and almost everyone trapped between wall and trench was wounded. The failure broke the praetors' momentum. Eumenes was having no better fortune in his own operations by land and sea. They agreed at last to strengthen their blockading posts, and, since a direct rush had failed, to continue by regular siege methods. But before this could develop, 10 warships sent by Perseus from Thessalonica slipped into the city by night, carrying chosen Gallic auxiliaries. Once the Romans learned that Cassandreia had been reinforced, they gave up the siege altogether. The fleet then rounded the peninsula and turned toward Torone. That city too was tested, but it was strongly defended, and the effort was abandoned. Next, they sailed for Demetrius. As they approached, the walls were crowded with armed men, so they passed by and landed instead at Iolcus, planning to gather provisions there and perhaps attack Demetrius afterward. Meanwhile, the consul, unwilling to let time be wasted in enemy territory, sent Marcus Popilius with 5,000 men against Melibea, a town in a strong position near Mount Ossa, commanding approaches toward Demetrius. At first, the inhabitants were frightened by the sudden threat. Then they recovered, took up arms, and manned their walls and gates so quickly that any hope of taking the town in the first rush vanished. A proper siege began, with Roman preparations made in earnest. Perseus, learning both that Melibea was under pressure and that the fleet lay at Iolcus, ready to threaten Demetrius, sent a capable officer named Euphranor with 2,000 picked troops. His orders were clear. First, relieve Melibea. Then, if possible, slip into Demetrius, before the Romans could shift their full attention there. The plan worked. Euphranor appeared suddenly on high ground overlooking the besiegers, and the Roman force, alarmed by the unexpected arrival, abandoned the operation and set fire to its own siege works as it withdrew. Having saved one city, Euphranor moved at once toward the next. He reached Demetrius by night, and his arrival transformed the mood of the defenders. They now believed they could hold the walls and strike at Roman foragers in the surrounding fields. Sorties began, and some damage was done. The praetor and Eumenes still reconnoitred the circuit of Demetrius, considering whether it might be taken by direct assault or by more deliberate means. At the same time, rumours circulated that men were quietly discussing terms between Eumenes and Perseus. Whether those talks were real or exaggerated, one thing is certain. The combined force did not remain before the city. They withdrew. Eumenes then sailed to meet the consul, congratulated him on his successful entry into Macedonia, and departed for his own kingdom. Marcius Figulus divided the fleet for the winter, sending part of it to Sciathus, while he himself took the rest to Oreus on Euboea. From there, he judged, supplies could most efficiently be sent to the armies operating in Macedonia and Thessaly. Ancient writers do not agree at all about the conduct of King Eumenes in this phase of the war. Some portray him as a useful partner who supported Roman operations by sea and then withdrew with honour. Others present a far colder picture. In that version, he repeatedly ignored requests from the Roman praetor to bring naval help, and when he finally departed for Asia, he did so offended rather than satisfied. The cause of his resentment, according to that tradition, was that the Roman commander had refused to let him camp together with the Roman army, and had also failed to persuade him to leave behind the Galatian cavalry he had brought. In that same telling, it was not Eumenes but his brother Attalus who remained at the Roman side, proving dependable, steady, and genuinely valuable in the conduct of the war. Whatever version is preferred, the disagreement itself shows how uncertain and politically charged these relationships had become. Even among allies, mistrust and calculation moved just beneath the surface. While fighting continued in Macedonia, embassies kept arriving in Rome from every direction. One delegation came from a leader among the Gauls beyond the Alps, a man remembered by the name Balanus, though the specific people he ruled over were not clearly recorded. His envoys offered assistance in the war against Perseus. The Senate responded warmly, public thanks were given, and gifts were sent in return. A gold torque, golden drinking vessels, a fully equipped war horse, and a set of cavalry arms. Soon after them came ambassadors from Pamphylia carrying a magnificent golden crown. They asked permission to dedicate it in the Temple of Jupiter on the Capitol, and to perform sacrifice there, and the request was granted. They also asked that their friendship with Rome be renewed, and they received a favourable answer along with the customary gifts. These scenes reflected something central to Roman power. Even while one difficult war dragged on, the wider Mediterranean world continued to seek Roman approval, Roman friendship, or Roman protection. Then came two embassies whose messages touched the same issue but in sharply different tones. One came from King Prusias, the other from Rhodes. Both addressed the question of peace with Perseus. The men sent by Prusias spoke cautiously and almost apologetically. Their king, they said, had remained loyal to Rome and would remain so while the war endured. Still, when Perseus had sent men asking whether Prusias might intercede, he had promised only that he would place the matter before the Senate. If the Romans chose to lay aside their anger and bring the war to an end, then perhaps they might count that as a service done by their ally. It was a modest presentation, phrased more as a request than a demand, and careful not to challenge Roman authority. The Rhodians took a very different approach. Their envoys began by recalling past services rendered to Rome and spoke in a tone so self-assured that it sounded as though they believed Roman success itself owed much to Rhodian support. They emphasized their previous role in major wars and reminded the Senate that they had once maintained friendship with Perseus, while peace still existed between Rome and Macedonia. They said they had broken with him only because Rome had drawn them into the conflict. Now, after years of war, they complained that their island had been suffering badly. Trade had been disrupted, the sea routes were no longer secure, and Rhodes, dependent on maritime traffic, could no longer tolerate the strain. They announced that they had sent envoys to Perseus, urging him to make peace, and that they had come to Rome with the same message. But their words did not stop there. If either side refused an end to the war, they said, Rhodes would decide what action to take against those responsible. That statement landed badly, and it is easy to understand why. It sounded less like counsel and more like a warning. It implied that Rhodes imagined itself in a position to judge, and perhaps even to pressure, the great powers now fighting for control of the eastern Mediterranean. The reaction in Rome was immediate and fierce. Some accounts say the Senate did not even dignify the Rhodians with a full-spoken answer. Instead, a decree was read out, declaring the freedom of Caria and Lycia, two regions long associated with Rhodian influence, and letters were ordered sent at once so that these peoples would know Rome had acted. In one version, the leading Rhodian envoy nearly collapsed on hearing this, his confidence broken in an instant. Other traditions give a fuller Roman response, no less cutting for being longer. In that version, the Senate made clear that it had long suspected Rhodes of secret dealings with Perseus, and that the embassy's own language had removed any remaining doubt. Did Rhodes really think the Romans asked, that it could dictate when wars should begin or end? Were Roman armies to march or withdraw at Rhodian command? Were the Rhodians now the guardians of the world's treaties? The answer, whether spoken or implied, was unmistakable. Rome would finish the war on its own terms, and when Perseus was defeated, every city that had played its part in the struggle would receive exactly what it deserved. Even so, the formal courtesy due to ambassadors was observed. A monetary gift was offered to each member of the Rhodian embassy, as was customary. They refused it. The gesture did nothing to mend the damage. By then, the relationship had already been poisoned, and the Rhodians had managed, in a single audience, to turn Roman suspicion into open anger. Around the same time, a dispatch from Quintus Marcius arrived, and was read before the Senate. He reported that he had crossed the mountain approaches into Macedonia and had collected enough supplies from various districts to prepare for winter. Grain had been received from the Epirots in considerable quantity, and he asked that payment be made to their representatives in Rome. He also requested clothing for the troops, and a shipment of horses, especially Numidian ones, which could not be obtained easily where he was. The Senate approved all of these measures. Gaius Sulpicius arranged the contracts for transporting togas, tunics, and horses across the sea to Macedonia, to be delivered according to the consul's instructions, and the Epirot envoys were compensated for the grain they had provided. This was the less dramatic but essential side of warfare. Behind every march and battle stood a constant effort to feed, equip, clothe, and remount an army operating far from Italy. At that same sitting, the praetor also introduced a Macedonian noble named Onesimus, son of Pytho. His story offered Rome a useful example of the kind of man who could be turned from the enemy camp by reason as much as by fear. He had urged Perseus toward peace and had advised him to keep in mind the old treaty that his father Philip had made with Rome, even recommending that it be read regularly as a reminder of reality and restraint. When Perseus ignored that advice and pressed on toward war, Onesimus gradually tried to remove himself from actions he did not support. In time, suspicion fell on him, and accusations of disloyalty began to gather around him. At last, he defected to the Romans, where he proved valuable to the consul. After hearing his account, the Senate rewarded him generously. He was enrolled among Rome's allies, granted official hospitality at public expense, given land in the territory of Tarentum, and provided with a house in the city itself. Rome knew how to reward useful defectors. Such acts were not only compensation, they were messages, meant to show others in the enemy camp what awaited those willing to step away from a losing cause. Back in Rome, the censors carried out their review with unusual severity. Many men lost equestrian rank, among them Publius Rutilius, who had previously attacked the censors fiercely while serving as tribune of the plebs. He was not only degraded but also transferred into a lower civic category. At the same time, funds from state revenues were allocated for public building, and one of the censors used his share to buy up a cluster of properties behind the old shops near the statue of Vortumnus. There, he began construction of a basilica that would later bear his name. It is a striking reminder that even in the midst of war, Rome continued reshaping itself physically. Public humiliation, political rivalry, civic rank, building programs, and distant campaigns all unfolded together as part of one continuous public life. As the year moved toward its close, anxiety over the Macedonian War remained intense. The question occupying many minds was simple: who should be elected consul to finish it? The Senate decided that Gnaeus Servilius must return as quickly as possible to preside over the elections. A letter was sent, and not long afterward his reply was read aloud. He named an earlier date than expected and promised to return in time. He kept his word. The elections were held promptly, and the Roman people chose Lucius Aemilius Paulus and Gaius Licinius Crassus as consuls for the coming year. The choice of Aemilius was especially significant. He was returning to the consulship after many years, and his election revealed how strongly Rome now desired not merely another commander, but a commander believed capable of ending the war. The next day, the praetors were elected. Once again, the Macedonian struggle drove the whole political process forward faster than usual. Provincial commands were assigned immediately, so that preparations could begin without delay. Italy and Macedonia were reserved for the consuls. The fleet, Spain, Sicily, Sardinia, and the 2 judicial commands at Rome were distributed among the praetors. By lot, Macedonia fell to Aemilius, Italy to Licinius, and the fleet to Gnaeus Octavius. The urgency was obvious. The men selected for the war were expected to begin planning almost before they had fully entered office. Even the timing of the Latin festival was adjusted, so that the consul bound for Macedonia would not be held back longer than religion strictly required. From the moment his province was assigned, it was clear to everyone that Lucius Aemilius meant to pursue the war with seriousness and force. He was energetic by nature, but more than that, he now focused almost entirely on Macedonia. His first move was not theatrical. He did not rush into exaggerated promises or call for reckless action. Instead, he asked the Senate to send a commission eastward to inspect the army and fleet, and to report on the true situation in full detail. He wanted to know the strength of Roman forces on land and sea, the condition of the king's army, what ground was held by each side, whether the Romans had fully crossed the mountain barriers, which allies were loyal, which were wavering, and which were openly hostile. He wanted clear information on supplies, on transport routes, by land and water, and on what had actually been accomplished during the previous campaigning season. Only after such matters had been examined properly, he argued, could a solid plan for the future be formed. The Senate approved this approach and ordered that 3 men be chosen, subject to Aemilius's approval, to travel to Macedonia. They set out only 2 days later. It was the response of a state that had become increasingly aware that the war had lasted too long, that previous efforts had not brought decision, and that better leadership required better knowledge. Aemilius's seriousness quickly distinguished him from others. He did not mistake movement for progress. He wanted facts before he imposed solutions. Toward the end of that same year, unusual natural signs were reported, including 2 separate showers of meteors, one in Roman territory and another in the land of Veii. The proper religious rites were performed in response. Several priests also died, and their vacancies were filled in the normal way. Public life went on under the shadow of war, but its forms were preserved. Even luxury, which many believed was steadily increasing, made its appearance in the spectacles offered at the public games. Panthers, bears, and elephants were displayed in impressive numbers. It was a society capable, at one and the same time, of fearing divine signs, debating war policy, punishing magistrates, building new monuments, and delighting in grand entertainments. When the new year finally began and Lucius Aemilius Paulus entered office with Gaius Licinius, the Senate was eager to hear what course the new Macedonian consul would propose. Aemilius told them he had nothing immediate to place before the house because the commissioners had not yet returned. Still, they were already near Italy, delayed only by rough crossings at sea, and he expected news from them very soon. Once he had heard what was necessary, he said he would return to the Senate within a matter of days and lay out what must be done. He also fixed a date for the Latin festival so that no ceremonial delay would keep him from departure longer than necessary. With the Senate's approval, he and the praetor assigned to the fleet were to leave as soon as the sacrifices had been properly carried out. In the meantime, his colleague in Italy would handle whatever preparations were needed and arrange the dispatch of supplies and materials for the campaign. Foreign embassies, meanwhile, could continue to be received. The first foreign delegation to be admitted that year came from Alexandria, speaking on behalf of King Ptolemy and Queen Cleopatra. Their appearance alone made an impression before a word had been spoken. They entered in visible distress, dressed and groomed in the manner of mourners, carrying olive branches like supplicants, appealing for mercy. But their words proved even more urgent than their appearance. They explained that Antiochus of Syria, once held in Rome as a political hostage and therefore a ruler who understood Roman power very well, had cloaked his ambitions in the language of dynastic restoration. Claiming that he wished to restore the elder Ptolemy, he had in fact launched war against the younger brother who still held Alexandria. His campaign had moved quickly. He had won at sea near Pelusium, forced a crossing of the Nile by improvising a bridge, and advanced so far that Alexandria itself now trembled under threat. The ambassadors described a kingdom on the edge of collapse, a city under fear, and a ruler who seemed close to seizing one of the richest realms in the eastern Mediterranean. Their plea to Rome was simple, but it carried moral force. They reminded the Senate that Egypt's rulers were Roman friends and allies, and that Antiochus, of all kings, should have known the limits that Roman authority placed upon him. If Rome merely sent envoys declaring that war between allied monarchs was unacceptable, they said, Antiochus would surely withdraw from the walls of Alexandria and return to Syria. So great, in their view, was Roman prestige among kings and nations that a single warning might achieve what armies had not yet done. But if Rome delayed, the result would be shameful not only for Egypt, but for the Republic itself. Ptolemy and Cleopatra, they warned, might soon be forced to come to Rome not as allies, but as royal exiles cast out from their own kingdom. That image, more than anything, was meant to stir Roman pride and responsibility. The appeal succeeded. The senators were moved by the Alexandrians' distress and decided to intervene. A commission of envoys was appointed at once, with orders to end the conflict between the two kings. Their instructions were direct. They were to go first to Antiochus and then to Ptolemy, and to make it clear that whichever side refused to stop fighting would no longer be treated by Rome as a friend or ally. The mission was meant to demonstrate something Rome increasingly understood how to wield. Not only military power, but political authority backed by reputation alone. Within 3 days, the Roman envoys departed together with the Alexandrian delegation. Almost at the same time, attention swung back to Macedonia. The commissioners sent earlier to inspect the war returned at the close of a festival and were awaited so eagerly that the consuls would have called the Senate that very evening if there had been time. Instead, the senators assembled on the following day and heard the commissioners' report in full. The picture they gave was troubling. The Roman army, they said, had pushed into Macedonia by traversing wild mountain routes and trackless ground, but the danger of that advance had outweighed its real benefits. The troops had reached Pieria, territory still effectively under Perseus's control, and now the two sides were camped so near one another that only the river Elpius stood between them. Yet despite that proximity, nothing decisive had happened. Perseus wouldn't risk a pitched battle, and the Romans lacked the strength to force one. Winter had made everything worse. Action had stalled. Supplies were scarce. The army was living from day to day with great difficulty, and at one point no more than 6 days' worth of provisions remained. The commissioners added that the enemy's numbers were still formidable. The Macedonian army was said to be around 30,000 strong. On another front, the situation at Lychnidus was equally alarming. If Appius Claudius had possessed a force large enough to threaten the enemy there seriously, Perseus might have been compelled to divide his attention and face pressure in 2 directions at once. But that was not the case. Instead, Appius and his garrison seemed dangerously exposed. Unless a full army was sent to support him, or unless his men were withdrawn, they might soon find themselves trapped. The commissioners also inspected the fleet and found further signs of neglect. Disease had reduced the crews. Many sailors, especially the Sicilians, had gone home. The ships were undermanned. The men still serving had not been paid and lacked adequate clothing. As for Eumenes, his behaviour was judged uncertain and unreliable. He had come and gone with so little consistency that his fleet seemed to move like something driven by the wind rather than by any stable policy. If one figure from that allied circle earned clear praise, it was Attalus, whose loyalty remained steady where others could not be trusted. After this report had been heard, Lucius Aemilius formally brought the Macedonian War before the Senate for decision. The senators responded with a broad programme of preparation. Military command would be tightened and strengthened. Tribunes were to be chosen for the legions, and for that year only men who had already held office would be eligible, a sign that experience was now being preferred over youth or political favour. From among these officers, Aemilius would select the men he wanted for the 2 legions serving in Macedonia. It was further decided that as soon as the Latin festival had been completed, he and Gnaeus Octavius, who had charge of the fleet, must depart without delay for their commands. Lucius Anicius was also assigned an important role. He would replace Appius Claudius at Lychnidus and take responsibility for Illyricum, where the situation clearly required firmer hands and stronger support. The burden of organising the levy fell to the other consul, Gaius Licinius. He was ordered to raise 7,000 Roman infantry and 200 cavalry, and to summon an equal number of allied infantry along with a larger body of allied horse. A further cavalry force was to be obtained from the command in Gaul. All of this was to be sent to Macedonia as quickly as possible. The legions already there were not to be multiplied endlessly, but restored to proper strength and structure. Men unfit for service were to be discharged, while the remaining manpower would either reinforce the main army or fill out the garrisons. Additional troops were also called up for Anicius, together with 2 legions assigned to his sphere of operations, and thousands of sailors were to be enrolled for the fleet. Licinius himself would govern Italy with 2 legions and a strong allied contingent, ensuring that while Rome concentrated on ending the war in the east, the home front remained secure. Once these decrees had been passed, Lucius Aemilius went directly from the Senate House to address the people. The speech he delivered was remembered because it revealed both his temperament and his understanding of the deeper problem facing Roman command. He began by saying that many citizens seemed to have congratulated him more warmly for drawing Macedonia by lot than even for being elected consul. The reason was obvious. They believed he was the man who could finally end the war in a manner worthy of Rome's dignity. He said he hoped the gods had smiled on that outcome as well, and would continue to favour the enterprise. On one point, however, he was willing to speak with complete certainty. He would do everything in his power not to fail the expectations placed upon him. The Senate had already determined what was needed, and because speed was essential, his colleague would supervise the preparations with full seriousness. From there, he turned to something more pointed. He urged the Roman people to trust what came to them in official reports from the field, rather than surrendering themselves to idle rumour. In his view, this war in particular had become a breeding ground for irresponsible talk. Every gathering in the city, even banquets and casual social occasions, seemed to produce men who believed they knew exactly how the war should be fought. They knew which roads should be taken into Macedonia, where camps should be placed, when battle should be offered, where supply depots should stand, which passes should be used, and what every commander in the field ought to do. Worse still, when generals acted differently from what these self-appointed experts had decided in their own imaginations. They attacked them as if conducting a public prosecution. Such behaviour, he warned, was not harmless, It weakened command and burdened those who were actually responsible for the army. Only men of exceptional firmness, he said, could ignore rumour and continue steadily in the face of such chatter. Yet Emilius did not present himself as a man who despised advice. On the contrary, he openly said that a commander who refused all counsel was not wise but arrogant. The real question was from whom advice should be taken. In his view, a general ought to listen first to serious men who truly understood war and had learned from experience. He should also listen to those present in the campaign itself, because they could see the terrain, the enemy, and the changing opportunities of war firsthand, and because they shared the danger like sailors aboard the same ship. So if anyone in Rome truly believed he possessed better judgment about the Macedonian war, Emilius invited him to come along. A ship, a horse, a tent, provisions, even an allowance for the journey would be provided. But if such men preferred the comfort of city life to the fatigue of campaigning, then they should stop trying to steer a vessel from the shore. Rome, he said, in effect, already had enough talkers. The army needed men. That speech made an impression. Soon afterward, the Latin festival was celebrated, and once the rites had been performed properly, both Emilius and the praetor Octavius departed at once for Macedonia. Tradition remembered that an unusually large crowd accompanied the consul on his way out, as if the city itself were escorting not merely a magistrate, but the man destined to finish the long and weary war. Confidence spread widely through Rome. Men spoke almost as if the end of the conflict were already in sight, and a triumph already half won. While these things were happening in Italy, Perseus remained trapped by one of the same flaws that had repeatedly harmed his cause. He saw clearly enough what needed to be done, yet could not force himself to spend the money required to do it properly. This was especially evident in his dealings with Gentius, king of the Illyrians. Perseus had long understood how valuable Gentius could be if he was secured firmly as an ally, but the Macedonian king delayed and hesitated, because the alliance had a price. Once the Romans crossed into the key passes and the war entered a more dangerous stage, Perseus concluded that delay was no longer possible. Through Hippias, acting on his behalf, he agreed to pay Gentius 300 talents of silver on the condition that hostages be exchanged. A trusted associate named Pantaucus was sent to finalize the arrangement. Meeting Gentius in Illyrian territory, he accepted the king's oath and took hostages from him. Gentius, in turn, sent his own representative to receive Perseus's oath and hostages, together with men charged with collecting the money. At the same time, Perseus was thinking beyond Illyria. 2 Illyrian envoys were designated to go with Macedonian representatives to Rhodes, but only after the exchange of oaths, hostages, and money had been completed. The plan was ambitious. By presenting themselves in the names of both kings together, they hoped to encourage Rhodes to join openly in the war against Rome. The logic was obvious. Rhodes possessed immense naval prestige, and if such a maritime power entered the conflict on the Macedonian side, Roman control by land and sea alike would be shaken. Perseus, therefore, tried to bind diplomacy, money, and coordinated pressure into one larger design. When the Illyrians approached, Perseus left his camp on the Elpeus and rode to Dium with his full cavalry force to meet them. There, surrounded by mounted troops and in full sight of many Macedonians, the agreement with Gentius was formally ratified. Perseus wanted the ceremony to be public because he believed that the visible sealing of an alliance would strengthen the morale of his own men. The exchange of hostages took place before everyone's eyes. Men were then sent to Pella to receive the money from the royal treasury, while those destined for the Rhodian mission were instructed to embark from Thessalonica. Waiting there was Metrodorus, newly arrived from Rhodes, who claimed that influential men in the city were ready for war. With that assurance, he was placed at the head of the joint mission. On paper, it looked like a major diplomatic advance. Perseus was also trying to work on other kings. Messages went out to Eumenes and Antiochus, both built on a line of argument that had become more plausible as Rome's power expanded. A king, it was said, and a truly free city could never be fully at ease with one another, and Rome had shown a habit of destroying monarchs one by one, often using the strength of one king to break another. Philip had been worn down with the help of Attalus. Antiochus had once been opposed with support from Eumenes and even, to some extent, Macedon itself. Now, Eumenes and Prusias stood against Perseus. If Macedonia were allowed to fall, the reasoning continued. Asia would be next, and after Asia, Syria. Already the Romans, under the language of liberation, had extended their influence deep into lands once ruled by kings. Perseus urged Antiochus and Eumenes to draw the obvious conclusion. Either they should persuade Rome to make peace, or they should recognize that Rome had become a danger common to all monarchs. The message to Antiochus was sent openly. The one to Eumenes was more discreet, disguised under another purpose, but Roman suspicion already hung over Eumenes so heavily that these contacts only made matters worse. Stories of secret negotiation spread quickly. Among those connected with the affair was a Cretan named Cydas, a close associate of Eumenes, who had held conversations more than once with men serving Perseus. There were other meetings too, some near cities under tension, others involving figures of importance on the Macedonian side. The details were hidden, but the existence of the contacts was widely suspected. That was enough to damage trust. Eumenes found himself burdened by rumours of double dealing, at precisely the moment when he most needed Roman confidence. In truth, Eumenes' position was complicated. He had no desire to see Perseus win, nor did he intend to help him achieve victory. Rivalry between the two houses ran too deep for that, and the thought of Perseus rising to new wealth and glory at Rome's expense was something Eumenes could scarcely tolerate. Yet he could also see that both sides were becoming weary. Perseus had been seeking peace by one means or another almost from the beginning, and his urgency only grew as danger increased. Rome, for all its pride, was also fighting a war that had become more troublesome and drawn out than expected. Eumenes read the mood of both camps and seems to have concluded that peace might come sooner or later through exhaustion and fear. Instead of openly serving either side, he preferred to place a price on his own usefulness. One offer appears to have been that for 1,000 talents he would stay out of the war and withhold aid from the Romans. Another was that for a larger sum he would help bring peace about. In either case, he was willing to speak of guarantees and hostages. Perseus, driven by anxiety, was willing enough to begin. Hostages could be arranged quickly enough, but once money had to be placed in another man's hands, the Macedonian king faltered. Cash payment between great kings, he argued, was degrading. He would not refuse to pay once the peace had been achieved, but until then the sum could be deposited in a sanctuary for security. Eumenes immediately saw the trap. Money placed in a sanctuary within Perseus's sphere might as well still be sitting in the king's treasury. He pressed for at least part of it in advance. The result was stalemate. Each king tried to ensnare the other without exposing himself. Nothing came of it beyond mutual discredit. Perseus lost a real opportunity, and Eumenes deepened the cloud of suspicion around himself without gaining anything durable in return. This was not the first time Perseus's greed had spoiled his own position, and it would not be the last. The same reluctance to part with money had already weakened his agreement with Gentius, and it also wrecked a remarkable opportunity among the Gauls. A large Gallic force had come down through Illyria, offering massive assistance. 10,000 cavalry and an equal number of infantry so trained and organised that if a rider fell, the accompanying footmen could mount the vacant horse and continue the fight. They had been promised rich payment upon arrival, with extra reward for their leader. As these auxiliaries approached, Perseus moved out from his camp to meet them with part of his army. He ordered villages and towns along the route to prepare abundant supplies of grain, wine, and livestock. He also took with him gifts for the Gallic chiefs, horses, military cloaks, decorations, and some gold. But the gold he carried was only a fraction of what had been promised. He hoped, as so often, to win the rest, with expectation rather than payment. The Gauls, meanwhile, had camped in a district some distance away and were waiting for the money that had been agreed. Perseus sent Antigonus to them with instructions to move the host toward a more suitable location while the leaders came ahead to meet the king. Antigonus described the good provisions laid on for them and the honours with which Perseus intended to welcome the chiefs. The Gauls answered bluntly. They would judge all that when they stood face to face with the king. For the present, they wanted to know whether the ready gold had been brought, the very gold promised to each cavalryman and each infantryman. Antigonus had no answer. Their leader then made the matter perfectly plain. The Gauls would not move a single step farther until they had the gold and the hostages. Once that answer was brought back, Perseus summoned a council. No one dared openly contradict him, but it was obvious what they must have wished him to do. Instead, the king, always more protective of his treasury than his security, launched into warnings about Gallic savagery and treachery. Such a mass of foreigners, he said, might become more dangerous as allies than the Romans were as enemies. In the end, he declared that 5,000 cavalry would be enough, not the larger force first discussed. Antigonus was sent back with that message. The insult was obvious. The Gauls had been summoned from afar and then treated as if the bargain could be reduced at will. Their leader asked one final time whether even the 5,000 would receive the agreed payment. When it became clear that deception continued thereto, outrage broke out among the whole band. They had been drawn from their homes for nothing. Antigonus was lucky to escape with his life. The Gauls turned back toward the Danube, ravaging the parts of Thrace through which they passed. The loss was immense. Had that Gallic force entered Thessaly, while Perseus remained opposite the Romans at the Elpius, the consequences could have been severe. The countryside might have been stripped, the Roman supply base ruined, and allied cities perhaps even stormed, while the main Roman army remained pinned in place. The Romans would have been trapped between the Macedonian camp before them and starvation behind them. Yet Perseus threw away that possibility because he would not pay the price he himself had named. The effect on Macedonian morale was equally damaging. Many had placed great hopes in the arrival of the Gauls. Their dismissal showed once again that the king's calculations were undermined by his miserliness. The same pattern soon reappeared with Gentius. Perseus had actually counted out the 300 talents at Pella for the Illyrian envoys and even allowed them to place their seal upon the money. But he then sent only a tiny fraction ahead, 10 talents, for immediate delivery. The rest he ordered carried only as far as the Macedonian frontier, where it was to wait for further instructions. Once Gentius received this small instalment, Pantaucus pressed him to commit himself more openly by taking hostile action against Rome. Gentius responded by imprisoning Roman envoys who happened to be with him at that moment. Hearing this, Perseus concluded that the Illyrian king was now trapped by necessity and would have to remain hostile to Rome whether or not he received the full amount. He therefore sent orders recalling the larger shipment of money. Hierophon returned from his mission to Eumenes, and whatever had passed between them remained hidden from public view. On the Macedonian side, the official explanation was that he had gone only to discuss prisoners. Eumenes himself took care to reinforce that impression, assuring the Roman consul that this was indeed the purpose of the contact. Outwardly, nothing more could be proved, yet the silence surrounding the affair only deepened uncertainty. In a war already crowded with half-truths, private bargaining, and shifting loyalties, secrecy itself became a form of political action. Perseus gained little comfort from Hierophon's return. Still unwilling to remain passive, he turned his attention to the sea and sent Antenor and Callippus out with a substantial naval force, 40 war galleys accompanied by smaller, fast-moving vessels. Their objective was clear enough. Grain ships scattered across the Aegean and the Cyclades were trying to make their way to Macedonia, and the royal fleet was meant to shield them. The expedition put to sea from Cassandria, first moving along the harbours beneath Mount Athos, and then crossing in calm conditions toward Tenedos. There they found Rhodian light warships under the command of Eudamus, lying at anchor. The Macedonians did not attack. Instead, they exchanged friendly signals and allowed the Rhodians to depart, a sign that open alignments in the eastern Mediterranean were still clouded by caution, diplomacy, and calculation. Soon afterward, news reached Antenor that on the far side of the island, a large group of Macedonian transport vessels had been trapped by ships belonging to Eumenes. The Pergamene commander had stationed his warships at the harbour entrance and was effectively blocking the grain convoy from moving on. Antenor reacted at once. He sailed around the island, drove off the enemy vessels, and freed the transports. To make sure the grain reached Macedonia safely, he detached 10 galleys as an escort, instructing them to deliver the convoy and then return immediately. They rejoined the fleet a little over a week later, by which time the main force had shifted its anchorage again. From there, the Macedonian ships crossed toward an island lying between the coast of Asia and Chios. Fortune soon handed them another opportunity. Not long after their arrival, a group of transport ships sailed out from Elaea, carrying Galatian cavalry and horses intended for Attalus. Their route would take them by Chios before crossing over toward Macedonia. When Antenor was alerted from a lookout station that the convoy had passed well into open water, he moved out to intercept. At first, the enemy commanders could scarcely believe what they were seeing. A Macedonian fleet operating so far west and in such confidence seemed almost impossible. They mistook the approaching ships for Romans, or perhaps for vessels returning from Attalus. Only when the rams, oars, and formation of the oncoming squadron made the truth unmistakable did panic set in. The transport ships were in no condition to resist. They were slow, heavy, and crowded, and the Galatians aboard them were fighters on land, not men suited to naval danger. Some vessels tried to escape by steering toward the coast near Erythrae. Others made for Chios and ran themselves aground in desperation. Horses were abandoned. Men fled inland in confusion, trying to reach the city. The Macedonians landed troops where the shore gave them easy access and overtook many of the fugitives along the roads. Some were cut down in open flight. Others reached the city gates only to find them shut, because those inside did not yet know whether the men approaching were friends or enemies. The slaughter there was severe. Hundreds of Galatians died, many others were taken alive, and numerous horses perished either in the wreckage or on the shore. Antenor selected the finest of the surviving animals and sent them, along with the prisoners, back toward Thessalonica under escort. The rest of the fleet remained in the area briefly before moving on again across the sea. During these same operations, Roman envoys were crossing the Aegean in fast warships on their own diplomatic mission. When they reached Delos, they found both Macedonian and Pergamene vessels in the harbour. Yet Delos was a sacred place, and the sanctity of the island imposed a kind of truce even upon enemies. Roman crews, Macedonian sailors, and men from Eumenes' ships all moved about the same holy ground without violence. For a moment, war halted before religion. Men who would gladly have met one another in battle elsewhere now walked under the protection of a sanctuary that neither side wished to violate. That calm did not extend beyond the sacred harbour. Antenor, using his watchposts, continued to monitor sea traffic and sent his ships in pursuit of merchant vessels whenever they seemed worth taking. Some galleys hunted directly, others were sent out through the islands. The policy was ruthless and simple. Anything not bound for Macedonia was prey. Roman envoys tried to intervene where they could, and at times ships belonging to Eumenes joined the effort, but the Macedonian sailors were elusive. They moved largely by night, often in small groups, and avoided direct confrontation whenever possible. It was in this atmosphere that the joint Macedonian and Illyrian embassy finally reached Rhodes. Their arrival came at a favourable moment for Perseus. News of Macedonian raiding in the Aegean had already spread. Word had also circulated that Gentius of Illyria had entered into alliance with Perseus, and there were still rumours that large Galatian forces were on the move to support the Macedonian war effort. Inside Rhodes, influential men who favoured Perseus had helped create a climate of confidence and defiance. The city responded favourably to the two kings. More than that, the Rhodians openly declared that they intended to force an end to the war by their own intervention and expected the warring monarchs to accept peace. It was a striking declaration, bold enough to sound almost like an attempt to stand above both Rome and Macedon, and it revealed how much some in Rhodes still believed that their city could shape the course of events in the wider Greek world. By now, spring had come, and new Roman commanders were reaching their posts. Lucius Aemilius arrived in Macedonia. Octavius took charge of the fleet at Aureus, and Anicius entered Illyricum, where he was to move against Gentius. The Illyrian king had not risen from a stable or peaceful household. His father had ruled before him, and his family connections stretched into neighbouring peoples. But Gentius had secured his throne through blood and fear. One brother, who posed the real dynastic threat, had been executed together with two capable companions. Another relative, of lesser standing, caused him less concern. There was a strong belief that jealousy had played its part in one of these killings, because the dead brother had been engaged to a woman whose marriage alliance could have brought him valuable outside support. Afterward, Gentius himself married her, confirming what many had already suspected. Once he no longer feared a rival claimant, he ruled with growing harshness, and the violence in his nature was made worse by excess and indulgence. Even so, he had not plunged into war with Rome from confidence or strategy alone. He had been drawn into it, pushed by circumstances, and tempted by Macedonian promises. He assembled his forces at Lissus, where his total strength was put at 15,000 men. From there, he sent one of his brothers with a smaller contingent to overawe the Cavi and force them into submission if terror alone failed. Gentius himself moved against Basania, a city allied to Rome. Heralds were sent ahead first to test whether the inhabitants might yield, but they chose resistance and prepared to endure a siege. Elsewhere in the same region, reactions varied. One community welcomed the Illyrian prince openly. Another shut him out. Raiding followed, and some of the king's men were killed by local farmers while foraging, showing that even where organised opposition was limited, the countryside was far from submissive. At this point, Appius Claudius, who had gathered auxiliaries from nearby allied peoples, left his winter quarters and advanced to the river Genusus. He had heard of the alliance between Gentius and Perseus, and was furious not only at the political danger it posed, but at the insult done to Roman envoys who had been seized. He intended open war. But before he could act decisively, the new praetor Anicius reached the region. He sent word ahead to Appius to wait for him at the river, and arrived there 2 days later. Once joined, he strengthened the available force further with picked infantry and cavalry from allied youth in the region, and prepared to march inland. His immediate purpose was to relieve Bassania, which was still under pressure. Before that operation could begin in full, fresh trouble arose on the coast. At the urging of Pantaucus, Gentius had sent out a fleet of 80 light vessels to ravage the territories of Dyrrhachium and Apollonia. Coastal attack and inland war were thus being combined, at least in design, into a broader Illyrian effort against Roman interests. The surviving account of these operations breaks off at this point, but the broader outline is still clear enough. The Roman praetor checked the naval threat before turning the full weight of his campaign onto land. Once momentum shifted, events moved with remarkable speed. One settlement after another gave way. Part of the reason was military pressure, but another part lay in Anicius's conduct after success. He dealt with those who surrendered in a measured and even-handed manner, and his reputation for clemency spread quickly. Communities that might otherwise have resisted now judged that submission was safer and more honourable than a hopeless defence. By the time he turned towards Scodra, the decisive objective of the entire campaign, Roman success was gathering its own force. Scodra mattered more than any other place in the kingdom. It wasn't only the strongest centre the people of that region possessed, it was effectively the heart of Gentius's rule. Nature itself defended it. Rivers protected its flanks, and nearby waters joined into larger channels running down from the mountains toward the Adriatic. The country around it was shaped by strong natural barriers, with Mount Scordus dominating the horizon and linking the surrounding worlds of Dardania, Macedonia, and Illyricum. A city placed there was hard to reach and harder still to storm. Even so, Anicius believed that fortune, once favourable, should be pressed without hesitation. He advanced in battle order toward the city, apparently hoping that sudden fear might accomplish what a long siege would make costly. Had the Illyrians kept their gates closed, spread their defenders across the walls and towers, and forced the Romans to attack a strong position head-on, the outcome might have been far less certain. Instead, they rushed out to fight on open ground. Their charge had spirit at the beginning, but not endurance. The Romans drove them back, and the retreat became a collapse. More than 200 fell at the very entrance of the city. The shock of that failure broke Gentius's confidence. He immediately sent leading men to the Roman commander, asking for a truce so that he might consider his position. 3 days were granted. The Roman camp stood very close to the city, and during this pause Gentius boarded a vessel and went by river toward the lake as though seeking a quieter place for deliberation. In truth, he seems to have been clinging to the hope that his brother was approaching with large numbers gathered from the surrounding country. That hope dissolved quickly. No rescuing army appeared. 3 days later, he returned to Scodra and sent ahead, requesting an audience with the praetor. The meeting was granted. When Gentius came to the Roman camp, his tone was entirely changed. He began by condemning his own folly, and before long his composure broke altogether. He pleaded, wept, and cast himself at the victor's feet. Anicius first told him to take courage, then invited him to dine. It was a gesture of controlled superiority, not friendship. Afterward, Gentius went back to the city, and later that same day, following a final meal conducted under Roman oversight, he was placed under guard and handed over for safekeeping. A king who had entered war for a pitiful sum, scarcely worthy of the hazard he had embraced, now found himself reduced to a captive by the very bargain that had drawn him in. With Scodra taken Anicius moved immediately to restore the Roman envoys who had been imprisoned and to gather the rest of the royal household. Gentius's wife, children, mother, brother, and other leading Illyrians were brought in. The speed of the campaign was extraordinary. The war had barely begun before it was already over. Within little more than a month, the kingdom had collapsed. Anicius sent word back to Rome announcing victory, and soon afterward Gentius himself, together with his family and principal followers, was sent on under guard. The campaign was so swift that, as later generations like to remark, the war had ended before the news of its beginning had fully spread. While Illyricum was falling apart, Perseus was being pulled in every direction by fear. The arrival of Emilius in Macedonia alarmed him. Octavius and the Roman fleet alarmed him as well. Land and sea alike seemed endangered. He strengthened Thessalonica with a small garrison and sent another commander there to maintain a camp close to the dockyards. Cavalry was posted farther down the coast to guard against sudden descents from Roman ships and to be ready to aid local communities wherever enemy landings might occur. He also sent troops to secure inland points of strategic value. Once these detachments had gone, he shifted his own focus back to the Elpais, where the river had fallen enough to make crossing possible in places. There, he tried to gather as many men as possible to hold the bank. Women from neighbouring towns were compelled to bring food to the camp, while soldiers were sent to cut wood from nearby forests. The kingdom was being bent toward one purpose: to hold the Romans back at the critical line where the campaign would soon be decided. The record then breaks again, and when it resumes, the narrative has shifted forward to the opening stages of Emilius's final operations. He had now fully taken command of the army in Macedonia, and one of the first practical difficulties before him was water. The camp stood near the sea, yet drinkable water was not immediately at hand. In the end, he ordered the water carriers to follow him to the shoreline itself and begin digging shallow pits at intervals in the sand. The reasoning behind it was intelligent and rooted in observation. The nearby mountains were so high and no visible streams seemed to descend from them in the area that he guessed hidden water must be filtering downward, underground, and mingling with the sea at the coast. The experiment worked almost at once. As soon as the surface sand was removed, muddy seepage appeared, then clearer flow, and then abundant fresh water. To soldiers already impressed by their new commander, the sight felt almost miraculous. It strengthened Emilius's authority not because it was magic, but because it showed intelligence, attention, and confidence rewarded by success. Once water had been secured, he ordered the men to prepare their weapons and then went out with officers to examine the river crossings. He wanted to know exactly where armed men could descend most easily, where the far bank offered the least difficult ascent, and which points were most suitable for a serious movement. But he was thinking about more than crossings. He also concerned himself with the internal discipline of the army and the way commands were to be transmitted. When orders are shouted broadly through a camp, they become distorted. Some men hear too little, others too much. Confusion spreads faster than intention, and often the enemy understands that something is happening before one's own soldiers grasp the order clearly. Emilius, therefore, changed the practice. Commands were to pass quietly through the chain of officers, from tribunes to centurions, and onward rank by rank, whether from front to rear or rear to front. In this way, movement would be controlled, coherent, and less visible to hostile eyes. He also altered guard procedures. Sentries, he decided, were not to stand their watch carrying shields in the old manner. A sentry's duty was not to fight in place, but to observe and give warning. Yet a man standing with shield and spear often grew drowsy, leaning on his weapon and half sleeping behind the rim of the shield, while the gleam of his armour betrayed him from far away. Such sentries were visible, without being vigilant. Aemilius stripped away that habit. He wanted watchers who watched, not armed statues dozing in formation. He made similar changes to outpost service. In hot weather, men had been left too long at their stations, cavalry standing beside bridled horses for exhausting hours under the sun. Fresh enemy forces could then attack tired men and jaded animals, and do disproportionate harm. Aemilius divided the watches more carefully, relieving one group at midday with another, so that those posted forward would never be left worn out and useless at the moment of danger. After setting these measures in order, he called the army together and explained how he expected them to be carried out. He then spoke in a way that echoed what he had already said at Rome, but now with even greater sharpness, because the men stood on campaign and not in the forum. In an army, he said, the commander alone bears the responsibility of considering, deciding, and directing what must be done. Sometimes he will decide by himself. Sometimes he will summon men fit to advise him. But those not called to counsel must not scatter opinions through the camp, either openly or in whispers. The soldier has 3 duties: to keep his body strong, to keep his weapons ready, and to keep provisions at hand in case orders come suddenly. Everything else belongs to the gods and the commander. No army prospers where the rank and file debate policy, while the general shifts course according to camp rumour. His task, he told them, was to give them the chance to win. Their task was not to ask what would happen next, but to be ready when the signal came. The effect of this speech was immediate and profound. Even veterans admitted that they had learned something new about the true conduct of war, as though they had become recruits again under a better school of command. Nor did their approval remain a matter of words. It could be seen everywhere in the camp. Men who might once have lounged in uncertainty now busied themselves with purpose. Some sharpened swords, others polished helmets, breastplates, and body armour until the metal shone. Some strapped on their equipment and tested how freely they could move in it. Others weighed spears in their hands or drew blades again and again to test the edge. The whole camp seemed transformed from a weary host into an army ready for decision. Looking upon them, one might easily believe that once they were finally allowed to meet the enemy in full battle, the war would indeed be brought to its end, whether in a victory worthy of memory or in a death worthy of honour. Perseus could not fail to notice the sudden transformation in the Roman camp. With the arrival of the new commander and the coming of spring, everything across the river seemed alive with movement. Camps shifted position. Troops were constantly in motion, and their general rode from point to point, examining the terrain with careful attention. At times, he studied the Macedonian defences as if searching for a weak crossing. At others, his actions were less obvious but no less deliberate. It gave the impression that this was no continuation of an old war, but the beginning of a new one, fought with renewed energy and purpose. News soon reached Perseus that shook his confidence far more deeply than anything he saw with his own eyes. The collapse of Illyria spread through the Macedonian ranks, despite the king's attempts to suppress it. He tried to intercept the messenger carrying the report, hoping to prevent the truth from reaching the army. But the effort failed. Fragments of the story had already begun to circulate. Some recognized familiar faces among captured Illyrians being led away. Others spoke carelessly. The more the king tried to hide the disaster, the more widely it spread through rumor and speculation. What had strengthened Roman morale cast a long shadow over the Macedonian camp. Around the same time, envoys from Rhodes arrived at the Roman position, repeating their call for peace. Their tone had already angered the Roman leadership elsewhere, and here it was received even more coldly. Many officers were openly hostile. Some wanted the envoys imprisoned. Others suggested dismissing them without even granting an audience. The Roman commander chose a different course. He delayed his reply, saying that an answer would come after a set period. It was a calculated decision, signalling that diplomacy would not interrupt preparation for war. Instead of engaging in debate with the envoys, he turned his attention to strategy. Among his officers, opinions varied. Younger men favoured a direct assault across the river and the fortified line. They believed that if the army advanced in a single, concentrated force, the Macedonians would not withstand the pressure. Others proposed a different approach, suggesting that naval operations could draw the enemy away by threatening the coastline and forcing the king to divide his attention. If the Macedonian army shifted its position to respond, the river defences might be weakened. The commander rejected both ideas. He saw too clearly the strength of the defensive position. The riverbank, combined with fortifications and artillery, made a frontal crossing extremely costly. Reports confirmed that the Macedonians were skilled in the use of missiles and could strike with precision at range. Rather than force a passage where the enemy was strongest, he began to consider a more indirect solution. He summoned 2 local guides whose knowledge of the surrounding terrain was well known. In private, he questioned them about alternative routes into the region behind the enemy lines. They explained that there were paths through the mountains, though some were guarded. That was enough. If a force could move unseen and strike, by surprise, the defences might collapse before they could react. In darkness, where distance weapons lost their advantage, fighting would come down to close combat, and in such conditions, Roman soldiers held the edge. A plan quickly took shape. A selected force would move quietly through the hills, guided along a route that would bring them to a key position within a few days. At the same time, the fleet would prepare for operations along the coast, creating the impression of a larger coordinated attack. Orders were issued discreetly, with great care taken to conceal the true objective. Supplies were arranged in advance, and the chosen troops were told only what they needed to know. While this movement unfolded in secret, the main army created a diversion. At dawn, light troops advanced into the riverbed and engaged the enemy pickets. The ground there was uneven, broken by channels and shifting banks, making it unsuitable for heavy infantry. Instead, skirmishers fought in the open, exchanging missiles across the shallow waters. From both sides, soldiers and commanders watched from the heights above. The Macedonians proved more effective at a distance, their projectiles striking with accuracy. But when the fighting closed, the Roman troops showed greater steadiness and resilience. The engagement lasted until midday, when the signal to withdraw was given. Casualties had been significant on both sides. The next day, fighting resumed with even greater intensity. The Romans suffered heavily, not only from those directly engaged, but from volleys launched from fortified positions above the river. Stones and missiles rained down, and even the rear ranks were struck by engines placed along the defences. By the end of the day, losses had mounted, and the Roman commander again ordered a withdrawal. On the 3rd day, he refrained from battle altogether and shifted his position as though preparing for a crossing near the coast. The movement was intended to mislead, and it succeeded. While attention remained fixed on the river, the detachment moving through the mountains advanced toward its objective. Time passed, and the campaign moved toward its decisive phase. When the armies finally drew close to Pydna, conditions were far from ideal. The heat of the day was intense, and the march had been exhausting. Dust filled the air, and thirst began to take its toll. Despite this, the soldiers were eager for battle. Their enthusiasm, however, posed its own danger. The commander understood that a fight begun under such conditions could easily turn against them. He delayed the engagement, allowing the army time to recover, even as he moved among the ranks, encouraging the men and maintaining their readiness. Some officers questioned the decision. One young noble in particular urged immediate action, fearing that the enemy might slip away if given the chance. The commander listened without anger, but stood firm. Experience had taught him the value of timing, and he trusted his judgment over the impatience of youth. Instead of advancing, he ordered the camp to be established. At first, the soldiers pressed eagerly for battle. Then, as the heat intensified, their strength began to fade. When the order to halt became clear, relief spread quietly through the ranks. What had seemed hesitation proved to be foresight. The following day, after proper preparations had been completed, the army assembled again. Before the battle, an unusual event took place. A Roman officer informed the troops that a lunar eclipse would occur during the night. He explained it as a natural phenomenon, predictable and not a sign of divine anger. When the eclipse appeared exactly as described, Roman confidence grew. Among the Macedonians, however, the same event caused fear. Many believed it to be a warning of disaster, and anxiety spread through their camp. By the next morning, both sides were ready for a decisive clash. Some criticized their leaders for delaying the fight. The Macedonian king defended his caution by pointing to the terrain and the conditions. The Roman commander faced similar doubts, but addressed them directly. He explained that fighting at the wrong moment could mean defeat, no matter how brave the soldiers. A well-rested army, properly formed and supported, held a clear advantage over one exhausted by marching and heat. The reasoning was sound, and the army accepted it. Yet the battle did not begin by deliberate order. Instead, it was set in motion by chance. At a small river between the camps, soldiers from both sides had been drawing water without conflict. Guards watched, but neither side sought to provoke a fight. Then, suddenly, a pack animal broke loose and ran toward the far bank. A handful of men pursued it, and a brief struggle followed. One of the enemy was killed. What began as a minor incident quickly escalated. Reinforcements arrived, and within moments the quiet riverbank became a battlefield. From that small spark, a full engagement developed. Units were drawn in, lines formed, and the armies clashed. The Roman commander took control of the field, directing movements with energy despite his age. On one side, the Macedonian phalanx advanced, its long spears forming a dense and formidable barrier. At first, its strength was evident, but as the terrain broke the formation and gaps appeared, the advantage shifted. Roman units pushed into the openings, fighting in smaller, flexible groups. Elsewhere, elephants and allied troops struck the Macedonian flank. The effect was immediate. Panic spread, and the line began to give way. What had been a solid formation dissolved into scattered groups. Once the cohesion of the phalanx was lost, its strength vanished. The battle became a series of smaller struggles, and in each of these, the Roman soldiers held the upper hand. The fighting turned into a slaughter. The Macedonian infantry suffered heavily, cut down from all directions. Some fled toward the sea, hoping for rescue. Others attempted to swim out to ships, only to be killed in the water or crushed on the shore. The defeat was overwhelming. Thousands fell, and many more were taken prisoner. Roman losses were comparatively light. The king himself fled early, accompanied by cavalry and a small group of loyal followers. The mounted troops escaped largely intact, protected by the chaos of the battlefield and the obstacles created by their own retreating infantry. The rest of the army collapsed behind them. Nightfall ended the pursuit. Darkness concealed the fugitives and prevented a complete destruction of the defeated force. Even so, the outcome was decisive. The power of Macedonia had been broken in a single day. Perseus fled inland, abandoning the field. His journey was marked by confusion and fear. At first, he was surrounded by many companions, but as the night deepened and the roads divided, his followers began to disperse. Some made their way to nearby cities, others vanished entirely. By the time he reached safety, only a handful remained with him. Back in the Roman camp, victory was shadowed by concern. One of the commander's sons had disappeared during the pursuit, carried away in the chaos of the fighting. For a time, the uncertainty overshadowed even the success of the day. When the young man finally returned, the relief was immense, and only then could the full weight of the victory be felt. Elsewhere, news of the defeat spread rapidly. In one city, fear of unrest led its leader to act with cunning. By sending a garrison away under false pretenses, he secured the safety of the population and prevented disorder. It was a small but telling example of how quickly fortunes could change and how survival depended not only on strength, but on judgment. The war had reached its turning point. What followed would not be a struggle between equals, but the final unravelling of a kingdom already broken on the field. 2 days after the disaster, Perseus arrived at Amphipolis. The king was already reduced to sending messengers under the protection of a herald's staff to open contact with the Roman commander. Even before any formal reply could matter, the collapse around him had become obvious. Important figures from his own circle, men who had fled separately after the battle, now gave themselves up voluntarily to the Romans. Others, seeing that the royal cause was sinking beyond recovery, prepared to follow them. The defeat at Pydna had not simply broken an army. It had shattered confidence, loosened loyalty, and begun to dissolve the structure of the kingdom itself. The Roman commander acted quickly. He sent his son Quintus Fabius, together with Lucius Lentulus and Quintus Metellus, back to Rome with news of the victory. To reward the troops, he granted the infantry the spoils taken from the bodies of the fallen enemy and allowed the cavalry to plunder the surrounding countryside. Though only for a limited time, so that discipline would not collapse into disorder. He then shifted the camp closer to the sea near Pydna. From that point onward, submission spread with astonishing speed. Beroea yielded first, then Thessalonica and Pella, and after them almost all of Macedonia began to give way. Many within only a matter of days. The rapidity of this wave of surrender showed how completely the battle had altered the balance. After the army was destroyed, city after city decided there was no sense in risking ruin for a king who could no longer protect them. Pydna itself was slower to respond, not because it still believed in victory, but because the city was crowded with fugitives and filled with a mixed and disorderly population that could not easily come to a common decision. Its gates were not merely shut, they were physically blocked. Men sent by the king's former circle approached the walls to negotiate with the officer controlling the city. Under pressure, the large mass of soldiers sheltering there was dispersed, and once resistance ceased, the town surrendered and was given over to the army for plunder. That act showed that Roman mercy and Roman severity could appear side by side, depending on circumstance. Some places were spared, others made examples. Perseus, meanwhile, looked for any last chance of support. He appealed to the Basaltae, who seemed to him one final possible source of help. When that effort failed, he tried to gather those still around him and revive their spirit. Accompanied by his son Philip, he called an assembly at Amphipolis and meant to encourage the townspeople and the soldiers who had followed him there in flight. But when he tried to speak, grief overwhelmed him. Again and again, tears interrupted him until he could say no more. At last, he stepped down and had a trusted Cretan speak in his place. The sight of the king's breakdown moved the crowd to pity, but the speech that followed did the opposite. Men in the assembly shouted back in anger, telling the speaker not to urge them to die for another man's salvation. That outburst made the situation unmistakable. The king had lost not only his army, but the will of those who might once have followed him further. After that failure, Perseus abandoned any real hope of organizing resistance there. He withdrew to his residence, arranged for his money and precious metals to be loaded onto ships, waiting on the river, and went down himself toward the water. The Thracians who had been with him refused to trust themselves to the vessels and slipped away home. The rest of the military crowd also melted off in different directions. Only the Cretans remained close, largely because they still hoped to be paid. Knowing how dangerous an unpaid and disappointed band of mercenaries could be, money was left for them on the bank to seize. A scramble broke out immediately, and the chaos was so great that one overloaded ship sank as the flotilla tried to move. Even so, Perseus and his party managed to reach Galepsus that day, and on the following one they arrived at Samothrace, the sacred island that he had chosen as a place of refuge. A vast sum was carried there with him. The Roman commander, not yet knowing that Perseus had already fled, sent men out to take control of the surrendered cities and to ensure that the first moments of peace were not spoiled by unnecessary violence. He kept the royal heralds in camp and dispatched Publius Nasica toward Amphipolis with a smaller force, intending to block the king's options and ravage the nearby district if needed. During this same phase of the campaign, other operations were still unfolding. One city was captured and sacked by the Roman fleet commander. At another, men died in a sally because they had not yet heard that the Macedonian army had been destroyed. Such detail showed how unevenly news travelled in war. Some communities surrendered at once. Others were still fighting yesterday's struggle while the kingdom was already collapsing around them. The Roman army then marched on Pella. When it reached the city, the commander camped nearby and remained several days, studying the site carefully. He saw immediately why it had been chosen as a royal capital. Its position was naturally strong, ringed by marshland so deep that it remained difficult in every season. Nearby stood the fortified treasury district, raised on immense earthworks and protected in such a way that it seemed almost like an island tied to the city, but still set apart from it. Its connection could be guarded with ease, and anyone imprisoned there would have almost no hope of escape. At that moment, however, the riches once stored there had largely been moved. Only a portion of the silver originally intended for Gentius remained. While the army stayed at Pella, delegations arrived from many places, especially from Thessaly, congratulating the Roman commander and seeking terms. Then, word came that Perseus had crossed over to Samothrace. The Roman army left Pella and marched to Amphipolis, where the welcome from the local population made plain enough how little affection the fallen king had truly commanded in his last days. A ruler, deserted so quickly after defeat, could not have been deeply loved in victory. Back in Rome, the messengers carrying news of the battle hurried with all possible speed. Yet astonishingly, they found that excitement had already reached the city before them, in a strange and almost unbelievable way. During public games in the circus, whispers suddenly spread among the crowd that a great battle had been fought in Macedonia and that Perseus had been defeated. At first it was only rumour, then a growing murmur, and finally open shouting and applause, as though victory had already been officially proclaimed. Magistrates tried to discover the source, but no clear origin could be found. The certainty faded for the moment, yet the impression of a favourable omen remained. Another version told later gave the event a more concrete explanation. In that account, a courier arrived during the games and handed the consul a message wreathed in laurel, the symbol of victory. The consul signalled to the crowd, and once the people understood that news had come from Macedonia, they abandoned all interest in the spectacles. He then summoned the Senate nearby, had the message read, and with their approval announced publicly that a major battle had been fought, that the Macedonian army had been destroyed and routed, that the king had fled with only a few companions, and that the cities of Macedonia were falling under Roman control. The reaction was explosive. The games were forgotten. Men rushed home carrying the news to their families. The city turned from entertainment to celebration in an instant. On the following day, the Senate met, voted public prayers, and began discussing what troops might now be dismissed, though some decisions were postponed until the later arrival of envoys who could give a fuller account. When those envoys did finally enter the city, they were followed by a great crowd all the way to the forum. First, they were taken before the Senate. There, they described the scale of the enemy's forces, the enormity of the slaughter, the tiny Roman losses by comparison, the king's flight, and the widespread surrender of Macedonian cities. Soon afterward, they repeated the same account before the assembled people. Joy rose again across Rome, and the temples filled with men and women going to thank the gods. Public prayers were ordered for several days. Sacrifices were decreed. Ships that had been held ready on the Tiber in case the war required more support were ordered back to the dockyards, and large numbers of soldiers and sailors who had been kept under arms as reserves were discharged. The city responded not as though it had merely won a battle, but as though a long strain had suddenly lifted. Soon after came news from Illyricum as well. Roman envoys announced that Gentius had been defeated and captured, and that Illyricum too was under Roman control. Additional public thanksgivings were voted. Even the Rhodian envoys, whose earlier arrogance had angered the Romans so deeply, were now said, in some accounts, to have been called in again almost for the sake of humiliation. Their spokesman tried to present the original mission as an effort to end a difficult war for the good of all Greeks, and even for the relief of Rome itself. Fortune, he said, had favoured both them and the Romans, since the war had now ended by another path, and had left them free to offer congratulations. The Roman reply was cutting. The Rhodians, they were told, had not spoken from concern for Greece, but from concern for Perseus. If they truly cared about peace, why had they been silent when Perseus first invaded Greek lands and terrorized allied cities? Only when the Romans had forced the passes, entered Macedonia, and trapped the king had Rhodes discovered a sudden love of peace. Their embassy, the Romans said, had been aimed at rescuing Perseus from danger, not ending war from principle. They were dismissed with that answer. During the same period, another Roman commander returned from Spain, bringing money and prestige from his own successful campaign. Yet, even as such business continued, the focus remained fixed on Perseus. At a Roman base in the north, a letter from him was delivered by low-ranking messengers. The Roman commander, on first considering the king's situation, is said to have felt a brief surge of pity for the human condition. Not long before, Perseus had reached beyond his own kingdom, threatening neighbouring peoples and seeking wide alliances. Now he was stripped of army and power, driven to a small island, clinging to sacred ground for protection. But when the letter was read, the opening words spoiled that sympathy. Perseus had styled himself as king in addressing the Roman commander, as though defeat had not altered reality. Whatever compassion that first image awakened, vanished, when confronted by what seemed blindness to his own condition. No reply was given. Perseus understood the message. A second letter came, this time omitting the royal title and written under his personal name alone. That softer approach achieved at least a limited result. Roman envoys were sent to speak with him and hear what he proposed. Yet the talks went nowhere. Perseus still clung inwardly to his kingship, while the Roman side insisted on only one acceptable course. He must surrender himself and everything under his control to Roman good faith and mercy. That was not negotiation between equals. It was the language of total submission. Meanwhile, the Roman fleet had arrived off Samothrace as well. Its commander used both threats and promises to press Perseus toward surrender. At this point, something happened that further worsened the king's position on the island. A distinguished Roman young man addressed the local authorities and raised a pointed religious question. If the whole island was sacred, how could it now harbour a man stained by crimes committed at another holy place? The illusion was unmistakable. The attempted murder of King Eumenes at Delphi, long blamed on agents tied to Perseus, was widely known. The islanders could not easily ignore such a charge, especially when they were already effectively in Roman hands. The Samothracians therefore sent their chief magistrate to Perseus with a message. Evander, the Cretan, one of the men near him, stood accused of murder and had brought pollution into the sacred sanctuary. If he trusted his innocence, he should submit to a trial. If he did not, he should remove himself and cease contaminating the holy place. Perseus immediately saw the danger. If Evander were tried and condemned, he might reveal who had truly stood behind the attack on Eumenes. The king therefore urged him not to submit, telling him that he was too unpopular and the charge too grave. Death, he implied, was preferable. Evander did not openly resist, but instead quietly prepared to escape. When Perseus learned that, he feared that letting him flee would turn the islanders' anger more directly onto himself. So, he ordered Evander killed. The deed was done rashly, and only afterward did Perseus seem to realize the full consequences. First, Eumenes had been attacked at one sacred place. Now, Evander had been killed in another. Through this chain of acts, Perseus had brought bloodshed into two of the holiest shrines in the Greek world. He then tried to cover the matter by bribing the island's magistrate to report that Evander had taken his own life. Even at the end, when the kingdom was already lost, he was still trying to hide one crime inside another. What emerged from all these events was the image of a fallen king no longer capable of mastering either fortune or himself. Cities surrendered almost at the sight of Roman advance. Allies disappeared. Courtiers defected. Embassies failed. Refuge in sacred places brought not safety, but further scandal. Rome, by contrast, moved from victory into consolidation with growing confidence. The battle had decided the war, but the days that followed revealed something even more decisive. Macedonia's resistance had not merely been defeated in the field. It had collapsed in spirit, in authority, and in belief. By ordering the death of the one companion who had remained loyal through every reversal, Perseus destroyed the last traces of trust around him. That act did more than remove a witness or silence a danger. It convinced everyone still near him that no one was safe in his company. After that, desertion became constant. One man after another slipped away to the Romans. Those who had stayed through defeat, flight, and humiliation no longer believed they had anything to gain by remaining beside a king who now seemed more dangerous to his friends than to his enemies. Perseus, nearly stripped of all support, began to think not of resistance, but only of escape. At last, he turned to a Cretan named Oroandes, a man familiar with the Thracian coast through trade and travel, and asked to be taken secretly across the water to the court of Cotys. There was a harbour on Samothrace where Oroandes' vessel was lying at anchor. As evening fell, the first items were quietly carried down to the ship. Necessities went first, then as much money as could be moved without drawing notice. Deep in the night, Perseus himself slipped out with only 3 men aware of the plan. They left by a back way, moved through a garden beside his lodging, and with difficulty got over the wall and down toward the shore. But Oroandes had proved loyal only to profit. Once the money was aboard, he wasted no more time. Under cover of darkness, he slipped out of the harbour and turned his prow toward Crete, leaving the king behind. When Perseus discovered that the vessel had vanished, he wandered the shoreline in confusion for some time. Dawn was approaching, and he no longer dared to return openly to his quarters. In the end, he hid himself in a concealed recess on one side of the sanctuary. that was the condition to which the king of Macedonia had been reduced. Betrayed by a hired sailor, abandoned by nearly everyone else, and forced to take shelter like a fugitive within the shadows of a holy place. Among the Macedonians there was a select body of noble youths who served in close attendance on the king. They had followed him in flight, and even now had not yet deserted him. But the Roman commander at sea understood exactly how to break what little remained of the royal household. A proclamation was issued promising safety, freedom, and protection of property to the royal attendants and any other Macedonians on the island if they came over at once. The offer worked immediately. One by one, they crossed over and gave in their names. Even the king's younger sons were surrendered by a man from Thessalonica. In the end, no one remained with Perseus except Philip, his eldest son. With no army, no court, no allies, and no escape left to him, Perseus finally gave himself up, together with his son, to the Roman commander. Even then, he tried to speak like a man wronged more by fortune than by his own decisions. He blamed chance, and he blamed the gods whose sanctuary had not protected him, though he had come there as a suppliant. It was a bitter complaint, but by then, no one could miss the truth that his downfall had been prepared as much by his own fear, greed, and indecision as by Roman arms. He was placed aboard the Roman commander's flagship. The rest of his money was loaded as well, and the fleet turned back at once for the mainland. From there, a message was sent ahead to Lucius Aemilius Paulus, informing him that the king was now in custody and would soon be brought before him. When that report reached the Roman camp, Paulus treated it almost as a second victory, and in a real sense it was. A battle had destroyed Macedonia's army. The capture of Perseus destroyed the kingdom itself. Sacrifices were offered in thanksgiving. The commander called together his senior officers, had the message read aloud, and then sent a trusted man to receive the prisoner before he arrived. The expectation this created in the camp was extraordinary. No previous captive king had carried the same weight of memory and symbolism. Others had been taken before, but Perseus was different. He had not merely joined a war begun by others. He had stood at the centre of it. Around him still hung the prestige of a royal house connected, in the Roman imagination, with Philip and with Alexander, with the rise of Macedonia from obscurity to the highest rank among the powers of the world. Even fallen and defeated, he embodied the remains of that history. When he finally entered the Roman camp, he wore a dark cloak and came with only his son beside him. No loyal company of nobles surrounded him now. The crowd pressing forward to see him was so great that the Roman commander had to send attendants to clear a path. Paulus rose as Perseus approached, prevented the king from throwing himself at his feet, and extended his hand instead. He then brought him into the command tent and seated him opposite the assembled officers. The gesture was deliberate. Perseus was not to be treated as an equal, but neither was he to be humiliated like a common prisoner dragged in for mockery. Roman superiority had already been made plain. What remained now was to display power controlled by dignity. Paulus began by asking what injury or madness had driven Perseus into such a war against the Roman people, a war that had brought both himself and his kingdom to ruin. Everyone present waited for an answer. But Perseus said nothing. He sat with eyes lowered, weeping for a long time in silence. Paulus pressed him again. If he had come to the throne young and inexperienced, ignorance might have explained something. But that was not the case. He had lived through the earlier war of his father, had seen Roman strength in battle and Roman reliability in peace, and therefore could not pretend that he had failed to understand either what Rome was capable of or what friendship with Rome meant. Why, then, had he chosen war over peace with a people whose severity in conflict and faithfulness in settlement were both already familiar to him? Perseus still did not answer. Whether from shame, fear, exhaustion, or simple inability to defend himself, he remained silent. Then Paulus changed his tone. However the matter had come about, whether by human weakness, chance, or necessity, he said, Perseus should take heart. Many kings and many nations had already learned how widely known Roman mercy could be. In that mercy there was at least hope, and perhaps something close to confidence for his safety. It was a measured answer, combining rebuke and reassurance, and it reflected exactly how Rome now wished to present itself after victory. Terrible in war, but magnanimous once resistance had ended. Paulus then turned from the defeated king to his own officers and younger men. What stood before them, he said, was one of the clearest examples imaginable of how changeable human fortune is. The lesson was especially for the young. No one in prosperity should form arrogant designs against others or place too much faith in present success, because no one knows what the end of the day will bring. True strength belongs not to the man carried away by good fortune, nor to the one crushed by disaster, but to the one whose spirit remains steady in both. It was exactly the sort of lesson a Roman victor was expected to draw from the fall of a king. Not merely triumph over an enemy, but a moral example from the rise and collapse of worldly power. Perseus was then placed under careful supervision. That same day, he was invited to dine with the consul and was treated with as much consideration as a man in his position could receive. The war itself was over, and the army was distributed into winter quarters, most of the troops being settled at Amphipolis and the rest among nearby towns. After 4 years of uninterrupted struggle, the conflict between Rome and Perseus had ended. It was not only the defeat of one ruler, it marked the extinction of a kingdom whose name had once carried weight from Europe to the farthest reaches of Asia. Macedonian tradition counted Perseus as the 20th king in the line beginning with Caranus. He had inherited the throne years earlier, had been recognized by Rome, and had ruled for more than a decade. Yet the larger significance of his fall lay in the history behind him. For generations, Macedonia had risen from relative obscurity. Under Philip, it had expanded through Greece and beyond. Under Alexander, it had burst out of Europe, overrun the Persian Empire, and pushed through Asia as far as lands that seemed almost to touch the edge of the world. That had been the summit of Macedonian greatness. After Alexander's death, the empire shattered into competing kingdoms, each claiming its share of his inheritance. Even broken, however, Macedonian power endured for many years. Now, with Perseus defeated and captured, that long history had reached its end. Elsewhere, the consequences of the Roman victory were already spreading. A Macedonian naval commander, hearing of the disaster, abandoned his station and sailed back. A Roman envoy who had been protecting shipping routes in the Aegean sent allied ships away and continued his diplomatic journey toward Egypt, hoping to intercept Antiochus before he could tighten his grip around Alexandria. Rome's triumph in Macedonia immediately strengthened its hand in every other part of the eastern Mediterranean. As those envoys moved along the coast of Asia Minor, they reached a harbour near Rhodes. The leading Rhodians came out to meet them and urged them to come into the city. By then, the news of the Roman victory had already reached Rhodes as well. The city's leaders insisted that it mattered for their safety and reputation that Roman envoys see conditions there with their own eyes and not depend on rumour. At first the Romans refused, but the Rhodians pressed the request until they agreed to a short delay for the sake of an allied city. Once the envoys entered Rhodes, however, the visit increased fear rather than easing it. One Roman spokesman, a stern and severe man, reviewed at length the deeds and words by which Rhodes had shown hostility during the war. His manner made the charges feel even harsher than the facts themselves. Since he had no personal grudge against the city, the Rhodians concluded that if this was the tone of one Roman senator, the Senate at Rome itself might be still more hostile. Another envoy spoke in a milder way. He said that most of the blame belonged not to the entire Rhodian people, but to a small number of reckless and self-serving agitators. Men who had pushed through flattering decrees in favour of Perseus and sent embassies that brought shame and regret upon the city. If the Rhodians themselves agreed to hold the guilty accountable, then the wrongdoing would recoil upon the authors rather than the whole community. That second line of argument found much wider approval. It was easier for the Rhodians to accept blame directed at a faction than condemnation resting on the whole city. When local leaders responded, those who tried to deny everything outright pleased the crowd far less than those who accepted that some men must now pay for what had been done. A decree was passed at once imposing the severest penalties on those found to have acted or spoken for Perseus against Rome. Some of the accused had already fled. Others, seeing what was coming, killed themselves. The Roman envoys stayed only a few days before moving on. But the Rhodians did not relax after their departure. Justice or vengeance continued with real energy. In this way, Roman power shaped the politics of an allied city without the need for occupation or force. Fear of what Rome might do was enough. Meanwhile, Antiochus had failed to take Alexandria by direct assault and had withdrawn, though not from lack of ambition. He had occupied much of Egypt and left the elder Ptolemy in Memphis, pretending that he was restoring him to power. In reality, he intended to keep the kingdom weak and divided, so that he could return and seize what he wanted once the brothers had exhausted each other. Ptolemy himself recognized the danger. He understood that Antiochus had left a garrison at a crucial gateway and could come back whenever he wished. He therefore began to press urgently for reconciliation with his sister and younger brother in Alexandria. He sent repeated messages until peace was arranged between them. The younger brother and his advisors agreed, and their sister strongly supported reunion. The result was that the elder Ptolemy was accepted back into Alexandria, not by force, but through family settlement driven by necessity. Even the general population, worn down by shortages and war, did not resist. Had Antiochus truly entered Egypt only to restore the rightful king, he would have welcomed that outcome. Instead, he reacted with anger. He prepared a fresh campaign, now directed against both brothers together and conceived on a more openly hostile scale than before. He sent his fleet towards Cyprus and marched his army through Coele, Syria, toward Egypt. Near the border, envoys from Ptolemy met him, thanking him for restoring the kingdom and asking him now to preserve that generosity rather than return as an invader. Antiochus answered with demands, insisting on control of Cyprus, Pelusium, and the surrounding approaches to the Nile, and he set a deadline for compliance. Once the truce expired, his commanders advanced by sea, and he himself moved by land, entering Egypt again and making for Alexandria. It was at this point that the Roman envoys intercepted him near the city. Antiochus greeted them and extended his hand in friendship. The leading Roman envoy handed him a tablet containing the Senate's decree and told him to read it first. Antiochus read it and said he would consult his advisors before deciding on a response. The Roman did not allow that delay. Drawing a circle in the sand around Antiochus with the staff in his hand, he ordered him to give an answer before stepping out of it. The command was astonishing in its bluntness. For a moment, Antiochus hesitated, stunned by the force of the demand. Then he said he would do what the Senate required. Only then did the Roman offer him his hand in friendship. By the appointed day, Antiochus had withdrawn from Egypt, and the uneasy harmony between the Ptolemaic rulers was strengthened under Roman authority. The Roman envoys then went on to Cyprus, and from there dismissed Antiochus's fleet as well, after it had already defeated the Egyptian navy. The fame of this embassy spread everywhere, because it seemed that Egypt already almost in Antiochus's grasp, had been taken away from him not by battle, but by the authority of Rome. The ancestral kingdom of the Ptolemies had been restored because one king bowed to the will of a republic that had just crushed Macedonia. In that same year, the contrast between Rome's two consuls was striking. One became famous through his victory. The other passed through office in relative obscurity, having little chance to achieve anything significant. A religious error at the outset of his preparations had even prevented his legions from being assembled properly, and much of the season passed in inactivity. The praetors likewise moved to their provinces except for one who was kept in Rome to deal with judicial business. Such details, though less dramatic than great battles, revealed how much Roman political and religious forms still shaped military life even at the height of empire. At last, Popilius and the rest of the embassy returned to Rome. They reported that the conflict between the kings of Egypt had been settled, and that Antiochus had withdrawn his forces back into Syria. Soon envoys arrived from those kings as well. Antiochus's representatives said their master valued a peace approved by the Senate above any victory, and had obeyed the Roman envoys as though receiving an order from the gods themselves. They also congratulated Rome on its success against Perseus, and added that Antiochus would have given assistance had any been requested. Envoys from Ptolemy and Cleopatra, for their part, declared that they owed more to the Senate and Roman people than to their own parents, more even, in their rhetoric, than to the immortal gods. It was through Rome, they said, that they had been freed from a devastating siege and restored to a kingdom that was nearly lost. The Senate answered in forms equally polished and political. Antiochus, they said, had done rightly in obeying the envoys, and that conduct pleased Rome. To the rulers of Egypt it was answered that if any good had come to them through the Senate, then the Senate rejoiced greatly, and it would ensure that they always understood the true support of their kingdom to lie in Roman loyalty. Customary gifts were ordered for the ambassadors. Then, new letters arrived from Macedonia, increasing the joy of victory still further. Perseus himself was now under the control of the Roman commander. With that news, what had begun as triumph on the battlefield became complete. The enemy king was defeated, captured, and powerless. Macedonia had fallen, Illyricum had fallen, Egypt had been preserved through Roman authority, and even proud Rhodes had been forced into fearful self-correction. The Mediterranean world was learning the same lesson from many directions at once. Roman power no longer needed to prove itself only in battle. It could now decide the fate of kingdoms by victory, by diplomacy, by fear, and by the sheer force of its name. After the embassies had been dismissed, attention shifted from distant wars to disputes much closer to home. A conflict broke out between the communities of Pisa and Luna. The men of Pisa complained that Roman colonists were forcing them off land they believed to be rightfully theirs. The settlers from Luna answered that the territory had been officially granted to them by a Roman commission. The disagreement was not a minor quarrel over boundaries, but a question of authority and ownership, and it required a formal resolution. A group of 5 respected officials was appointed to investigate the matter and draw a clear line between the claims, ensuring that the dispute would be settled by judgment rather than force. At the same time, delegations from across the Mediterranean continued to arrive in Rome, drawn by the scale of the recent victory. Among them were representatives sent jointly by the royal brothers, Eumenes, Attalus, and Athenaeus, who came to offer their congratulations. Not long after, another notable visitor appeared. Masgaba, a son of the Numidian king Massinissa, landed in Italy and was received with care and ceremony. A Roman official had been sent in advance to welcome him, provide funds, and escort him to Rome at public expense. When he arrived, he was granted an immediate audience. Masgaba spoke with confidence and clarity, and his words carried weight not only because of their content, but because of the manner in which they were delivered. He described in detail the support his father had provided during the long war: soldiers, cavalry, elephants, and grain sent steadily over the years. Yet he also spoke of two things that had troubled Massinissa. The first was that Rome had asked for assistance instead of simply commanding it. The second was that Rome had offered payment for supplies that his father believed should have been given freely. Masgaba explained that Massinissa saw his kingdom as something created and sustained through Roman favour. Because of that, he considered it only right that Rome should take what it needed, not bargain for it. In his view, what remained after Rome's needs were satisfied would be more than enough for himself. He added that when he had set out, he had been instructed to seek permission for his father to travel to Rome in person to give thanks for the victory. The news of Macedonia's defeat had reached him on the way, and he had been told to express the king's joy and his desire to offer sacrifices in gratitude. It was a gesture meant to show loyalty, but also to reinforce the bond between Numidia and Rome. The response he received was courteous but firm. The Senate acknowledged Massinissa's loyalty and generosity, noting that his actions had strengthened the value of his earlier service. He had aided Rome in past wars and had gained his kingdom through Roman support. But since then, he'd continued to prove his allegiance again and again. It was natural, they said, that such a ruler would rejoice in Rome's victory. Yet they declined his request to come in person. It was not considered wise for him to leave his kingdom, nor necessary. His son had already fulfilled the duty of gratitude in his place. Masgaba himself was honoured with gifts, provided for generously during his stay, and escorted safely on his return. A similar gesture followed shortly afterward when another son of Massinissa sent word explaining that he had been delayed by illness during his journey home after serving with the Roman army. Even in this case, Rome responded with care, ensuring that he was treated properly and given the same honours as his brother. These exchanges revealed a pattern. Rome rewarded loyalty not only with victories shared, but with recognition, protection, and carefully measured generosity. While these diplomatic matters unfolded, internal political decisions were also being shaped. Officials responsible for reviewing the structure of Roman society took action regarding the status of freedmen. Most were assigned to the urban voting groups, though exceptions were made for those with established families or significant property in rural areas. The decision sparked disagreement between leading magistrates. One argued that no official had the right to strip a man of his civic standing entirely, while the other insisted on enforcing limits more strictly. In the end, a compromise was reached through a public and symbolic method. A single urban group was selected by lot, and all freedmen were registered within it. The resolution satisfied both sides, and was seen as a fair balance between order and inclusion. The same officials also carried out broader reforms. They removed several individuals from positions of prestige, reduced the status of others, and enforced discipline across different social ranks. Their actions were strict, but they were applied consistently, and this consistency earned them respect. They also attempted to extend their term in order to complete public works and inspections, though this effort met resistance and was ultimately blocked. Meanwhile, new political arrangements were being made for the territories recently brought under Roman control. Spain was divided once again into two administrative regions. Macedonia and Illyricum remained under the authority of the generals who had conquered them, but only temporarily. Their task was no longer to wage war, but to reorganize these lands into stable and manageable systems. Roman leaders understood that victory alone was not enough. Order had to follow conquest. Plans were drawn up carefully. Armies were assigned, provinces distributed, and officials selected for each role. Some were sent to govern cities, others to oversee legal matters, and still others to investigate crimes or maintain stability in regions that had been unsettled by war. Every assignment reflected a larger goal: to transform a landscape of conflict into a structured and controlled network under Roman influence. At the same time, unusual signs were reported across Italy. Lightning strikes, strange phenomena in the sky, and unsettling events in towns were interpreted as warnings from the divine. Rituals were performed, sacrifices offered, and ceremonies conducted to restore balance and secure favour. Even at the height of military success, Rome did not ignore what it believed to be messages from the gods. In shaping the future of Macedonia and Illyricum, Rome made a striking decision. Instead of turning these lands into directly controlled territories, it declared that their people would be free. This was not simply an act of generosity. It was a calculated move designed to send a message. Rome presented itself not as a conqueror that enslaved, but as a power that liberated. At the same time, it ensured that these newly freed regions would remain dependent and divided. Macedonia was split into separate districts, each governed independently to prevent unity and resistance. Heavy sources of wealth, such as mines and large estates, were removed from centralized control to avoid the rise of new power structures. The message was clear. Freedom would be granted, but it would exist within boundaries set by Rome. Stability would be maintained, but only in a form that prevented any future challenge. Amid these decisions, another figure drew attention in Rome. Attalus, the brother of King Eumenes, arrived to congratulate the Senate and present his concerns. He spoke of unrest in his own lands and the threat posed by neighbouring forces. Outwardly, his purpose was straightforward. Yet beneath the surface, there were expectations. Some believed he might attempt to claim greater power for himself, perhaps even at the expense of his brother. Such ambitions were quietly encouraged by certain voices in Rome, who hinted that Attalus was more reliable than Eumenes. These suggestions, if followed, could have led to division within his kingdom. But a single advisor intervened. This man reminded Attalus that his strength depended not on seizing power, but on preserving unity. His kingdom was not built on ancient foundations, but on cooperation between brothers. To break that bond would weaken everything. The argument was effective. When Attalus finally spoke before the Senate, he did not seek to undermine his brother. Instead, he praised the victory, described his contributions, and requested assistance in dealing with threats to his homeland. His restraint earned him admiration. Rather than being seen as ambitious and unreliable, he was regarded as loyal and wise. Not all delegations were received so warmly. When representatives from Rhodes arrived, they were met with suspicion. Their city had taken a cautious and ambiguous position during the war, and now that Rome had emerged victorious, that hesitation was viewed with distrust. They were not welcomed as allies, but treated almost as outsiders. Faced with this hostility, the Rhodians resorted to open appeals. They dressed in mourning, went from house to house, and pleaded for a chance to defend themselves. Meanwhile, political tension rose within Rome itself. A proposal was put forward to declare war on Rhodes, bypassing traditional procedures. This move alarmed others, who saw it as reckless and dangerous. Officials argued, interrupted, and competed to assert their authority. The situation reflected not only Rome's power, but also the internal pressures that came with it. When the Rhodians were finally allowed to speak, their defense was emotional and direct. They reminded the Romans of their long history of cooperation, of battles fought together, and of aid given in earlier wars. They admitted mistakes had been made, but insisted that these were the actions of individuals, not the will of the entire city. They argued that every state contains reckless voices, just as Rome itself had known division and unrest. They also address the central accusation, their attempt to mediate peace between Rome and Perseus. They claimed it had been misguided, perhaps even foolish, but not hostile. It had brought them neither favour nor safety, only suspicion from both sides. They had not fought against Rome, nor had they failed in any duty they had been allowed to fulfil. Their argument went further. They asked what crime justified turning them from allies into enemies. Rome, they said, prided itself on just wars fought for clear reasons. Against Carthage, against Philip, against Antiochus, there had always been a cause. What was the cause now? In the end, their defence rested on a simple idea. A city should not be judged entirely by its worst voices. Just as individuals differ in character, so do nations. Some are bold, some cautious, some easily swayed. Rhodes, they admitted, had spoken unwisely at times, but its long record, its past loyalty and its contributions should not be erased by a single moment of poor judgment. The decision that followed would not only determine the fate of Rhodes, but also demonstrate how Rome chose to deal with those who stood between loyalty and hesitation. Once the earlier embassies had been dismissed, Rome turned back to a dispute much nearer to home. Delegates from Pisa and Luna appeared before the Senate, each accusing the other over contested land. The men of Pisa said Roman colonists were pushing them off territory they had long regarded as their own. The representatives from Luna answered that the same ground had been lawfully assigned to them by a Roman land commission. The matter touched not only local rights, but Roman authority itself. It could not be left to argument or force. A panel of 5 respected men was therefore appointed to inspect the area and fix the boundaries in person, so that the quarrel would be settled by an official judgment, rather than by pressure from either side. Not long afterward, a joint embassy arrived from the royal house of Pergamum. It spoke in the names of Eumenes, Attalus, and Athenaeus, offering formal congratulations on the Macedonian victory. Soon after that came another distinguished visitor, Masgaba, one of the sons of King Massinissa. He landed in Italy under Roman escort and was received with exceptional courtesy. A Roman official had already been sent to meet him, provide him with money for the journey, and bring him to the capital at public expense. The speed and care of that reception showed how highly Massinissa's loyalty was valued. When Masgaba was brought before the Senate, he spoke in a way that made his message even more welcome than it already was. He listed, one by one, the contributions his father had made during the long Macedonian War. Infantry, cavalry, elephants, and grain sent steadily over the years. Yet the speech became more striking when he spoke of what had displeased Massinissa. One thing, he said, had shamed the king. Rome had asked for help instead of simply commanding it. Another had shamed him too. Rome had sent money in payment for grain. Massinissa believed his kingdom existed only because Rome had raised and protected it. And for that reason, he thought Rome should take from him whatever it needed without bargaining, and certainly without paying. What Rome did not require would be enough for him. Masgaba then added that after he had set out, fresh riders had reached him with the news of Macedonia's defeat. His father had therefore instructed him to add congratulations and to ask whether he might come in person to Rome, sacrifice on the capital, and thank Jupiter for the victory. The Senate replied in a warm but measured tone. Massinissa, they said, had acted as a noble and generous ally ought to act. He had once helped Rome in the Punic struggle, and he had received his kingdom with Roman backing. But after that, he had gone on showing his devotion in one war after another. It was no wonder that such a king should rejoice in Rome's triumph. Yet Rome did not think it wise for Massinissa himself to leave Africa. He could give thanks to the gods at home, and his son had already spoken for him at Rome with dignity enough. Masgaba was then honoured with rich gifts. his expenses were covered throughout his stay in Italy, and ships were hired to carry him and his attendants safely back across the sea. Even his followers, free and enslaved alike, were clothed at Roman expense. Soon afterward, a letter arrived concerning another son of Massinissa, who had been sent back toward Africa after serving with his cavalry, but had fallen ill when storms broke up the voyage. Rome answered that situation in much the same spirit, sending gifts equal to those given to his brother and making arrangements for his lodging, care, and onward journey. These actions were not merely generous gestures. They were reminders that Rome rewarded faithful service carefully and publicly, and that its alliances were strengthened not only by force, but also by honour. At about this same time, Roman officials were dealing with another sensitive issue at home, one involving the place of former slaves in the civic body. The matter was technical, but important. Freedmen were to be assigned within the voting structure in a more restricted way than before. Most were placed in the urban groups, though exceptions were made for men who had sons of a certain age or who possessed substantial rural property. Even so, the change led to disagreement between the officials responsible. One argued that a censor could move a man from one group to another, but could not strip him entirely of effective citizenship. The other insisted on a stricter settlement. In the end, the problem was resolved in a public and symbolic manner. One of the urban voting groups was chosen by lot, and all freedmen were assigned to it. The solution was regarded as practical and even elegant. It confined their influence without excluding them from citizenship altogether. Because the two leading officials handled the affair with seriousness, and without descending into outright deadlock, they gained considerable prestige in the Senate. These same officials also reviewed the Senate and the equestrian order more severely than their predecessors had done. More men were expelled from public standing, and more were compelled to surrender the horses that marked their rank. They did not merely lose honour. They were pushed down socially and politically in a way that made their disgrace visible. The censors themselves then asked for extra time in office so they could finish public works and oversee contracts properly. But a political opponent blocked the request. Even so, the general impression they left behind was one of stern energy rather than weakness. When the new consuls entered office, they brought before the Senate the issue of provincial assignments and the future organization of the lands Rome had just conquered. Spain, which had been treated as a single sphere during the Macedonian struggle, was restored to its older division into two parts. Macedonia and Illyricum, however, were left under the men who had won them, because those regions had to be rearranged completely. Their old monarchic order had collapsed, and something new had to be built in its place. The consuls themselves received commands in Italy and the north, with strong armies assigned to them. The praetors took the usual mix of judicial and provincial responsibilities. Yet, behind the ordinary appearance of these allocations stood an extraordinary problem. What was to be done with entire kingdoms that Rome had broken, but did not yet or wish to absorb directly? At the same time, prodigies were reported in various parts of Italy. Temples were struck by lightning. A comet appeared. Blood was said to have flowed from a hearth, and other signs caused public alarm. Ritual responses followed as they always did. Sacred books were consulted. Supplications were ordered. Victims were sacrificed. The city underwent purification rites. Beyond these responses to divine warnings, the Senate also ordered ceremonies of thanksgiving because public enemies had been defeated, and both Macedonia and Illyricum were now in Roman power. Rome was careful to honour the gods after victory, just as it did in moments of fear. Then came the larger constitutional question. Commissioners were chosen to assist Lucius Paulus in Macedonia, and Lucius Anitius in Illyricum. These were not minor men. Some had held the highest offices of the state. Their presence made clear that Rome meant to settle these lands with care, not merely occupy them. Before they even departed, the Senate discussed the broad outline of policy, so that the generals and their advisors would know what kind of order Rome wished to establish. The first principle decided was one that Rome wanted all the world to hear. The Macedonians and Illyrians were to be declared free. This was not simply generosity. It was policy expressed as ideology. Rome wanted subject peoples everywhere to believe that its victories did not automatically bring enslavement, but could bring freedom instead. At the same time, this freedom was carefully designed. The leasing of the Macedonian mines, a major source of wealth, was to be abolished, because wherever such profitable systems existed, there would also be tax collectors, corruption, and quarrels powerful enough to threaten liberty. The Romans did not even trust the Macedonians themselves to manage these revenues without faction and abuse. There was to be no broad federal structure binding the whole country together either, because such an arrangement could allow some demagogue to turn freedom into turbulence and disorder. Instead, Macedonia would be broken into 4 separate regions, each with its own centre and council. Tribute would still be paid, but only at half the level formerly demanded by the kings. Similar principles were prepared for Illyricum, while more detailed measures were left to the commanders and commissioners, who would judge them on the ground. Among the many embassies then reaching Rome, one of the most closely watched was that of Attalus, brother of Eumenes. Men who had campaigned with him greeted him warmly, perhaps even more warmly than they might have greeted Eumenes himself. Officially, he had come for honourable reasons, to congratulate Rome on a victory to which he had contributed, and to report the dangers posed by a Galatian rising that threatened the Pergamene kingdom. Yet there was something else beneath the surface. Some Romans, either out of calculation or malice toward Eumenes, encouraged Attalus to hope for special rewards. They whispered that Rome trusted him more than his brother, and that he could obtain from the Senate almost anything he wished, whether for himself or to Eumenes' disadvantage. This was dangerous talk. It tempted Attalus toward ambition that could only damage his own house. What saved him was the intervention of a single advisor, a physician named Stratius, who had been sent by Eumenes precisely because such a crisis was feared. He found Attalus already unsettled and full of expectation. Stratius reminded him that their kingdom was still relatively new and depended above all on unity within the royal family. Though Eumenes wore the crown, all the brothers shared in governance and prestige. In practical terms, Attalus was already treated almost like a king, and since Eumenes was aging and had no recognized heir at that moment, full sovereignty would likely come to Attalus soon enough without violence or disloyalty. Why seize by intrigue what time might bring naturally? More than that, Stratius warned him that the kingdom was already under outside pressure from rebellious Galatians. If internal division were added to external danger, the whole structure might collapse. To damage a brother for the sake of hurrying an inheritance was not only impious, but foolish. Those who now urged Attalus forward, he said, were not really his friends. They hated Eumenes more than they cared for Attalus. In the end, this reasoning prevailed. When Attalus appeared in the Senate, he did not denounce his brother or seek a partition. He congratulated Rome, described the services rendered by himself and his house, spoke of the Galatian danger, and asked only for assistance against that threat, and for certain minor territorial favours. The effect was excellent. He emerged from the Curia admired for restraint and loyalty. Rarely had a foreign prince left a Roman audience with more general goodwill. Very different was the mood surrounding the Rhodians. Their delegates drew immediate attention, and not in a favourable way. They had come dressed in white at first, as befitted men offering congratulations, and also because dark clothing might have made it look as if they mourned Perseus more than they rejoiced in Rome's success. But formal appearance did not help them. When the question was raised whether they should receive hospitality and an audience, the answer was cold. The Romans, the consul declared openly, knew how to treat friends and allies with kindness and grant them hearings. In this war, the Rhodians had not earned the right to be considered either. That rejection hit hard. The Rhodians threw themselves down and begged not to be condemned before their case had been heard. They changed into mourning dress and went from house to house among the leading Romans, pleading, weeping, and asking only for an inquiry before punishment. At the same time, a dangerous movement arose inside Roman politics. A praetor, eager and over-hasty, proposed war against Rhodes, and even seemed to hope that he himself might receive command of it. Tribunes of the plebs intervened against him, but not according to older and more careful procedure. The whole matter was becoming a contest of speed and political display rather than calm deliberation. It was a sign that victory abroad could inflame recklessness at home. When at last the Rhodians were heard, one of their leading speakers delivered a powerful defense. He began by saying that their earlier embassy had already been punished enough by the harsh response it had received. If shame had not been felt then, surely their present condition should count as penitence enough. Arrogant speech, he argued, may deserve rebuke, but never extermination. Wise men laugh at insolence when it comes from the weak against the strong. Hot-tempered men grow angry at it, but no one ever thought mere words worthy of capital punishment. Was Rome really now treating spoken arrogance as if it were armed hostility? From there, he turned to the deeper accusation. Since Rhodes had committed no act of war, was Rome really considering punishing the city for an inclination, for what some Romans believed the Rhodians had wanted in their hearts? Even if some had favoured Perseus, he said, desire and action were not the same thing. No city executed men merely for wishing an enemy ill, without doing anything to bring it about. The Rhodians, he continued, did not seek to excuse the guilty. If all had shared the same guilt, then let all be punished. But if only some leaders had supported Perseus, while others sided with Rome, then let the guilty suffer, and let the innocent be spared. Rhodes itself was already condemning those men. Some had fled, others had killed themselves, and others would be surrendered. The city asked only that the rest should not die for their sake. The speaker then appealed to the past. In the present war, he admitted, Rhodes deserved no thanks, but neither did it deserve destruction. Earlier, services ought to outweigh one lapse. Rome had fought 3 great kings in succession. Rhodes had aided Rome in 2 of those struggles. Let Philip, Antiochus, and Perseus be imagined as 3 votes. 2 would acquit Rhodes, only 1 condemn it, and even that one remained open to argument. Why should the doubtful case count more than the proven record? Besides, he said, what was really under discussion was not war in the proper sense. Rhodes would not resist Rome. The city was not debating whether to fight back, only whether it would be wiped from the earth. The speech reached its emotional height when he said that if Roman anger remained unshaken, then they asked only time to return home and gather every free citizen, all the money of the city, and all their households, and bring them to Rome. They would leave their gods behind, pile their treasures before the Curia, and place themselves, their wives, and their children entirely in Roman hands, ready to suffer whatever Rome decided, so long as their city might be destroyed far away from their eyes. Rome had the power to call them enemies. But they, he said, would never call themselves enemies of Rome. Nor would they ever take up arms against her, even if every punishment were inflicted upon them. When the speech ended, the Rhodians again prostrated themselves. waving olive branches and begging forgiveness. The effect was strong enough that the Senate had to consider carefully what answer to give. The men most hostile to Rhodes were those who had served in Macedonia and felt the city's conduct most bitterly. But one elder statesman gave notable support to the Rhodian case. Though he was often severe by temperament, on this occasion he argued for moderation and mercy. In the end, the answer given was deliberately ambiguous. It did not turn Rhodes into an enemy, but it did not leave the city securely in its old allied position either. The Rhodians were relieved because they had feared something far worse. For the moment, however, they were ordered to withdraw their officials from Lycia and Caria by a fixed date. On its own, this was a hard blow, yet compared with the danger of outright war, it felt almost like deliverance. Their fear having eased, they moved at once to seek closer security. A rich crown was voted. Another embassy was arranged, this time under the authority of the fleet commander, since they wished the request for alliance with Rome to be made without a public decree and without written record. If the request failed, they did not want that humiliation formally preserved. Their old relationship with Rome had rested on friendship without a binding treaty. That ambiguity had once suited Rhodes, because it let kings continue to hope for Rhodian support and allowed Rhodes to benefit from royal favour. But now, with Roman suspicion weighing upon them and their overseas possessions slipping away, a clear alliance looked necessary. Not because it would protect them from other powers, but because it might protect them from Rome herself. Their fears were not exaggerated. Around the same time, subject communities began breaking away from Rhodian control, and neighbouring powers moved in to seize advantage. The Rhodians reacted quickly, sending out troops and forcing some revolts back under submission, defeating other hostile coalitions in battle, and showing that they were bruised but not yet broken. Still, the deeper truth remained plain. Without their mainland possessions, the Rhodians understood that their great city might be reduced to dependence on a small island and poor soil that could not support such a population on its own. While this was unfolding in the Aegean, Lucius Anicius continued shaping the settlement of Illyricum. After capturing Gentius, he had left garrisons in key places and then moved into Epirus with the rest of his army. One town after another opened to him, often with the inhabitants hurrying out in surrender before an assault even began. In Molossis, however, a few places shut their gates under the influence of local leaders who had tied themselves too closely to Perseus and feared there could be no forgiveness. In one city, 2 such men tried to persuade their countrymen that they should perish together rather than accept Roman domination. But another local noble rose and spoke more plainly. Why, he asked, should an entire city die for the crimes of 2 men? If all the world had accepted Roman power, why should they alone choose destruction? The crowd sided with him. The 2 leaders, seeing their authority collapse, rushed out against the first Roman outpost and died in the attempt. The city then surrendered. Similar stubbornness in other places was likewise broken, and one after another they came in. After securing Epirus, Anicius distributed his forces into winter quarters and returned to Illyricum, where the Roman commissioners had arrived. At Scodra, he assembled leading men from the whole region and proclaimed from his tribunal that the Illyrians were to be free by order of Senate and people. Garrisons would be withdrawn. Some communities would not only be free but exempt from tribute because they had come over while Gentius still ruled. Others would pay only half what they had once given the king. Illyricum too was divided into distinct parts. In form and principle, Rome was doing there what it was preparing to do in Macedonia, replacing monarchy with controlled freedom, weakening centralized power, and making gratitude to Rome a structural part of political life. In Macedonia itself, Paulus, meanwhile, dealt with communities whose conduct had varied during the war. Certain towns that had defected back to Perseus after earlier submission, or that had attacked Roman soldiers after the victory, were marked out for plunder. The season was already turning toward autumn, and Paulus decided to spend part of it travelling through Greece. There was more in this journey than curiosity. Greece was filled with places whose reputation had spread across the whole Mediterranean, and Paulus wished to see with his own eyes what rumour and tradition had made famous. He moved through Thessaly to Delphi, sacrificed at the oracle, and ordered that unfinished monuments meant for statues of Perseus should instead bear images celebrating his own victory. From there, he went to other shrines and celebrated sites, then to Chalcis, Aulis, Athens, Corinth, Argos, Epidaurus, Sparta, and Olympia. Everywhere he observed famous sanctuaries, landscapes, buildings, ports, walls, and statues. He moved through Greece not as a conqueror bent on terror, but as a Roman aristocrat conscious that he stood in a land saturated with the memory of old greatness. He took care, however, not to alarm allied communities by probing into their behaviour during the war while he travelled among them. Even so, complaints found him. A group of Aetolians in mourning approached, reporting massacres, expulsions, confiscations, and factional violence encouraged by Roman arms. Paulus ordered the accused to appear later for inquiry. At Demetrius, he joined up with the fleet commander, and when he learned that the 10 commissioners had crossed the sea, he went to meet them. Around this time, Perseus, who had been allowed far too much freedom of movement in captivity, came out to meet Paulus as well. The consul spoke to him kindly enough in person, but afterward sharply rebuked the officer responsible for letting the fallen king move so freely and for allowing the soldiers such license that they had begun stripping tiles from city walls to roof their winter huts. Paulus ordered the damage repaired and then placed Perseus and his elder son under stricter guard. His daughter and younger son were brought from Samothrace and were maintained with notable generosity. At last, the day arrived for the grand assembly at Amphipolis. Leading men from every Macedonian community had been ordered to attend, and all documents and royal treasure were to be brought together. Paulus sat on the tribunal beside the commissioners, surrounded by a great crowd of Macedonians. They were used to royal power, but this Roman style of authority with heralds, lictors, public summons, and the whole dramatic order of command was foreign to them and deeply unsettling. When silence had been imposed, Paulus announced in Latin what he and the Senate had decided, and the fleet commander translated the declaration into Greek. First came the central point. The Macedonians were to be free. They were to keep their cities and lands, live under their own laws, and elect magistrates each year. Their tribute to Rome would be only half of what they had paid their kings. Then came the division of the kingdom into 4 separate regions, each with defined borders and its own capital. Amphipolis would lead the first, Thessalonica the second, Pella the third, and Pelagonia the fourth. Assemblies, revenues, and magistracies were all to be handled separately in these districts. Trade in land, houses, and marriage across regional boundaries was forbidden. Gold and silver mines were not to be worked, though copper and iron might be, and even there payments would be reduced from the old royal level. Imported salt was forbidden. Special concessions were made to neighbouring peoples like the Dardani, and frontier regions were allowed armed guards where barbarian pressure made them necessary. Timber for naval construction was restricted as well. At first, the Macedonians reacted with mixed feelings. Freedom and lower tribute brought relief and amazement. But the division of the land and the barriers between the regions made the country feel, to many, like a body pulled apart limb from limb. They did not yet understand that each part, though separated, had been arranged to be largely self-sustaining. One possessed mines and access from the east. Another had ports and fertile coastal districts. A third contained great cities and productive interior lands. The fourth, though rougher and colder, bred harder men used to frontier life. By dividing Macedonia and pairing different resources with different districts, Paulus showed both how much the country had possessed as a whole and how carefully Rome intended to prevent that whole from ever rising again as one kingdom. After the constitutional arrangements, Paulus turned to the factions of Greece. In the case of the Aetolians, the question was not so much who had killed whom, but who had supported Rome and who had looked toward Perseus. Men guilty of murders were acquitted because their victims had been judged politically hostile to Rome, while one Roman officer alone was condemned for having lent soldiers to assist the slaughter. Across Greece, this decision emboldened those who had attached themselves to Roman success and crushed those suspected of sympathy for the defeated side. In many cities, there were now three sorts of leaders. Some had prospered by flattering Roman power, others by courting kings, while a middle group had tried to defend liberty and law against both. Tragically, that middle group, though often best loved at home, had the least influence with whichever great power happened to be winning. Roman partisans now crowded the ears of the commissioners, accusing rivals throughout Greece of hidden disloyalty. Names were submitted from Aetolia, Acarnania, Epirus, Boeotia, and elsewhere. Men were summoned to Rome to answer charges. In Achaia, where the evidence was weaker and no letters had been found among Perseus's papers, commissioners went in person to issue the summons, partly because they feared resistance, and partly because accusation there rested on informers more than proof. Thus, Roman victory began to reshape Greek politics by favouring one faction and marking another for destruction or exile. When the Macedonians were assembled a second time, another major announcement followed. A new governing class was to be created, a body of local councillors who would advise in the administration of the regions. Then the names were read of leading Macedonians who, together with their sons above a certain age, were to leave for Italy. At first, this sounded merely harsh and foreign. Soon, however, the logic became clear even to many Macedonians. These were the king's old friends, courtiers, generals, naval commanders, and garrison leaders, men accustomed to royal luxury, lavish living, and arrogant command, not to equality before law or to civic life. So long as they remained, true freedom for the rest would be impossible. All who had held royal office, even former envoys, were ordered to leave Macedonia on pain of death. Paulus handled these matters with such care that later generations could say he seemed to be legislating not for defeated enemies, but for deserving allies. The institutions he established endured because they had been framed with foresight and discipline. After all this serious business, Paulus staged magnificent games at Amphipolis. Invitations had been sent widely through Asia and Greece, and kings, cities, performers, athletes, horsemen, and delegations all came. Sacrificial animals were provided, and every feature expected at great festivals in the Greek world was present. Yet what impressed many observers most was not merely the lavish scale, but the precision and intelligence with which everything was arranged. Men said that the same man who knew how to set out a feast and order games on so grand a scale was clearly also the man who knew how to win a battle. When the spectacle ended, captured shields were hung on ships, the remaining weapons of the enemy were piled up in a great heap, and Paulus invoked the gods before setting the spoils alight as a sacred dedication. His officers followed, each throwing a torch into the blaze. The abundance on display at Amphipolis was extraordinary. Grain was cheap, supplies were plentiful, and the general handed out gifts to individuals, cities, and peoples, not merely for the occasion, but to take home with them. Yet what most fascinated the crowd was not so much the performances as the treasures of Macedonia itself. Sculptures, paintings, fabrics, vessels of gold, silver, bronze, and ivory, all made not for mere display, but for enduring royal use, were laid out for all to see. These were loaded onto ships and entrusted to the fleet commander for transport to Rome. After dismissing the delegations graciously, Paulus marched away. He crossed the Strymon, returned through key Macedonian cities, and then moved toward Illyria and Epirus. Part of the army was sent out under his son and Scipio Nasica to plunder Illyrian communities that had aided Perseus, and they were instructed to rejoin him later. Paulus himself reached Epirus, where another, far darker phase of the settlement awaited. The Senate had granted his troops the booty of those Epirote cities that had sided with Perseus. Messages were therefore sent announcing that garrisons would be removed, and freedom granted, just as in Macedonia. Leading men were summoned, and they were told to bring out the gold and silver. Troops were then dispatched in such a way that they reached the cities at the same time. In the early morning, the precious metals were collected. A few hours later, the soldiers were given the order to sack the cities. The scale of the destruction was enormous. The plunder was so great that large sums were distributed to the cavalry and infantry, and about 150,000 people were carried off. The walls of roughly 70 cities were destroyed. All the booty was sold and the proceeds divided among the soldiers. Yet when Paulus later reached the coast, he discovered that even this had not quieted military resentment. The troops were still angry that they had received no share in the royal treasure itself, as if the campaign in Macedonia had not been fought by them at all. It was a harsh reminder that victory did not erase greed, and that an army satisfied by slaughter and spoil could still feel cheated. At last, Paulus embarked his army and crossed back to Italy. A few days later, Anicius, after completing his own business with the Epirites and Acarnanians and ordering certain leading men to follow him to Rome for further judgment, did the same. The Great War had ended. Macedonia had been broken up. Illyricum had been reorganized. Greece had been humbled and divided into factions more dependent than ever on Roman favor. Yet the close of the campaign also revealed something uneasy beneath the triumph. Rome had defeated kings, freed subject peoples, and displayed unmatched authority. But it had also looted, burned, deported, and sold entire populations. Victory had brought order, but it had done so with a force that no one present could mistake for gentleness. That Rhodian embassy, he said, had already been punished enough the first time it was dismissed with such severity. If shame had not taught the lesson then, surely the sight of Rhodes now sending a miserable and pleading delegation ought to be humiliation enough, even if the earlier embassy had indeed been foolish and overconfident. Angry men hate arrogance, especially when it comes in words. Wiser men laugh at it, especially when the weak speak proudly before the strong. But no one had ever judged mere boastful speech to deserve destruction. Was Rome truly prepared to ruin a famous city because some of its envoys had spoken too boldly? He went on to ask what, exactly, still remained to be defended. Rhodes had committed no act of war. If the city's language had been swollen with pride, then yes, it had rightly offended Roman ears. But should offensive words erase an entire state? The discussion in Rome, he said, seemed to be turning on something even more uncertain than action. Some Romans appeared to be calculating punishment not for what Rhodes had done, but for what it may have wished. Some seemed to think Rhodes should be crushed because it had silently hoped for Perseus's success. Others admitted that perhaps such hopes had existed, but still did not believe this justified war. No city, he argued, condemned men to death merely for wishing harm to an enemy if they had done nothing to bring it about. On that point, he said, the Rhodians were not asking for indulgence without limit. If all Rhodes had truly shared the same guilt, then let all suffer together. But if some leaders had leaned toward Perseus while others had remained loyal to Rome, then justice demanded a distinction. The city did not ask that the supporters of the king go unpunished. It asked only that the innocent not be destroyed along with them. The city itself, he insisted, no longer regarded those men with any favour. Many had fled. Some had chosen death. Others had already been condemned at Rhodes and were ready to be surrendered. Let the guilty answer for themselves, but let the city as a whole not perish because of them. He then shifted the argument toward memory and proportion. Rhodes did not deserve thanks for its conduct in this most recent war. He admitted that openly. But neither did it deserve ruin. The weight of long years should matter. Rome had fought 3 great kings in sequence. If those 3 wars were treated like 3 judgments, then Rhodes had stood with Rome in 2 of them and failed only in the 3rd. Why should one doubtful and dishonourable moment cancel a much longer record of service? Why should the uncertain case count more than the proven one? And in any event, he said, what was actually being considered now was not a war in any real sense, because Rhodes would not resist. Rome was not deciding whether to fight the Rhodians. It was deciding whether to erase them. Then the appeal turned dramatic. If Roman anger could not be softened, then the Rhodians asked only for time to return home and bring everything they possessed to Rome. Every free man and woman, all their money, all their public and private wealth, would be loaded onto ships. They would leave their gods behind, bring their treasure to the Comitium and the threshold of the Senate House, and place themselves, their wives, and their children entirely at Rome's disposal. Let them suffer there whatever Rome judged right. Let their city be burned, but far from their sight. Rome might have the power to declare them enemies, he said, but Rhodes would never regard itself as Rome's enemy, and no Rhodian would ever willingly take up arms against the Roman people. When he finished, the Rhodian envoys threw themselves down again, stretched out olive branches, and begged for mercy. Only then were they ordered to rise and withdraw. The Senate moved to discussion. The men most hostile to Rhodes were naturally those who had led Roman forces in the Macedonian War and felt most deeply the insult of Rhodian wavering. Yet Rhodes found an important defender in Marcus Porcius Cato. Though he was famous for severity, on this occasion he argued as a restrained and merciful statesman. His influence helped prevent the worst outcome. In the end, the answer given to Rhodes was carefully balanced. It did not make the Rhodians enemies, but it also did not fully preserve their old standing as trusted allies. The leading Rhodian envoys divided their responsibilities after that. Some were to return home and report what had happened. Others would remain in Rome to watch events closely and keep their city informed. For the moment, the Roman decision was that Rhodes must withdraw its officials from Lycia and Caria by a fixed deadline. By itself, that order was harsh. Yet it came as a strange relief to the Rhodians, because they had feared something worse than humiliation. They had feared war. Compared with that, the loss of overseas authority seemed survivable. Relieved that they had escaped outright destruction, the Rhodians at once tried to secure themselves more firmly. A magnificent gold crown was voted, and another embassy was prepared. This time, however, the mission was handled with great caution. The Rhodians wanted to seek a formal alliance with Rome, but in such a way that no public decree of the people and no written act would record the request. If Rome rejected them, they did not want that rejection preserved in humiliating form. The matter was therefore entrusted to the admiral, who had constitutional authority to act without a public vote. For many years, Rhodes had lived in friendship with Rome without binding itself by a formal treaty. That had once been useful. It allowed kings to continue hoping for Rhodian support and allowed Rhodes to benefit from royal favour and wealth. But that flexibility now looked dangerous. The Rhodians no longer sought an alliance because they feared other powers. They sought it because they feared Roman suspicion more than anything else in the world. Their position had indeed become precarious. Around the same time, the Cornians revolted from Rhodian control, and neighbouring communities moved quickly to seize cities that had once belonged to the Rhodian sphere. Yet the Rhodians had not been reduced to complete helplessness. They still understood that if Rome stripped them of Lycia and Caria, and if other dependent territories either revolted or were swallowed by neighbours, then Rhodes would be confined to its island alone, with its thin and poor land unable to sustain so great a city. They therefore acted with speed. Troops were sent out. The Cornians were forced back under Rhodian rule, even though they had taken allies. Elsewhere, Rhodian forces defeated neighbouring coalitions that had tried to carve up the remaining dependencies. The city had been humbled, but not yet broken. At the same time, in Illyricum, Lucius Anicius continued to shape the settlement after the fall of Gentius. As already noted, he had taken the king and secured the central strongholds. He left garrisons where needed and then moved into Epirus with the rest of the army. The first town there surrendered immediately, its entire population rushing out with signs of submission. A garrison was installed, and Anicius moved on into Molossian territory. There he quickly recovered every town except a few holdouts. One of those was kept shut not so much by the will of the people as by the stubbornness of local leaders who had bound themselves to Perseus and hated the Romans. These men knew they could hope for no pardon. They therefore tried to persuade the whole city to embrace destruction rather than submission, declaring that they should perish together with their fatherland rather than live in servitude. At first no one dared answer them. Their authority was too great, and fear of them was nearly as strong as fear of Rome. But eventually a young nobleman spoke. He asked what madness possessed men who wished to make an entire city an accessory to the crimes of only two. He had often heard, he said, of men who died for their country. These were the first he had known who wanted their country to die for them. Why not instead open the gates and accept the rule that nearly the whole world had already accepted? That argument found support at once among the population. The two leaders, seeing the people slip from their control, rushed out against the foremost Roman post and were cut down. After that, the city surrendered. The same pattern repeated elsewhere. Other towns resisted out of the stubbornness of one or two men. Once those men were killed or overruled, surrender followed. Having pacified Epirus, Anicius spread his forces through the principal towns for the winter, and then returned to Illyricum. At Scodra, where Roman commissioners had now arrived, he summoned leading men from throughout the region to a formal assembly. From his tribunal he proclaimed that, by decision of the Senate and people of Rome, the Illyrians were free. He announced that Roman garrisons would be removed from the towns, forts, and strongholds. Some peoples who had broken from Gentius and gone over to Rome while he still ruled were granted not only freedom but exemption from tribute. Others would pay tribute at only half the level previously owed to the king. Illyricum too was divided into 3 administrative parts. Once these arrangements had been publicly declared, Anicius withdrew to winter quarters in Epirus. Meanwhile in Macedonia, before the arrival of the Roman commissioners, Paulus sent his son, Quintus Maximus, back from Rome and ordered him to plunder certain towns that had behaved badly. One had surrendered to a Roman commander earlier in the war, only to defect again to Perseus, and then hypocritically seek Roman friendship once more. Another had recently attacked Roman soldiers because it refused to believe the reports of Macedonian defeat. A third had persisted in resistance longer than neighbouring communities and was therefore also marked for punishment. These expeditions were meant to show that surrender at the right moment could be rewarded, but treachery or blind defiance would be remembered. By now, the season was moving toward autumn, and Paulus decided to spend the early part of it travelling through Greece. He wanted to see, with his own eyes, places whose fame had long filled the world, places that often seemed greater in report than in reality. Leaving Gaius Sulpicius in charge of the camp, he set out with a small escort. Scipio, still a young man, accompanied him, as did Athenaeus, brother of King Eumenes. He travelled first through Thessaly to Delphi, the most celebrated oracle in Greece. There, after sacrificing to Apollo, he ordered that unfinished bases intended for statues of Perseus should instead carry monuments commemorating his own victory. He then visited other famous shrines and landscapes. He saw the underground oracle at Lebedea, crossed to Chalcis to view the Euripus and the bridge to Euboea, went on to Aulis, famous from the old story of Agamemnon's fleet and the sacrifice that won passage to Troy, and then continued to Oropus and to Athens. Athens still stood filled with its ancient glory. Paulus saw the Acropolis, the harbour, the long walls joining city and port, the shipyards, the statues of famous commanders, and the images of gods and men that were admired for their workmanship, no less than for their history. From there he went on to Corinth, still splendid before its destruction, and admired both the city and the isthmus itself, where the narrow land joined two seas. Then came Sicyon, Argos and Epidaurus, known for the famous sanctuary of Asclepius, rather than for wealth equal to the larger cities. From there he visited Sparta, memorable less for magnificent structures than for the severity of its institutions and training. Finally, he made his way to Olympia, where the sight of the great statue of Zeus moved him so strongly that he ordered a sacrifice of unusual magnificence, as though he were honouring Jupiter on the capital itself. Throughout these travels, Paulus was careful not to trouble the Greek communities with inquiry into what they had done during the war. He wanted them to feel no immediate terror from his presence. Yet complaints still found him. A delegation of Aetolians in mourning clothes approached and described killings, exiles, confiscations, and factional violence carried out with Roman military support. Paulus ordered those accused to appear later at Amphipolis. He then met Gnaeus Octavius at Demetrius, and when word came that the 10 Roman commissioners had crossed the sea, he at once put aside other concerns and went to join them. Around this time, Perseus, taking advantage of guards who had grown too lax, was allowed to move from Amphipolis to meet Paulus at another place a day's journey away. Paulus spoke to him in friendly fashion, but once he returned to camp, he sharply rebuked Gaius Sulpicius, first, because he had allowed the fallen king too much liberty of movement, and second, because he had been too indulgent with the soldiers, who had actually begun stripping tiles from city walls to roof their winter huts. Paulus ordered the tiles returned and the damage repaired. He then placed Perseus and his elder son Philip under the charge of Aulus Postumius, while the king's daughter and younger son were brought over from Samothrace and treated with generosity and care. Then came the day Paulus had fixed for the great settlement of Macedonia. 10 leading men from every community had been ordered to attend at Amphipolis, and royal documents and treasure were collected there. Paulus sat on the tribunal with the 10 commissioners, surrounded by the whole Macedonian crowd. These people had long known monarchic power, yet even so they were shaken by this new Roman display of power. Heralds, silence imposed by command, the clearing of a path for the general, the tribunal itself, and the formal summons. What was routine to Romans seemed terrifying and alien to a defeated people. When the herald had created silence, Paulus announced in Latin what he and the Senate had decided, and Gnaeus Octavius translated the proclamation into Greek. First of all, the Macedonians were declared free. They were to keep their cities and lands, live under their own laws, and elect magistrates each year. They would pay tribute to Rome, but only half the amount once paid to their kings. Then came the formal division of Macedonia into 4 separate regions. Each had its own borders, its own central city, its own assemblies, and its own financial administration. Amphipolis was to be the centre of the first, Thessalonica of the second, Pella of the third, and Pelagonia of the fourth. Paulus then declared further regulations intended to keep the regions separate and weak. There was to be no intermarriage or trade in land or houses across regional boundaries. Gold and silver mines were not to be worked, though copper and iron might be, with reduced payments. Imported salt was forbidden. When the Dardanians demanded Paeonia back, Paulus refused them that claim but allowed them access to salt under Roman regulation. Timber for fleets was restricted as well. Only the frontier districts, those exposed to barbarians, were permitted armed border guards. The first reaction to all this was mixed. Freedom and lower tribute delighted the Macedonians, who had expected far worse. Yet many also felt that their country had been cut into pieces like a body whose limbs had been torn apart. They did not immediately grasp how skillfully the division had been designed. Each region had something to sustain it. One had mines and strong eastern approaches. Another possessed busy ports and fertile coastlands. The third contained famous inland cities and productive territory. The fourth was rougher and colder, but filled with hardy and warlike peoples, shaped by the frontier. By dividing Macedonia in this way, Paulus was revealing not only its former strength, but how carefully Rome meant to prevent it from becoming whole and powerful again. After the Macedonian settlement was proclaimed, the Aetolians were called in. There, the Roman inquiry turned less on acts of violence in themselves than on a simple question: who had stood with Rome and who had looked toward Perseus? In the end, those who had committed killings were acquitted if their victims had been anti-Roman, while those who had been exiled remained in exile, and only one Roman officer was condemned because he had furnished soldiers to assist the massacre. This decision had a powerful effect throughout Greece. In every city it emboldened men who had attached themselves to Roman success, while crushing those who had been merely suspected of sympathy for the defeated side. Across Greece there were, in truth, 3 kinds of leaders. Some flattered Roman power, others courted kings. Between them stood a third group, men who tried to defend the laws and the freedom of their own states against both foreign influences. Yet these very men, though often beloved at home, were the least useful to outside powers, and therefore the least protected. Now, the pro-Roman faction, swollen by Roman victory, dominated embassies and magistracies and crowded the ears of the commissioners with accusations. They claimed that many leading Greeks had secretly favoured Perseus, had organised their leagues under the pretense of liberty, but really against Rome, and would never remain loyal unless broken. On the basis of names submitted by such men, Paulus wrote letters summoning leading figures from Aetolia, Acarnania, Epirus, and Boeotia to Rome to answer charges. In Achaia, where the evidence was thinner because no compromising letters had been found in Perseus's papers, 2 commissioners went in person to issue the summons. They did so partly because they feared the Achaeans might be bold enough to disobey a mere letter, and partly because local informers might have been endangered if left without Roman backing. Thus, even after war had ended, Roman victory continued to ripple outward through accusation, faction, and fear. When a second Macedonian assembly was held, another important step followed. A body of local councillors was chosen to advise in governance. Then the names of prominent Macedonians were read out, men who, together with their sons above a certain age, were ordered to leave for Italy. At first this looked like simple harshness, even barbarity. Yet many soon understood its logic. These men had been the king's close associates, courtiers, generals, garrison commanders, admirals, envoys, men accustomed to luxury and arbitrary command, with little respect for civic, equality or laws. As long as they remained, freedom for the rest would be hollow. Therefore, all who had held royal office or close royal connection were ordered out of Macedonia on pain of death. In all this, Paulus acted with such care and moderation that it seemed less like legislation imposed on enemies than laws given to allies. Their durability later proved the quality of the settlement. Once these grave matters were over, Paulus staged magnificent games and entertainments at Amphipolis. Extensive preparations had been made in advance. Kings, cities, athletes, actors, horsemen, sacrificial victims, and delegations had been invited from all over the Greek and Asian world. The scale was lavish, but what impressed many onlookers even more was the intelligence with which it was arranged. Paulus seemed to know as well how to order a feast and games as he had known how to order a campaign. People repeated that the same man who could organize such a spectacle could also win a war. When the entertainments ended, bronze shields were hung on ships, and all the remaining enemy weapons were piled into an enormous heap. Paulus invoked Mars, Minerva, Mother Lua, and the other gods to whom the spoils of enemies might rightly be dedicated. He set the pile alight with his own hand, and then each military tribune standing around it added his torch to the flames. In that vast gathering, where people from Europe and Asia had assembled partly to celebrate, partly to witness, the abundance of supplies was so great and grain so cheap that Paulus distributed gifts, not only for immediate use, but for communities and individuals to take home with them. Yet the greatest attraction was not the athletic contests or theatrical performances, nor even the races. It was the spoils of Macedonia. Sculptures, paintings, rich fabrics, vessels of gold and silver, bronze and ivory, objects made for true royal use rather than empty display, were all spread before the crowd. These treasures were loaded onto the fleet and entrusted to Gnaeus Octavius for transport back to Rome. Then, having dismissed the delegations graciously, Paulus resumed his march. He crossed the Strymon, moved through Amphipolis, returned toward Pella, and then advanced farther until he sent Publius Nasica and his son Quintus Maximus with part of the army against Illyrian communities that had aided Perseus. He instructed them to join him later at Oricum. Paulus himself turned toward Epirus and reached Passaron after 2 weeks. Anicius's camp lay nearby. Paulus sent him a letter warning him not to interfere with what was about to happen. The Senate had granted the troops under Paulus the booty of those Epirote cities that had gone over to Perseus. Paulus first sent centurions to the towns, with a soothing message that the Roman garrisons were being removed, and that the Epirotes were to be free, just as the Macedonians had been made free. He then summoned 10 leading men from each town and ordered them to bring out their gold and silver. At the same time, detachments of Roman troops were dispatched in such a way that the more distant cities were reached at the same moment as the nearer ones. The officers had already been secretly instructed what to do. At daybreak, all the precious metal was collected. Then, at the 4th hour, the signal was given for the soldiers to sack the cities. The plunder was immense. Each cavalryman received 400 denarii, each infantryman 200. About 150,000 people were carried off. Roughly 70 cities were destroyed, their walls thrown down. All the booty was sold and the proceeds distributed to the troops. Paulus then went down to the sea at Oricum, thinking, wrongly, that the soldiers would now be satisfied. Instead, he found that they were still bitter. What angered them most was that they had not shared in the king's treasure itself, as though they had not fought in Macedonia at all. When the forces sent under Scipio Nasica and his own son Maximus rejoined him there, Paulus loaded the army onto ships and crossed over to Italy. Not long afterward, Anicius, having finished a meeting with the remaining Epirotes and Acarnanians, and ordered certain leading men to follow him to Italy for senatorial judgment, crossed the sea as well. The campaigns were over, but the settlements and the resentments they had created would continue to shape Roman politics long after the fighting had ceased.